Oh
and
my gosh.
like they have
Yeah.
electronics there.
Oh, don't worry about it. They're really, really good engineering. They're also waterproof.
I don't know. Like I work
Unbelievable.
in construction, right? Some of the electrical setups that I see are so fucking neat. Like 3-phase cables running up the wall in these trays. Just everything's curved perfectly and pinned to these trays. And you look at the ISS and things like that, and there's fucking cables everywhere. It's how can you let that, as an electrician or electrical engineer, how can you let that leave like your hands and go to someone with all that shit hanging around, not labeled, not cable tied anywhere, not even using cable trays and stuff like that? It's fucking weird, man.
They're making it
it's
really
loose in
accessible.
loops. Yeah, it's loose in loops, and they are floating around. They're 360, they claim. Like, you're telling me that you're not occasionally hooking your foot in one of these, like,
Exactly.
things and then unplugging some vital systems? I mean, what the fuck?
Oh,
Life
that's what it's there
support,
for.
life support.
Safety. It's something to grab onto in case a meteor hits. Micrometeor, asteroid frickin' shower. An asteroid shower. Is there such thing as an asteroid shower? Oh boy, what a load of shit. I was thinking today of the whole how people, you're always on top of the ball. Like how's that work when you see a guy on a boat like 10 miles away? He's supposedly
Well, he's on top of the ball too.
Yeah, well, how are you looking at him? Wouldn't you be looking down at him?
Yeah, you're looking down at him and he's looking down at you. Globe logic.
Yeah, but yeah, you're both on the top. And the guy, dude, it's so freaking absurd. Oh, once you look into it, it's so fucking dumb. It's just mind blowing. I don't know, just like sometimes you just like think about shit like that. It's just like, come on, for real. I mean, obviously it's stupid.
I
It's
just
all
laugh.
stupid.
I just laugh these days. It's hilarious. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
you don't have to worry about micrometeorite pinholes. They've got epoxy on the ISS.
we got gloves, duct tape.
Yeah, in the beginning you just plug it with your fingers. That's what they claim is acceptable.
Yeah, chewy.
They went to the moon. They went to the moon with what? Some tinfoil? So that held it fine. They'll be fine.
They manually flew a bunch of that stuff. So like, you just have to trust them. Like, we can't do it right now with our computers and stuff, but they did it with like less compute than a cell phone. Yeah. So they just manually did most of that stuff. So just trust them.
The same computing power of Blip or Pong. Pong.
Or
it had the same
Casio calculator. But they destroyed that technology. It's a painful process to build a Casio calculator back again.
I've still got one. I'll lend. I can lend them mine. I've got one in my drawer with my old school books.
Didn't you see the movie? They can't find any more black women to do the math. There was like this one black woman who did the math, and that's why they got to the moon.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Dude, it was three women. They all happened to be.
Oh, my bad. Like, the power of 3 women. Like, that's, yeah, okay.
There's a Simpsons episode about that, I think.
Power of 3. That's a witchcraft thing, isn't it?
Yep. It's also a cult symbolism.
Weirdos.
Nothing to see here. They're not putting like their signs and markings on it. Nothing to see.
Yeah, now we've got Don Pettit on the math, and we can't get back to the moon. So, tells you all you need to know.
I mean, he's really one of the best and the brightest that we've like ever had. That's why he's an astronaut.
Yeah, you gotta be the best of the best. Man knows what a triangle
Has
is.
to be. I mean, he was like the primary officer on the ISS, like for 6 years in space. But like, if they have a leak because one of the L rings gets destroyed by the vacuum and the humidity being extracted from the ring, making it brittle, and so they have a leak now, and he doesn't know what to do. They're not trained on that. He would just have to look up the manual and try to figure out how to solve that. And that's his testimony.
Probably a procedure I can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, I know guys who go offshore, and if they were asked about a potential emergency situation and they said there's probably a procedure, they wouldn't have a job. And that's just going out to sea a bit, a few miles, to go and live on a platform
But that's dangerous.
for a few days. Yeah.
Just like we're not allowed to explore the Antarctic or the Arctic because it's dangerous.
It's like asking the captain of a submarine, what do you do if you get a leak? It's oh well, it's probably something we do. I just can't remember the time. Go and ask the crewman.
Yeah, that's the better analogy. The submarines. Like you just compare the difference between the regimentation and the kind of attitudes of people on a submarine compared to the ISS. Crazy.
Yeah, it's night and day.
Yeah, like you have to be switched on 24/7, know the ins and outs of every possible scenario, just to be a little bit underwater. So 250 miles out in space and the guy doesn't know what happens if there's a leak. Come on. Come on. Wakey, wakey.
Hey guys, I think they're not actually there.
Now there's an idea.
Well, that would make sense.
Yeah, this is crazy, but just follow me on this.
That would cost a lot less money. So we would make a lot of profit if we did that.
Yeah, but is that really a reason to lie?
That's true, I take it back. No reason to lie, they're definitely there.
But what if we couldn't actually deliver on our promises, and it would make us look bad if we told them that we failed?
Well, if we can project technological superiority across the Earth just by making some fake images and videos and raking $80 million a day, sounds like
Putting
a
up a
pretty
bunch of
good
blundering
deal.
doofuses out front.
Yeah.
It's that easy to project technological superiority. Put some clown show out there and everybody eats it up. Why not?
Yeah, these guys ain't questioning it.
You're talking
put
about a
Katy Perry up there.
multinational conspiracy here. There's astronauts from all different nations that visit the ISS. They can't all be in on it.
Yeah, maybe only some of them are in on it.
Next, you'll be telling me that some people do immoral things for a financial benefit. I don't know if I'm ready to accept that just yet.
That's a bridge too far.
Yeah, it sounds like too much. Like, who would do that?
Yeah, really far fetched.
Not governments. No.
Why would Katy Perry lie?
We've got scientists and math and Katy Perry.
Yeah, I don't know why Katy Perry would lie, but that old lady who went to the same exact height in the same penis rocket said she didn't see any curve, so I don't know what Katy Perry is seeing. She might have been hallucinating or on something.
That old lady just forgot her glasses, that's all.
Well, you wouldn't see the curve at that height, so it doesn't make sense.
It's always the scientists, and then when they name a name, it's Katy Perry.
Yeah, they're really scraping the barrel on the propaganda front nowadays.
Maybe they'll send Neil deGrasse Tyson up next, right? Jeff Bezos. And he'll say, I'm sorry, guys, I was wrong.
Whenever Neil talks, he just supports our position. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be getting Neil to do much. But it's funny, I've been asking some Globers that come through, I was like, what do you think about this whole Katy Perry thing? And they're outraged about it. They're like, oh, that's some bullshit. So, like, even the Globies are struggling to be convinced by the propaganda that's being pushed. And if anything, it's just making them more suspicious. So it's a win for us either way.
Maybe they can use Katy Perry as more of like a useful idiot where she doesn't really understand that it's all just fake bullshit. And so that it's an easier sell to have her, like, out in front. Like maybe Neil would know that he's lying or something, so it'd be harder to pitch it. Yeah, just brainwash some goofball to think they went to space and, they don't even have to lie.
Yeah, I honestly think Neil doesn't get to be in the club, so, like, he keeps messing up so bad for their side, so I don't think he actually, like, knows too much. I think he really just believes in the globe, and I think if they sent him up there, it just would hurt their position, because he'd be like, oh.
Can you imagine Neil at the Freemason meeting and he's like laughing at all his own jokes and slapping people obnoxiously on the shoulders, and everyone's just kind of like frosty with him?
Yeah.
Like, Neil, you're fucking up this whole thing. He's the only one that actually believes it. Well, we didn't manage to trigger any Globies into interjecting. We'll have to try a new one.
I'm a globe. It's a globe because it's a globe, guys. Just give it up.
Therefore, globe.
There's no way that it could not be possible.
It is. Because it is a globe, because it can't not be a globe, because it has to be a globe, therefore it's a globe.
Yeah, of course. There you go. You got it here, too. Good job, man.
I got there.
Well, of course it's a globe, because if it wasn't a globe, then it wouldn't be a globe. But it is a globe, therefore it's a globe.
That's sound logical reasoning there, T-Watt. I agree, sir.
Thank you. I'm glad somebody appreciates it.
Finally, somebody will
Sorry.
I wasn't saying anything. Nothing useful. Go ahead.
And if it was flat, then reality wouldn't work.
Yeah, how would gravity work?
Yeah,
If it's
that's
flat,
right,
we
guys.
literally all die.
Think about it. If it wasn't a globe, then they wouldn't have had to invent gravity because it has to be a globe. There you go. Got it.
Yeah, it's definitely a globe because of gravity. That's true.
Well, you're measuring it flat because it's a globe.
Yeah, it's flat because of gravity, because it's a globe. We measured the curvature because we explained it.
You know we're moving because we measure nothing moving because everything's moving with the motion. It's so retarded.
You got it, Joyce. The way you know that you're not moving is how many excuses you come up with to prove that you're not moving. That means you're moving. Got it.
The Earth is a globe because it's a globe, therefore it's a globe. Then it can't be flat because it's a globe. Then it's a globe and not flat because it's a globe, therefore it's a globe.
But why would they lie?
All I need to know is how the Stanley Cup playoffs work on a flat Earth.
Zamboni can't work on a flat Earth.
God damn, we can't trigger anybody into yelping.
Yeah, I've got to peace out sadly, but it was good to hear you all. I'll catch you soon. I'm just going to go and listen for a bit.
Peace out, buddy.
All right, Cyclone.
Yeah, same for me. It's late here.
You Drace. Later, Cyclone.
Later, Cyclone and Joyce. Good to hear you, Joyce. Long time, man.
Fucking legends.
So the problem here, guys, is y'all have muted and banned all the Globers that have all the proof, so they can't come in here and tell us about it anymore.
Damn, well, how are we supposed to get the proof now? What am I going to do?
I think you scared him off, Dave.
That's quite a quandary. I don't know, man. We'll figure out something. One of these guys has proof. We accidentally banned them. That's
So
too
just go
bad.
down the list and just start unbanning all those banned people, like the proof will come?
Eventually,
That's all I have to do?
because there is,
Unban
yeah,
and
because
they
there
will
is
come.
curvature. You know there's curvature because it's a globe. Come on, man.
Yeah. Of course there is, yeah. My experience of the world is just an illusion. It's, what did he call it? Perspection. That's just perspection. It's actually a globe. What you experience is not what it really is because it's a globe. Therefore, globe. So if I'm ban that kid who just says, bruh, it's perspection over and over again, then we'll have the proof on record that it's a globe, right?
That's true, man. I don't think we all properly researched perspection. This is the first time hearing about it. So it could be a
So I
globe.
didn't properly look into perspection first before I started this dumb VC. This is my fault, guys. Sorry for dragging you into this mess. Shut her down. He brought up perspection. I overlooked that. I must admit.
Damn it!
Like how
All
they
this time
say,
we've wasted all this time worried about drop over distance. The whole time it was perspection.
it's just perspection. Yeah, I like how they say it's flurspective over and over again. We get this Glober who just keeps chanting this dumb word he made up, perspection. They do it to them. They punk themselves. Why never banned Six before? I mean, he could have the globe proof. They're still shot. Hi, Six.
Yo, what's up?
Just sitting here discussing the lack of globe proof.
Nice.
Don't really know where else to go from here.
Do you have any, by any chance?
No, I'm just here to.
Some globe proof, brother.
No, this is my favorite channel.
Thanks, me too.
Wait, there's other channels?
Yeah, but they're psyops, not like this one.
Well, here's a new guy who listens to the channel, so let's ask him, what do you like about the channel? What have you heard? What have you learned? Who'd you like listening to?
I mean, this is
All
like
that.
my second time being in here. Realistically, I think the first time was about I think it was like last month. I'm not really on the server that often. Really, I just kind of join channels and just listen what people are talking about. Nothing really
All right,
crazy.
so you've not really listened to much flat Earth stuff.
No, because this is like my second time really in here.
All right, okay. So you still think the Earth is a spinning ball?
Yeah. I mean, that's just the way I was taught.
Is that what makes you believe it? Because it's what you were taught.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of experts that, like a lot of astrophysicists, like when they talk about like flat Earth, and I feel like when it comes to like stuff like flat Earth, I feel like it's important to listen to the experts on it. You know.
What's the best evidence that those experts have shown you for Earth being a spinning ball?
Let me see here. I got you. Can I post the video in here?
Yeah, you can post it in the side chat, but also describe it using your words because it's an audio channel. Alright, I do actually need to go though, so someone gonna pick this up? I've brought him to the dance.
All right, let's see what you got, sir. Or I guess he left.
What?
He's gone.
Just like that.
Someone left the dance hall door unlocked.
Yeah, he bolted.
Wow. They always have this reaction when there's 30 guys standing there salivating in the dance hall and they walk in through the fire escape and everyone's just staring at them. Oh well. Trust the experts. It's a good lesson. Did anyone catch his name? Someone ping him in the chat, ask what happened.
I just literally typed that before you said it.
Great minds, DJ.
Da, da, da. Shabbat shalom.
Mhm.
He likes Jewish people.
Mhm.
You like Jewish people?
Yeah, Jewish people are great.
Yep, as a matter of fact, I work for Jewish people.
Thank you.
But they're not like practicing Jews. It's more like safer to say I work for an Israeli couple. Yeah.
You work for insiders is a better way to say it.
Yeah, that's totally what I do, sweetheart. I work in a kitchen. Uh-oh. Insider kitchen.
Lacing the food with all kind of chemicals.
Yeah, it's a pretty good deal, man. Make pretty damn good money. I serve thousands upon thousands of people in just 2 days, and yeah, pretty nice. And, I don't really have much in the way of bills, man. And these people, they're so awesome. They're genuine, loyal as fuck. They're like family to me now. I've been working with them and for them for over a decade. So, but that's not the topic of the room. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. We would
Are
not
you
be
a
here
flat
if there was
earther?
evidence. There's not, and we would not be here if there was any evidence of curvature for a globe Earth with a 3959 mile radius. Can you provide us with that?
I'm a flat earther, so
I'm not convinced.
well, why aren't you convinced?
Because you haven't convinced me.
Well, let's just say I'm a flat earther.
Well, why is that? How'd that come to be? How'd you come to that?
Well, it's pretty simple. Why would the earth be round? Then if I walked on the earth, I'd fall over.
Would you? Yeah, probably on a ball. Yeah, there's no getting around on a ball there.
Guys, can we
See?
please look at her profile picture and just ban her already, please?
I'm an intellect.
Okay.
Look at that
I'm
profile
an
picture and just get
intellect.
rid of her, please.
You're an
What do you
incel.
mean? My profile picture has a beautiful crown on it.
Oh, shut the
Ew,
fuck up.
who
Why are you mad at
cares?
me? I'm nice.
Yeah, so Earth's not a globe unless you can prove it,
That's
which
right.
nobody
You
can.
can't
That's
prove
why
it.
we're
That's
here.
right. Exactly.
So, how long you been a flat earther? What brought you to the realization that the Earth is indeed flat?
Donald Trump.
All right, get the fuck out of here. She's trolling. You can burn her now.
Yep. You've given up taking your globe seriously, so we can stop taking you seriously too. Bye bye.
Bitch, I believe it.
I believe it. We don't care about what you believe in.
That's the first time I heard somebody call heretic a bitch. So there's always that.
You call me a bitch? Damn.
Yeah.
Well, she's a hoe, so.
304 alert.
Just repeating whatever she heard about the Jews, repeating whatever you hear, that's your thing? No mind of your own?
It's a goofball. I started tuning her out.
She thinks I work for some sort of inside agency. That's so funny, man. I practically grew up with these people's kids. Like,
She doesn't think that. She doesn't think.
right. Good point. Good point.
Just psycho dribble.
Anyone else in here? Do you think you got what it takes to prove that the Earth is a sphere with a 39, 59 mile radius spinning around the sun? Hey, Q, you're hot micing. There you go.
You got Twonger, I guess, for a fallback. If you're bored enough.
Ah, fuck it, why not? Twonger's fun. Yeah, he's fun because he keeps repeatedly getting beat over the head with stuff that it's like he'll just never get it. But I mean, maybe one day it'll click. I've seen it click with people before. Just, it
Ain't
takes
gonna
some people
click with
longer than
him.
others.
He's a retard. Yeah, that
Yeah.
Bill Murray quote, Twonger. Yeah, with a stupid person, to win an argument with a stupid person, that's you. You fucking dumbass. I told everybody about your dumbass post that you made. You remember that one? Well, I'm sure there's hundreds of them, but you remember that one? You know the one. You can
What did he
only have
post?
inertial forces and non-inertial reference frames. You fucking idiot. I had everyone rolling. They said, "Did somebody really write that?" I said, "Yeah, Twonger." A fucking moron.
Oh,
He wouldn't know the difference between an inertial force and a fucking chartreuse windsock. This fucking guy.
At the very least, Twonger, you provide comedy.
But you got a flat head. The back of your head, it's flat.
Mommy didn't give him enough tummy time.
Yeah, I'll guarantee it. I want a fucking picture. Prove it's not.
And prove your head has curvature.
Flat until proven curved.
Where are these blockheads? Yeah, let's get them up here. You're one of them. Here's a whole list of them. There's that. Fucking idiots. There's that moron. Can't believe he still shows his face. Peter the Great. This is from India. Fucking flathead dumb fucks here. There's Wolfie. Fucking flat as shit. You people are all retards. And the flattest head of all. Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy guy. Can't get any flatter than that. Look at that dumb fuck Herman Munster idiot.
Bro's head got him looking like a Minecraft block. Twonger, I think it's really funny of you to be in the text chat saying the word stupid when you're on record saying some of the dumbest shit. Go ahead, mic up, Twonger. I know you can hear me. Clearly you can hear me. What's your best evidence for a Baltard? What is it? What's your best evidence for that thing? What is it? Like, if you had a gun to your head and somebody was like, number one evidence that proves the globe right now, what would it be? This is the sound of silence.
He
Yep,
says
that's right, because
the way the
there's no
sun
evidence.
sets.
What?
So he's saying that the sun sets. It's the sun
So he
doing
thinks
the
the
sun.
sun goes under his feet. Do you? You fucking goofy goober. Oh, that's funny.
The sun doesn't set. It's rhetorical language, you dumbass.
Yep.
My God, are you a dumb fuck? You don't even know your own religion.
Yeah, the sun sets just like clouds set, right?
I'm gonna go watch the cloud set.
Oh. Twonker, nobody gives a shit where you're from. Where you're from isn't gonna prove that Earth is a ball under your feet, bro. Oh, that's funny. You're in New York. Good for you. I feel like most of North America is fucking flat.
All maps are flat. Jolly virus, dumbass. Show a globe map.
I was just about to ask that. Where is your globe map? You ride
Yeah,
around
show
with
a
a
globe.
ball in your car?
Exactly. Let's see it. You got that after listening to the friggin' window licking crayon munchers. Show your flat Earth map. That's what they've been saying for like 5 years. Where's your map at? Well, let me just parrot what some retard booger eaters say. Where's your flat Earth map? Flat Earthers. Yeah. Every single map is a flat Earth map, you dumb fuck. My God.
You ever seen a Mercator globe?
Come off mute there, chat skank. I'm not looking over there anymore. Speak up, Jolly. Have a holly jolly Christmas. It's a retard time of year.
What are we talking about, guys? Hello, 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 hello.
You want proof of curvature? Bring it.
Hello.
You want me to prove the curvature?
Yes, right now. Right now.
Do it or you're banned.
That's collapse again. Back on
Wait,
troll account.
I'm so confused. How do people know my name? This is so weird. How do you know that? How do you even know
I've been
that?
here like 70 times already.
Dude, everyone knows me. This is getting weird. And I don't know them.
I guess you're chronically online.
No, like I get on a night, okay? Like a night. 3-4 times a week. Maybe that's too much, you're right.
That's an underestimate.
Yeah? Wait, who are you? Who am I talking to? Yeah, you better hide, pussy.
The bitch.
Yeah, pussy.
Wait, is that
too.
Quantum? Oh, that's Quantum.
You're not talking to me. You're not talking to me. You're talking to... Shut the fuck up. You ain't talking to me. You're talking to... Bitch.
Well, it's pussy now.
Is it?
That's what he went with.
Really? He told you that already?
Already.
Who?
He's already pissed.
Who?
You start talking to them and they melt down.
Wait, I never said anything like that. Why you what?
Yeah.
I think the only person that I probably have a problem with is Quantum, because he gets so mad for 0 reasons. And it's like, dude, if you want to have like an actual conversation,
No, I got a reason.
slim her down, buddy.
Glue sniffer. You're a glue sniffer. That's the problem. Glue sniffer is the problem.
Slim her down, buddy.
That's like it's pure contempt. It's not anger. It's pure contempt.
Slim her down.
It's pure contempt for retarded
That's
people.
great. You said this
That
like
pretends that they're fucking intellectuals, but they're actually retarded, like you.
I think he's giving up the ghost on the intellectual angle.
He's getting mad for no reason.
Just spurging.
dude, I don't know what to say.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
Quantum, can you relax?
Shut the fuck up. Don't say my name, bitch.
Who do you think you are? What the fuck?
I'm the paterfamilias, son.
It's the best we got to work with here.
Jolly
Clem's
Virus
even-
calls it the oil rig argument. What a fucking glue sniffer you are, you little chat skank wuss. You better stay your dumb ass over there.
No chance.
Watch your fucking mouth.
Fucking oil rig
shut up,
argument. Yeah, shut the fuck up, butthole.
Quantum,
I'll
you won't
beat
say
it.
that in real life, though.
I'll
Like, if I
beat
met you in real life,
You don't know who
Oh,
I am,
God.
brother. I would say that right to your fucking face.
you're just so comfortable saying it online because you know nobody's going to do
Yeah, I
anything
am.
about it.
Yeah, sure. Whatever. Whatever helps you sleep at night, sister.
So you're not scared of me in real life?
No, I'm not scared. I'm not scared. The only
Okay.
thing I'm fucking scared of is tornadoes and fucking rap music.
Why? What the hell? That's racist.
Your sister doesn't seem to mind.
Quantum, shut up. No offense. Now, do you guys want to get destroyed on this bullshit you guys believe in?
We don't believe in this shit, man. You're the one in belief, dumbass.
Slimmer down, bitch. Slimmer down.
Oh no.
I'm tired of this guy just cutting me off. What does he think he
Shut
is?
the fuck up.
Watch your mouth.
Shut the fuck up.
All right, butt munch. Prove
I'm not
you
going to
live
say
on a
this
ball.
once more. Watch your mouth.
Munch.
Watch your mouth, little boy.
Little boy, you sound like you're maybe 21 at the most.
Okay? Little man? What
Right.
do you do about it?
Well, I don't want to be rude, but I probably could have kids that are older than you.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I don't have kids. Thank fuck for that, because they'd end up like you, and I'd have to end up doing something stupid like telling them to shut the fuck up.
You're just jealous because I'm right. Because you're
Shut
just
the
jealous.
fuck up, butt munch.
You're right
We're
about
not-
the globe.
we're not
You're
jealous
right
of
about the
you.
globe, right?
I'll tell you something
the
now.
fuck up,
The
Buck.
only way you could make us jealous of you if you could prove we live on a ball tard.
Okay. Well,
What's
there's
your
pictures.
best scientific evidence for your globe?
Don't narrow down the standard of evidence here. I have pictures from
Standard
NASA.
of evidence? I was
Relax,
told
bro.
since I first got out here,
Slimmer
standard
down.
evidence, your ass. Shut
Slimmer
your
down,
fucking
boy.
mouth. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. I was told
Okay.
since I first got out here that to believe in a flat earth, you must deny all of science and all of physics. Okay, so let's see the evidence, scientific evidence for your globe. Simple.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm provide the picture, but before that, I need you to stop
Shut the
talking
fuck
over
up.
me.
Nah, you're done. Provide the picture. I said scientific evidence. Do you think pictures are scientific evidence, you glue sniffer?
They could represent something that's
You
scientific.
fucking clown. Shut your fucking mouth. You'd fail third grade intro to general science.
Watch your mouth.
What? Yeah. What did they do when you went into science class? They have a bunch of pictures everywhere, you dumb fuck.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
Of the
they
planets,
did.
actually. They actually did have pictures of the planets
What a
in third grade.
fuck, man.
Quantum,
Where'd
you
you
just
go
made
to
him
school?
right.
Trinidad? You go to school in Trinidad or something?
I don't even know what that is. What is Trinidad?
Holy fucking shit. That doesn't surprise me.
Watch your
Just
mouth,
shut the
boy.
fuck up. Just shut up.
See, he's rejecting the evidence that I keep providing.
Checking you
And
don't
then-
have any
You,
evidence.
you haven't provided anything other
I'm
than
trying to.
noise.
He keeps saying the picture's not going to be evidence because
Oh,
he's
no,
wrong.
he keeps saying it. He keeps saying stuff because you're not fucking providing evidence.
Okay. To make things
Right,
clear,
so
you
this is
don't
how it's going to
talk
work.
when I talk.
No, shut up.
Watch your mouth,
You,
boy.
yes, mum, clown. You are going to provide us with scientific evidence of this ball tard that you believe you live on. Please go.
Okay.
The floor's yours.
Okay, I will. Apologize first.
You want
Quentin, I
me
don't
to
need you to
apologise for you being a fucking retard? No.
Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth, little man. Watch your mouth.
Little man.
You're a little boy.
Oh, crikey. That's funny.
No amount of laughing
Anyways.
is gonna cover up that you're a little man. Okay.
Shut the fuck up, butt munch.
What?
Provide us
Butt munch.
with
Butt
the
munch.
scientific evidence.
Quantum, you're actually like so stupid. I'm trying to prove to you the evidence, and you keep saying
I'm
it's not gonna be
stupid.
there.
You're fucking Helen Keller, son.
No, I am Einstein.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah. You think pictures are scientific evidence still? You got to be delusional, Dunning-Kruger, like at the ass.
Watch your mouth, boy. Watch your mouth when you're talking to
Boy,
me.
I
Little
got your
man.
boy right here. Butt munch. Shut the fuck up.
Watch your mouth, little man.
Shut up,
Keep
butt
going.
munch. Shut the fuck up.
Why do you have anger problems?
Shut the fuck
This
up.
is so crazy.
Shut the fuck up. We want Jolly Virus to come off moot. We're tired of your dumbass collapse, mind collapse, and butt munch. Same person.
Okay, you're just mad because I'm right, buddy.
Shut up.
I have evidence. You don't have anything.
You're right. How has not providing evidence of what you've claimed you being right? You're an idiot.
Listen, fact of the matter is, there's pictures from
The fact of the matter is, you haven't provided the evidence you asked for, and now you're making excuses for not doing such. So how about you zip it, and we'll see if we can get this jolly clown, wherever he is, to get off there, because he had a shot at the Black Swan, and I want to hear him get sunk. So,
Don't talk
you
when
zip
I'm
it,
talking.
let's get this other one off
Little
mute.
man.
Shut up, butt munch.
Don't call me that, little man.
That's what you are, butt munch. Banhammer named you butt munch.
What?
Would you prefer knuckle-headed chuckle fuck?
Like, if me and Quantum fought, I would beat him up. If there was
Or
like a
maybe
So
some ceramic stuff. Son of a
Seriously, you couldn't beat time with a stick, so shut up.
Why is this little man talking to me? Holy cow! Not
Why
only
do
are you
we have
so
to converse with kids? We should up the age limit for this room.
you're calling me a
Sick.
kid, but you're a little guy.
Well, if we upped it to 6, he still wouldn't make it because we're going on intellectual age. He's like about 3.
Whatever you say, little bro.
Whatever you say.
Because you're scared of the truth. You reject the truth.
Yeah, I'm
Provide the truth.
You haven't pushed any information forward yet to ascertain whether it's truthful or not.
I'm tired of this Australian just yapping. You're a little man.
Because he speaks the truth and you realise you're a doormat.
Wait, in flat Earth world, Australia doesn't even exist. You know that, right?
You're retarded.
You came first in special ed, didn't you?
The irony of some flat earthers calling me retarded. Wow, that's a new level.
No, Matrix. He came dead ass last in special ed. That's how freaking special he is, too.
Hey, little woman, you better watch your mouth. Okay?
Hey, little woman, you silly knuckle-headed chuckle fuck you.
Like, you guys are so cool saying these, but in real life you'd be scared of me.
I know, isn't it great? Isn't it great? So, why do you think the Earth's a globe, bro?
First of all, I need you to apologize for what you just said.
First of all, I need you to have some thicker skin. So, why do you think the Earth's a globe?
Because the evidence points to it, you idiots.
So wait. Did you just look away from the surface of Earth and point to the sky? To
What?
tell me why you think Earth is a globe?
I said the evidence points to it, you monkey.
Yep.
He doesn't
What
have
evidence?
any evidence.
Oh,
Just
like
those
what
words.
evidence?
The evidence.
What?
Okay,
Yeah,
let me provide the evidence
Give me
again,
words.
as
What
always.
evidence, right? What
I'm about to
would
provide
be
it.
your
Hey,
standard
slim her down.
evidence?
Slim her down, little guy. Slim her down.
Would it be?
What evidence?
Slim her down. Okay, I'm providing.
Yeah, I'm pretty simmered down because you're still in
Slim
here.
her down, little
That's how I know I'm pretty calm at the moment. When I lose
Little
my
man.
shit, we lose people out of this panel. So, you've claimed all the evidence points to it. And I would like to know what evidence. It's a very simple question. Please.
Yeah, I'm providing it right now in the side chat.
This is
You
gonna
little
be
man.
good.
So your standard of evidence is a CGI image of a ball-tard.
There's not a boltard, there's a picture of Earth, you asshole.
Actually, it's
Little
not a
man.
picture of Earth. It's not even a photo of Earth. Here's the
Why
thing:
is
I
this
pressed
little woman
AI,
talking
and
to me?
I pressed a few different AI chats to give me a real photo of the whole globe, and it couldn't do it. And you know what it came back and told me? After I pressed it and pressed it and pressed it, I said, so you're telling me that there's not a single real photo of the globe Earth? And it tells me that's correct. They're all composite and CGI. So don't you think that I would have gotten that picture there that you posted?
You would have if you
Upon
had brain
pressing the
cells.
AI, why wouldn't the AI give me that if that is an official photo? How come it didn't give me
Because
that?
what AI does is generate pictures. It doesn't actually take them from online and then post it, you monkey. Let's use our brain here.
It won't tell you that there's any real photos.
You're saying NASA's lying? Oh my god, use your brain. Please.
I mean, you want to prove that NASA's telling the truth? Go ahead. Go ahead and prove that NASA's telling the truth. We got Robert Simmons, right? The creator of the Blue Marble, who says that it's photoshopped, but because it has to be.
No, he didn't. You're wrong. See, little woman, you don't know what you're talking
No, I'm
about.
not wrong. You can find it. You can find the video of him
He didn't
himself
say that about the 1972.
actually saying that it's photoshopped because it has to be.
He didn't say that
It
about the
doesn't.
1972. You monkey. Please, actually
It doesn't
pay attention
matter.
to which picture I sent. Let's use our brain here.
Where was that picture taken from?
Yeah.
What was which picture? The one that I sent, or the one she's talking about?
The one
It's
you
not
sent.
a real photo, you monkey.
Can you shut up and let me talk to the guy, the man here, okay? He has more brain cells than you.
Yeah, okay,
So-
sure. Yeah. He has more
it's
brain
gonna be
cells
taken
than you.
from outer space.
Okay, so that is a place that cannot exist.
Okay, I guess when I look up and I see the stars, I'm seeing nothing because the outer space doesn't exist. Nice. I take it back. He doesn't have any brain cells. He's also retarded.
Well, what is outer space? Relax. What is outer space? What is it?
This is kind of like self-evident, primitive, right? This outer space. It's outer
What
space.
is it?
I don't know what more
Yeah.
you want from me. It's outer
Elaborate.
space. It's outer.
Elaborate. Is that it?
The name started descriptive. Outer space.
Yeah,
What do you-
I don't know where that is or what that is. Can you just elaborate, please? I'm retarded. I have no brain cells.
You're right, I should have. Okay, it's just gonna be any sort of place that is beyond Earth atmosphere.
And where is that?
Wait, I just told you, right? Beyond Earth atmosphere.
Earth what?
Earth atmosphere.
Relax, you're getting your words mixed up. You need to really calm
I
down
just
here.
said beyond. Wait, if you know I'm getting it mixed up, then you should already know what I'm saying, right? For you to make that assumption.
I'm just trying to help you. Relax. You need
don't
to
need your
really
help.
calm down, my friend. You're very
Slimmer
agitated.
down. Slimmer down, little man.
Slimmer? You mean simmer?
Slimmer down.
See, you're even getting
Slimmer
that mixed
down.
up. English is not my first language, and even I know it is simmer down, not slimmer down.
Slimmer down, little
That's
man.
why you're
You don't
very
know what you mean.
agitated. You're getting very basic English things wrong.
Little man, you don't know what you're talking about, okay? Relax.
I just gave you a very basic lesson in English. Now, is outer space? What is that? What is it?
I just said it. I just said.
Okay,
Dude, the
maybe
problem is,
you need
okay,
to
wait,
let Jenna. Maybe you
down,
need to
little
let
man.
Jenna educate
Slimmer
you on what
down.
outer space is said to
Slimmer
be.
down.
Yeah, so outer space is this weird it's functioning on theoretical physics, right? And you've got this like pressure system directly adjacent to the vacuum of space. And I'm just wondering, would you be able to demonstrate that?
Wow, you're asking for the impossible, Jenna. You're asking him to demonstrate a second law of thermodynamics violation. It is not going to happen. But let's see what he has.
Exactly.
It's clear and obvious this guy's language is not English, right? I know.
Yeah, that's irrelevant to the topic, right? So on a globe Earth, you've got a pressure system directly adjacent to the vacuum of space, right? And so, in other words, what we're trying to say is this is it's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. It's a violation of entropy.
Wrong.
Yeah, so to
Little
go
woman,
full
you better stop muting me.
to go full circle, what she's trying to say is what I said originally.
We don't need your
is
help,
that,
buddy.
is
We
that
don't need your
that
help.
place that you were saying that these photos were taken from cannot exist.
Alright, guys, ping me
So
when
now
he's
we
done. Yeah,
come. Now we have come full circle. So
tell
I
me when
hope
he's
you
done. Okay.
understand what was said to you.
Okay. And he's giving. Okay, he stopped. No more speech. Thank you. So yeah, what you're asking for, demonstration of outer space, doesn't actually make any sort of sense. You don't demonstrate a physical object. You don't demonstrate anything that's going to be physical. You just show it.
Yeah, actually,
And
that's
me
what you
pointing at
do.
the
In
sky.
fact, demonstrate. You should be
No,
able
you
to
demonstrate.
physically
Okay.
demonstrate things of the physical world. Physically demonstrate it. Show it. You should be able to physically show things about the physical world.
Oh, okay. Yeah, look up.
Yeah,
'cause
that's
where
what a
it is. Look up.
demonstration is.
Look up.
Wow. Oh my god.
Yeah, okay, then yeah, I'm doing it right now, right? Look up. That's it. Game over. I win, little woman. I won. How do you feel about
That's
that?
not a demonstration, little man. That's an observation. You're cooked. You're done.
I just looked up and it's daytime. I don't see stars, so what? No space?
Yeah, he doesn't know the difference between demonstrations and observations, and he made that very clear.
Wait, if you don't observe it, it's not a demonstration. Like what?
Wow, you're just as lost as he is.
Articulate the difference then.
You don't know the difference between a demonstration and an observation? A demonstration is something I would do to show, right? It's show and tell. You make a demonstration. An observation is something that I would go and see, right? Seeing and showing are not the same thing. Therefore, demonstration and observation are not the same damn thing. How are you confused?
Okay, well, how do you demonstrate a place to somebody? How would you do that?
I'm asking you guys that. How would you demonstrate a pressure system directly adjacent to a vacuum without a container? How would you do that to separate the two?
Okay, so what's the issue with having pressure again?
No. Don't ask questions to my questions. Just answer my question.
Okay, if I were to demonstrate space, I would probably get someone to look at it, make an observation of it.
No.
And so there you go.
No.
How are you
Those are
going to
not the
observe a
same
near
thing.
perfect vacuum? What are you going to do?
Okay, so now we're not
Look into the sky
talking
and be
about
like,
a
okay,
place.
see, folks, here we have a vacuum.
Yeah, we're not talking about a place then. We're talking about a state, a condition. That being a vacuum.
You're just going to look at it.
So that's different.
Just going to look at it.
But
And
no,
conclude,
it's
yep,
an
that's a
issue
vacuum.
because there is no violation of the second law of thermodynamics because there's a gradient. It's not a pure vacuum.
A gradient.
Vacuum next to a freaking pressurized container atmosphere. That's not how that works.
Hey, Dara, while you're sucking in oxygen, what's the antecedent to the pressure gradient?
There is no antecedent. Wait.
You're a fool.
Wait. Go ahead and tell me.
Show me a gas pressure gradient next
That
without
doesn't make any sense. You guys don't know what you're saying.
Pressure gradient without
You understand? You're roboting, bro. You understand what you just said? What's the antecedent to gradient, right? That means if there's a container,
gas pressure gradient.
No,
What do you need in order for you to have your gas pressure gradient, Carter?
the antecedent would be the gradient. You guys don't know logic.
No, dude, the antecedent. Yeah, so what comes before the gradient? It's the gradient, Carter. That's not coherent, dude.
No,
That's what you
your
just said.
conditional. Your conditional is this: if container, then gradient. That doesn't make any sense.
No, if
That's not what we said.
Antecedent, right?
Okay, so you need the pressure to have the gradient. What do you need before you have the pressure?
Yeah.
How do you get the pressure?
Okay, well that's not conditional, it's a biconditional. So get it right. If you're saying they both tie to each other like that bidirectionally.
How about you start listening? You made the claim of a gas pressure gradient. In order for you to have gradient, you must have gas pressure. Right?
Not true. Demonstrate that in all cases.
You just said it's not true. In order to have a gas pressure gradient, you do not need gas pressure, is what you just said.
Wait, no. Okay, maybe I misheard.
You're not listening. Yeah, you're not following.
You said container. But no, I mean, I agree with that.
You will need the container ultimately because you have to have that for the gas pressure to begin with.
No.
So no gradients because those require the pressure, as you already acknowledged.
Yeah.
You get the pressure,
but you don't need a container. There's no reason to assume that you need a container.
What's gas pressure, dude? What is it?
Gas under pressure. The fuck?
Now, what is it? What's the definition? Is that what it says when you Google it?
It doesn't matter what the actual dictionary definition is.
Yeah, it kind of matters what it is, dude.
No.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what it is?
If it's containerized, right, we don't have to say in every case of gas pressure there is a container.
What is gas pressure?
Pressure.
Okay, what is pressure? Let's talk about that. Pressure is a force acting on an area.
Talking about a specific form.
Pressure is a force. Pressure is a force acting on an area, right?
No, what is gas pressure? I'm asking you that. Why are you pivoting to something else? I'm talking about something specific.
It's the same sort of concept, except we're talking about a fluid. It's a force
it's the same thing. Then why can't you talk about the specific case of it that we're talking about? Why are you trying to pivot off to something else?
Because you guys are making the generalization of anytime there's pressure.
You're trying to generalize it into pressure, dude. We're talking about gas pressure specifically. You're trying to generalize it to just pressure. What is gas pressure?
Yeah. Okay. Well, you're making an assumption that it has to be a container when really it's just a force.
I'm asking you what gas pressure is, and you're still babbling.
I've already answered. It's a force acting on a gas, a fluid.
No, it's not acting on the fucking gas.
Yes, it is. And the container acts as that force because of Newton's third law. But it's still a force. It's fundamentally a force.
It's a force exerted on a container by the gas.
Do you think you can exert a force on a fluid? Do you think that?
It's a force. Why are you asking me questions, dude? It's a force exerted on a container by the gas itself. So how are you going to have that without the container? You have a force on a container with no container? That's what you've been sitting here saying.
Okay, yeah, you can have a force acting on something. Okay. You're saying you need a container anytime you have a force?
No, I said you would need a container.
Okay, well, there you go.
Pressure, which is a force acting on a container by definition.
What's the difference? Why do you need a container? Why can't you just have a force?
Because that's what it is, dude. It's a force on a container.
Why are you appealing to some definition? Why can't you imagine what's actually going on?
Why am I appealing to the definition of the very thing that we're talking about? Because that's what we're talking about.
You're being obtuse. Just think about what the definition is talking about and then talk about that. It's talking about a force.
It's a force on a container, specifically. That's what it's defined as.
No.
You're trying to tell us essentially you can have a force on a container without a container.
If there was no container, there would be no force. But that's because...
Okay, here you go.
Okay, in this case, there is no container, but there's a force.
Yeah,
there is a force, though, and it's called gravity. Okay, yeah, I give up. I fucked up.
You said what I needed you to say. Yeah, you said it for me. That's fine. There's no point going on from there. So, thanks for pointing out the gas pressure gradient, because ultimately you're going to need a container for that.
You don't. Why do you think? Why do you think you need a container for the gradient?
I just went through it.
Okay, let's think about this. At the very edge, right, where the gradient is like, okay, at the very edge of the gradient, it's like there's no gas there almost, right? If we're talking about an actual gradient.
Where's that?
Okay, do you know what a gradient is? Do you know what a gradient is or no?
Why are you asking me that question? I'm asking where the edge of your gradient is. Are you in your imagination right now, or is this something you can dance?
Abstractly, right? You have a gradient, and then at the very end, it's like there's nothing there, and at the start, there's a bunch of stuff, right? That's the gradient. In this case, it's gas.
You've got a gradient of a force exerted on a container, and at the end of that gradient, you're going to have what? No container?
What happens if you just have the force and no container? Do you think just the universe explodes or what? What is the container actually doing?
If you have the force on the container and no container, the universe explodes?
That's what you think, because
I think to have
obviously
the
you can't
force on the
comprehend
container,
it.
you're going to need the container.
Why do you need a container? Why can't you just have the force?
Because it's a force. Because it's a force on a container. So you probably need a container for that.
Why do you need a container? You're just being circular.
That's what it is a force on a container.
Oh, dude, you're appealing to some definition.
Carter,
Comprehend it.
think about it. PSI, pounds per square inch. Square inch of what?
Of the ground.
Of the ground.
Yeah, hey, if there was no ground, then there would be no pressure. That's true.
So you're telling me I can go down the street and buy an Oxy bottle, which has got 5,000 watt PSI in it?
Yep.
It's not on the ground. I've got it on my shoulder carrying the fucking thing.
Okay, well, I didn't say there weren't cases where there's a container of pressurized gas. I never said that. I'm just saying it's not a universal statement. It's a false universal statement. You can't say in every case there's pressurized gas that there must be a container with it.
Okay, so in every case that there's force exerted on the walls of a container by gas, there does not need to be a container, is what you just said.
Why are you assuming that there's a container? Here, just say the same sentence.
That's what gas pressure is, dude.
Try saying the same sentence you just said, but without the container and like the first part of it.
It wouldn't make any sense. It would be incoherent. All I'm doing, dude, is swapping the term gas pressure with its very definition. And every single time I do that, you go crazy because you don't know what the words you're saying mean.
No, because you can't comprehend why there's a container there in the first place.
Okay, comprehend for me comprehend for me how there can be no container for a force exerted on a container.
Do you need... Okay, anytime there's a force, right? You're telling me that
no, I didn't say
if I apply a force... Okay, sorry. If I apply a force...
There's a force, I'm talking about a specific force here, gas pressure.
Gas pressure is not a force, but okay.
Yeah, it is. You don't know what you're talking about.
Pressure is force to this area.
This term that you do not understand.
Physics, you don't. Okay.
Why are you just blathering words nonsensically at this point? You don't have a clue what gas pressure is, so you might as well not be trying to.
Gas pressure is a force, bro. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's literally a force exerted on the walls of a container by gas. Are you? What the fuck? Dude.
Okay, well now you added the second part.
Gas pressure.
The second part. You said gas pressure was a force.
Now you're saying gas pressure is not a force.
It's not. Gas pressure is force over area or times.
I'm just shutting him up. He's retarded. It's not a force. Then he says it's a force. Are you kidding me right now?
I said it's force over area or whatever the fuck it is.
So it's a force. So it's a force then, even according to
force over area is a different unit. This is how physics works. You don't understand how basic physics works.
Force over area. That's all right, Carter. Carter, area of what? Right.
The ground. I already said.
So what about the air that's not against the ground?
There's a force applied to it. That's not a container.
From the area of what?
No, dude. The force is applied to the container, dude. The container isn't the force.
Okay, so where's this container that you're talking about for the atmosphere?
Pressure, something pressing on something, that's the force. The ground would be one of the walls of the container.
It's the ground. Is the ground just one side of the container?
Yep.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. Where's the other sides?
That doesn't make any sense. How so?
Where's the other sides of the container?
Surfaces that it's colliding with. Well, you said that there's an edge of the gradient. I wanted to ask you about that. Maybe you have some clue, because you were talking about the edge of your gradient. Is that something you can demonstrate, or you in your imagination with that?
Again, that was an abstract thought experiment, but you couldn't engage in that.
Yeah, not something in the real world, right?
You can't engage with any abstract.
So you're appealing to your imagination, that's the problem. Yeah, you're lost in the sauce.
Yeah, anytime you think abstractly, it's just imagination, and you should not think. You should.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on in the physical world. You've got no clue, dude. You're absolutely
abstract thought never helped anything. I know.
Yeah, I know. You're just lost in your abstractions. Fucking bullshit. Just mind wandering away into bullshit.
Yeah. So Carter, You've been asked what the definition of gas pressure is before, haven't you?
Yeah.
So what's the definition of gas pressure?
Force over area of a fluid.
So it's a force exerted
The
by.
definition of gas pressure is force over an area of fluid.
Cite the definition for us. And also, you said force earlier. You said it's not a fucking force, and now you're calling it a force by definition.
Dude.
Get us a citation.
Okay.
Cite it. Get us. Don't just pull it out of the sky, dude. Get us a citation for gas pressure. Tired of you making stuff up. Get it. Cite it.
All right.
Gas pressure. Should I just read it off? Should I just do it? Nah. Let him step in it.
The force supplied per indicator to the surface of the object per unit area. Over the force, over which the force is distributed.
Dude, citation. You know how to do a citation.
Okay. Wikipedia.
Wikipedia is not fucking citation. My God.
How is that not a citation?
You'd fail fucking high school.
No.
If you brought a citation from Wiki in the high school research paper, you'd get laughed out of
Okay, we're not doing high school research. We're not doing AP.
We're not doing AP
jazz.
what? What's AP?
We're not doing AP Lang, bro. Like, relax.
What's AP mean?
Advanced placement, which you probably would never get into.
You're a pretender clown, dumb fuck. So, we're looking for the citation for gas pressure.
I gave you the definition.
No, you did not, Carter. You gave pressure, dummy. Not gas pressure. You just gave pressure. We asked for the definition of gas pressure.
You just use the fluid instead of.
Everything you can to be avoidant.
It's not it. Citation, please. Citation, please. You're going to get fucking muted.
All right, what's your favorite source?
Citation for gas pressure. Citation for gas pressure. Shut the fuck up and do it.
Okay, hold on.
Shut up. Then speak to it when you post it.
All right, there you go. NASA.
That's not a. You don't even know what a fucking citation is. You posted a source. You're a fucking. Just fucking mute him and move on. He's fucking retarded. What? You don't even know the difference between a fucking source and a citation. You're a dumb fuck, dude. Certifiable. Move on. Why are you wasting your time, folks?
Yeah, it was a really dumb conversation.
And a dumb ending when he posted a fucking reference rather than a citation. From NASA, by the way. Fucking
Which
idiot.
actually, it shoots himself in the foot.
Yeah, it does.
Immediately shoots himself in the foot once you open this.
Hey, Carter, you can earn an unmute if you do a full citation.
He won't know how to do it.
He's probably looking up what a citation is.
What a fucking bozo.
Oh, shit. Anyways, Carter, thank you for entertaining me during my lunch break. All right, guys, I'll catch you all later on. Peace.
Yeah, you too, man. Thanks for the butt muncher.
See you.
What the hell is this? What is this Department of Agriculture thing? What is this sequitur to? Woody plants selected by beavers in the Appalachian and Valley Province. Bro, you just post whatever.
Well, it's a citation. That's how you'd write it, a citation up.
Wow. Carter, gas pressure is the name given to the force exerted by gas particles colliding with the wall of the container.
Yeah.
Stay cooked.
Oh.
Hi, Leaf.
So, wall was actually in the very sentence right before the one that he pulled out of his source there. The whole paragraph is about the containment of the gas, the container, and the gas molecules striking it to cause the pressure, etc. And he just pulled a sentence out that didn't mention that. Cherry picking at its finest, sir.
So even though your citation says that there's a wall, you want to argue
of a
against
container,
your own citation?
specifically. It says right before the part that he pulled out, as the gas molecules collide with the walls of a container, as shown on the left in the figure, the molecules impart momentum to the walls, producing a force perpendicular to the wall. The sum of the forces of all molecules striking the wall by the area of the wall is defined to be the pressure.
Okay, well they don't get it, just like you guys.
The walls that they're actually talking about in that sentence that he pulled out, they're walls of a container, and he omitted that bit for his citation.
That's hilarious. And then he wants to say wall isn't necessary in his argument. How is the wall? The wall it's only mentioned how many times, and it's not necessary in his argument.
It's not, so it's fine. It's not
the force of the gas striking the wall, that is the force, that is the gas pressure. How can you say it's not necessary?
Okay, here's actually the issue. You don't need a container. You do need a wall, but only one wall.
Okay, so how are you going to stop the gas from just expanding forever then without an enclosed space?
If you have uniform force acting upon it, pushing it towards that wall.
Okay, so what are you going to do to stop the gas from just ever expanding without an enclosed space?
What did I just say?
Yeah, what did you say?
You have a uniform force acting on the gas.
What's
pushing it against the wall.
Pushing it against the wall? That's just kinetic energy, dude.
There's only one wall. There's only one wall.
How? Okay, so show us a demonstration of gas being contained by one wall. One wall preventing the expansion of gas into a volume. Just one wall. Do it.
Yeah, just one wall. No container, just one wall.
One wall and a force. That's the important part. One wall and an external force.
Yeah. Okay, bring your external force in one wall and show us gas limited. The expansion of gas being limited by just those things.
Look at the stars. There you go.
What the fuck?
That's your example.
It's not a demonstration of gas doing anything.
Look, man, we have a gravity, and that's the only example. So it's kind of like the black swan.
Yeah, that's a nice.
It's kind of like the black swan. You only have one.
Oh my god, dude.
One thing.
What are you talking? You're just fucking babbling. Dude. What's wrong with you?
Listen to his stupid giggles. Listen to his stupid fucking chuckles. You chuckle fuck.
You don't have the demonstration.
Sorry,
you don't have what we're asking
That's okay.
for. You can't.
That's okay.
Know exactly what you're saying. It's not. You're saying that you can have one surface and some sort of force. You're going to limit the expansion.
Yeah, in this case it's gravity, and in another case it might be something else, but it doesn't matter.
Just acting like a fool.
Doesn't
wow,
matter.
Carter. Did you know that gravity is not?
Okay, demonstrate. I'm not going to even grill you on what that is because I don't want to derail into that topic. Just demonstrate.
All right, good. Demonstrate what? You want me to demonstrate gravity for you?
You did.
I'm cutting out, dude. He cut out. I don't know about you guys, but he cut
I
out.
want you to demonstrate it doing the thing that you just claimed it does.
Yeah,
What
one
was
wall,
that?
Carter. One wall. One wall.
It is one wall. What's wrong with that?
Gravity will be the rest of your walls. Yeah, just get one wall, and then gravity will be the rest of your walls. And you're going to have a contained, confined area that the gas is going to be confined to, just with that.
Yep. Yeah, show
Do you
us
think
a
there's
one
anything?
wall.
Do you think there's anything wrong with that model, though? Just like just from like a
what's wrong
conceptual
with it is you can't
standpoint.
demonstrate it.
No. I know you can't demonstrate it.
What's
but
wrong with it is it's not practical or demonstrable.
No,
It doesn't
does it
physically
go against?
exist in the
Does
real
it go
world.
against like our model?
It goes
Does it go
against the
against
physics of the real world. Yes, the physics of the real world. Yeah, it does, because you can't demonstrate it physically. You'd be able to provide physical
We
demonstration.
can't demonstrate
if
a lot
this
of
were-
things that are still like maybe like possible.
Okay, if you can't demonstrate it physically, then why are you calling it physics?
Because it aligns with the laws of physics.
Okay, if it aligns with the laws of physics, then why can't you demonstrate it physically?
Because it might be hard to demonstrate. So
It might be impossible because it doesn't align with the laws of physics because it's not something that happens.
Okay, well, how is it impossible? How does it go against the laws of physics? Go ahead and tell me.
Because it cannot be physically done, dude.
That's not
doesn't
an
exist in
answer.
the
That's
physical
called
world.
circular
you can't
reasoning.
demonstrate it in the physical world. It's
Explain
not
to me
circular
why it's
reasoning, you
not
fool.
possible.
You can't demonstrate it in the physical world
Syllogism, buddy.
because it doesn't follow the laws of physics.
How?
Because you can't demonstrate it.
Oh my gosh, dude. So you can't point to anything in our physical model that would show that it's impossible. You can't do that. You just got to say, oh, it's impossible
You can't
because it's
point
not
to anything in the physical world
So silly,
that
dude.
supports your.
So
you can't point to
Here's a
anything in
question.
the physical world that supports your claim.
Are unicorns physically?
You're not answering questions. You're not asking the questions here. You can't point to anything in the physical world that supports your claim of a physics model, dude. What are you modeling then? Obviously not the physical world.
Okay. But
What are
if
you
something, okay, why do we have a model that works?
What are you modeling? What's the observed phenomenon? If this is a physics model, then you must have an observed phenomenon in the natural and physical world to begin with, to even begin modeling. What's that?
An attractive force and a wall and some gas.
An attractive
There you
force and a wall.
Go. Yep. That's what you'd
Where?
need to demonstrate it, right?
Gravity is
specifically. Yeah, I know, but I'm going to ask him what he actually observed.
It doesn't
What did you
matter.
actually observe? No, give me the actual observation. What was it specifically? The specific thing in the natural world that was seen and observed.
When I drop an apple, it falls down.
Okay, that's got nothing to do with gas. Try again.
It demonstrates that there's a downward force, and then if there's gas, then there must be a downward force acting upon
Okay,
it. So.
okay. So if that logic holds, if it'll happen to an apple, therefore it'll happen to gas. Just do it with gas then. Demonstrate with gas real quick. Go ahead.
What do you mean? Demonstrate that gravity acts on gas?
I mean, yeah. Use gas in your demonstration of what you claim happens in the physical world with gas, not some other state matter. What's observed
boron.
with gas that you're... Okay, what's the observation?
It falls down when you pour it.
Falls down.
No?
Does it mix? Does it mix with the other gases?
It goes down. I don't know what else to tell you.
Goes down.
Because of gravity and attractive force.
It doesn't disperse and mix homogeneously with the other gases around it over time.
Maybe, but that doesn't mean it's not going down. That doesn't mean there's not an attractive force.
Okay, you're begging the question of attractive force, and you're out of step with your own paradigm saying force.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's effectively a force, bro.
Effectively a force. What is it? Not a force then? Just acting like one, but not really a force?
It's an acceleration that causes a force.
Acceleration that causes a force. The force would be the thing causing the acceleration, doofus.
Okay, well then it's a force because it accelerates objects to a certain point.
Then it's a force. Okay, well, not in the Einsteinian paradigm.
Okay, boohoo, you can have both in the same thing. So you can have both paradigms and it still works. We're not talking about black holes, bro.
Carter, you're just like invincibly ignorant, dude.
You guys can't win against me.
No, you can't win against invincible ignorance.
Sorry, I had to
Right.
step away for a sec. But okay, so your demonstration, the gas only needs one surface, and then gravity to limit it to a confined space. Is that you're going to release gas in an already contained gaseous environment?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so that gas within that gaseous environment, how's that there?
You mean how is it there?
What's that doing
pour
there?
it. The fluid.
No.
That's good.
So what's it next to?
Being
A
attracted
vacuum?
by gravity.
What's it next to? What is the gas next to?
more
A
gas.
vacuum?
It's next to more gas.
Next to more gas. Okay.
And more gas and more gas.
Okay, so how's that gas contained?
By other gas.
By other gas.
And
So gas
it's
contains
not
gas.
it's
so you
not
can have a wall of gas.
contained.
So you can have a
Dude,
wall
oh my gosh.
Wait, the gas isn't contained, then how's it there? Wouldn't it just keep expanding?
Sorry,
forever?
it's contained by gravity and the wall.
Okay, can you demonstrate gravity acting as a container for gas?
It's a force. That's all you need.
It's a force,
Which is
isn't a
my whole-
demonstration.
which is my whole argument,
so
right?
the words it's a force isn't a demonstration.
No, dude, you're not understanding.
Also, go look it up,
what
Carter.
you need a container.
Gravity's not a force.
Okay.
Because gravity doesn't have mass.
Yeah, that's why I said it's acceleration. And I know that it's acceleration, but
You've added gas into an already gaseous environment, so obviously that gas within that environment is already contained somehow. We're asking you to demonstrate gas with no container, without the walls, the physical walls of a container, other than the one that you granted.
Okay.
And then just gravity for the rest of it, and you're going to limit the expansion of that gas into some sort of adjacent vacuum with no other walls but that one.
Okay, dude. I don't know how else to explain this. I already told you. There
don't
is
explain,
an
demonstrate.
acceleration. Well, I can't. How would I demonstrate that? I can't.
Exactly. That's the whole point. It's impossible.
Dude,
it doesn't
no.
exist. It's impossible.
Okay.
No. Yeah, exactly. You just said it right there. How would I demonstrate that? You can't because it's not reality, dude.
Can unicorns exist physically? Can they?
Yeah, the same way that your single wall container for gas exists.
Right? They can. They're
The
physically
same way
possible.
that your single wall.
They're
the
physically
same way that
possible,
your-
right?
Your one wall container for gas exists. Same way that does.
Yeah, so just like a unicorn, right? Here, just like a unicorn, just like my what I'm talking about, just like a unicorn, it's physically possible, but I can't demonstrate it.
Actually,
So
I'm
there-
happy with that. All right,
Yeah, I know it sounds bad. I know it sounds bad, but it's
That's
true.
fine.
Yeah.
You just said
It
that
sounds-
gravity.
It sounds
gravity
bad, but hey,
container
guess
for
what?
gas.
It's
Yeah.
still physically possible. Oh my
You
gosh.
just said that your gravity container for gas is as realistic as unicorns. I'm fine with that. That's good enough.
It's still physically possible. It's still unicorns could exist, right?
You're desperate. You're really desperate.
Dude. Oh my gosh.
This religion of yours has got you now arguing unicorns. Dude. You
but
got
it's actually an L.
think about what this has done to your head, dude. This conversation has made you now argue for unicorns.
I didn't say unicorns existed. Oh my gosh.
You said
my
that
whole
they
point
could.
is
Yeah,
that this
exactly.
is possible.
Okay. In the
My
same
whole
way that
point-
unicorns are
my whole
possible.
argument-
Wait.
Okay, go ahead.
In the same way that unicorns are possible.
Yes.
But unicorns
You
don't
can't
exist.
say-
You're not. But you're
guys
not
are
saying that
doing this
unicorns exist, right? You're not saying
You
unicorns
guys
exist.
this thing where like unicorns
So you're not saying
can
unicorns exist. You're not saying they
That's what you
exist,
guys are
right?
doing.
You're not saying unicorns exist, right?
It is possible.
Yeah, it's possible.
You're not saying they exist.
That's my whole
exist.
argument. That's my argument. You're saying unicorns cannot exist. That's your
So
argument. That's what you said.
Okay. Okay, so you're not saying that your gravity container for gas exists.
I'm saying it's physically possible, and you're saying definitionally, no, it's not. It's not possible.
You're saying it's possible, like unicorns are possible.
Oh my God! There's no way you can't comprehend this. When someone makes an existential claim,
No, that's fine. I'm just trying to get it on record. That's all. I'm just trying to get this thoroughly on the record.
Definitionally, make the claim that all gas needs to be pressurized by a container. You're saying it's impossible for gas to be pressurized without a container. And I'm making the argument that it is possible if you have a wall and a force. That's my argument.
That unicorns are possible.
Yeah,
Yes,
so Carter, you still haven't demonstrated a one-wall container.
So your gravity container claim. So your gravity container claim is as realistic as unicorns.
Oh my gosh, dude, I give up.
So it's fiction, basically.
Do you think do you think you can make an existential claim and then someone else say it's impossible? Do you think those can be in conflict with each other? Right? Do you think that can be something that people can argue?
Yeah.
Because that's what's going down.
Unicorns.
Because
we've got you on the live stream now. Yeah.
I don't care, because what I'm saying makes perfect sense. And I understand what I'm like. If you don't understand it, that's fine.
Yeah, there could be unicorns.
But this is just how claims work.
Yeah, this is where your mind has gone. There could be unicorns.
Do you know the difference between someone who says unicorns cannot exist ever and someone who says, it might be possible? We might have just not found them
that's
yet.
Fine.
Are those two people the same person to you? Do you think they represent the same claim or what? Yeah, so what's the difference?
Well, the difference is one is lost in fantasy and imagination, obviously. The other one knows what's going on
in the real world. I shouldn't have used unicorns. The cognitive dissonance is crazy.
Well, you did. You used unicorns, and you said that they're about as realistic as your gravity container. And I'm fine with that. If you want to, believe that there could be unicorns the same way gravity could do this and that to gas, that's fine.
Okay, well, whatever.
Basically,
maybe you're struggling because
it's a fantasy
unicorns
belief
are like
that you have. I'm not struggling. You've made it clear that it's a fantasy belief.
Yeah, I think maybe the fantasy part is what's throwing you off. It's like it's very unlikely that unicorns actually exist. But I'm saying
it's very unlikely that your gravity container actually exists, since that's the
but I think my gravity container is very probable. That's the thing.
Oh, it's highly probable, even though
it aligns with observations and it's physically possible. Really? So I mean, I don't know what else you need.
Then why did you say it was physically possible the same way unicorns are possible? Do unicorns align with our observations?
They share the same property of it being possible. That's why I brought up
unicorns share the same property of being possible as your gravity container.
Exactly, yeah. They just aren't. They share the same ability.
You're going to go ahead and say this, so exactly. You're okay with this. You're okay with putting this argument out there. The gravity container is as likely as unicorns. You're okay with saying this?
Where it's impossible, yes. If we're saying it either it's possible or it's not, those are the only two options, then yeah.
Where you guys get bored
then that's something else.
Is that what it was?
I hope this gets clear.
Yeah, fucking right. Over talk everyone.
It's on YouTube.
Just over talk you. Shut the fuck up.
I mean, he said that his gravity container is as possible as unicorns.
What? That's what I'm. Why is he off mood? Kick his ass out of here.
I like that. I'll take that. I'll take that. That's good for the record.
My God.
Thanks, Carter. You did good. Thanks.
Fucking gravity container. Your fucking ass is a gravity container. Fucking clown. Fuck out of here. Go back to your cake decorating forums. Probably laugh you out of there too. Dumb fuck.
It was hilarious. Yeah, he said it's possible the same way unicorns are possible. I'm okay with that.
Well, it looks like the chat skank word tonight is Jolly Virus. He's deafened and muted himself.
Is it?
Carter deafened himself to go back through the live stream and listen to that train wreck.
The fuck?
What about Leaf? Leaf, are you a Glober?
Oh God, he's dumber than the other guy.
Oh gosh, never mind then.
I'm agnostic.
What do you think of that, Leaf? There could be a gravity container, just like there could be unicorns.
Yeah, because like the gravity is pushing to us instead of like pulling.
Oh, brother.
So you agree with him? It's possible, like unicorns.
Bro, y'all dumbass just don't understand. If you're a flat earther, you have to understand that.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
The world is split in
Shut the
half.
fuck up. You're the dumbest person in here. Not giving you the fucking mic. You already demonstrated your dumbass. How many times?
Not enough.
Apparently not enough. If it was my server, it would have been enough 3 years ago for your dumbass.
People get a bit sensitive and I'm telling the truth. It's alright.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
Are you guys ready to get destroyed again? Little
here comes
out.
little man. Here comes little
He's
man
running.
again.
Wait, he said he's out. He's running away from the fight. From my truth. I'm the truth. As always.
Okay, little buddy.
Check this out. Carter just said a minute ago that gravity could contain gas. It's about as likely as unicorns. And he put that forth as an argument for gravity.
Oh, well, Carter, you're mistaken, because gravity is the reason to why. Okay, he deafened. Never mind. Dude, is that...
Carter's a Glober. Carter's one of your boys. That's what he said.
Hold on. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Wait.
100% sure.
Yeah. I said, look, it could be that gravity contains gas, just like there could be unicorns. He couldn't physically demonstrate it being so, so he had to liken gravity to unicorns, and he thought that that was a pretty good argument for gravity.
Wow.
I agree with them. Yeah, you kind of have to appeal to fiction or something, right? Because you can't physically demonstrate it. That's what I was grilling him on. Where's the physical demonstration? He said you can't have
I could
that.
demonstrate gravity.
So he said it's like unicorns. They could exist.
So the experiment for gravity is going to be... For gravity is going to be... I'm not going to say force. I'm not falling for it. I'm not going to say force.
We're talking about gas, though. Gravity acting on gas. Even if we want to grant you gravity, we're talking specifically about its supposed effects on gas.
Yeah, you could demonstrate that by going to a higher altitude and knowing that the gas pressure is going to change from like sea level.
Okay, and that's
Too bad
due
you said
to the
pressure.
bending and warping of space-time, a conceptual medium.
No, heretic. He just said pressure. You can't have pressure without the container.
Yeah, I know.
What? What are you talking about? I just said gravity
you're
acts
talking
as a
about gas
container.
pressure, right?
Yeah, he talking about how at higher
Forces
altitude, you
exerted
go
on the
up
walls
and
of a container.
less pressure, but there's still pressure.
Wait, there is less pressure. Less doesn't mean none. What do you mean?
Right, of course, exactly. No, I agree with you.
Wait, I'm so confused here. What are we? There's two people talking at the same time. What's the?
Yeah.
So you guys are saying there is
gas pressure is
none?
a force exerted on the walls of a container. Saying that there's less of it is still admitting a container.
It's like what do you mean? No, there's no physical container. Gravity isn't physical, right? It's
So what's gas pressure?
The pressure of gas. I mean, this is what do you mean? How do you want me to define
but what
this?
is it? What's the definition of gas pressure?
Gas pressure. I can just give it to you. Like, we'll just make this quick. Okay, rip the Band-Aid off. The definition of gas pressure is the force that gas particles exert upon the walls of the container that they're in.
Right.
So
That's what I just said. Gravity.
You said right.
Gravity is like a container.
Yeah, gravity's not a physical container.
So gas is
It doesn't need
exerting
to be
pressure.
physical.
So gas is exerting pressure on the walls of gravity, and gravity is non-physical. How does it do that?
So the way gravity works is it acts not a force, guys. Please don't jump me on this again.
So you got non-physical
It acts-
walls.
Yeah, but what
Gas
it
is exerting a
fundamentally
force.
does, what it does, gravity as a whole, what it does is just pull things down, including air, including molecules, including everything.
Pull
So
things down. So
to the core of the
pushing them
globe, right?
down.
To the core. Yeah. So
That would be a force
the-
exerted on gas, not gas
That would be a
exerting the
force. you're claiming gravity as a
yes,
force.
but what? Okay, guys, hold on. If there is no gravity, there won't be any sort of gas pressure because the air would just go out to outer
That's
space.
nonsense.
Yeah.
Well, that's the whole problem. There can't be outer space because there has to be a confined area for the gas.
But it's, you guys are making the assumption that it's going to be confined. It's not.
It has
It's
to
not.
be.
There's no physical confined.
Well,
Okay.
I'm not making an assumption. It's the definition of gas pressure. Gas pressure is the force exerted by gas on the walls of its container. How are you supposed to have that force on a container without the container?
I keep saying this. I mean, gravity acts as a container, so this is.
Okay, so now you've got gas exerting a force on the wall of gravity, and gravity is space-time, which is a conceptual, non-physical.
Well, gravity is not a wall either, right? Gravity is more like a force.
Well, then gas can't be colliding with it.
No, what it does collide with it. That's why it's more dense in the bottom of sea level, right? It's going to be colliding with the land, with the sea level, the ground. That's why there's more in the bottom, and the higher you go.
That's one wall of the container, the ground. Yeah, okay, I'll take that.
Does this guy not know what the fuck he's talking about?
Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with a non-physical medium, a conceptual medium of gravity,
Heretic.
space-time.
1 second, my intelligence was questioned. Who's the guy who said, I don't know what I'm talking about? Can you speak up a little? Can we talk about this? And let me demonstrate to you.
I want to see the rest of your gravity container, dude.
Can I beat the guy and show him he doesn't know what he's talking about?
Don't get into a pissing match right now. We're trying to focus
My
on
pride
something
has been
important,
touched,
which is a
okay.
gravity container.
Yeah, I keep telling you, the gas pressure is going to be more on the bottom because gravity plays a role. It's going to be so. Like, hold on. A good example would be like when you pour oil water, right? Which one is going to be in the bottom? Which one is going to be on top? Do you know?
Okay, so that's density. So that's a density tower. So that's not.
Yeah, but hold on. Density doesn't mean anything by itself, though. Density doesn't.
Gas doesn't arrange itself like that. It just mixes homogeneously.
So
You don't
why
have layers
doesn't
of
it?
the denser gases and then the less dense ones going up? It's not like that. It's homogeneous, more or less.
Oh, really? So why is it the case that when we fill a balloon with helium, it goes up?
Yeah, because it's contained. Because the helium is cut off.
Yeah,
from
but
the
if
rest
it's
of
all the
gases.
same.
The helium can't intermix with all the other gases in the surrounding gaseous environment because it is contained.
Yeah, but the reason it goes up because it's lighter, right? That's why when you suck it, your voice becomes also lighter. Do you understand that?
So yeah. So what?
Okay, so what you
Going
just
up
said is a
because it's
lie. When you
contained-
just
Listen,
you
dude,
just
it's going to mix homogeneously with the rest of the gases if it's exposed to them. Since it's cut
it's
off
gonna go
because
up.
it's contained, not necessarily it's going to go in all directions.
No,
The
it
balloon
cannot
itself
go in all
is
directions.
going to be less dense than the overall gaseous environment at the surface. That's why the balloon is the thing that's going up. The helium itself, if it were just exposed to the overall gaseous environment, would just mix.
Okay, but the reason it's
It'll go
going up
every
is
which way.
because hold on. If I put oxygen in a balloon, it's not going to go up. It's going to come back down, right?
All right, so we're getting into the sauce here. So what you're supposed to demonstrate is that space-time is actually
Here's like you're running away.
some
You're
sort
running
of a
away from the
force on
point.
gas.
I think you realized the point you made was wrong. So you're running away again, dude. Come on.
No, we're not. No, it's just that I've already responded to
Okay,
it.
so why is it when I fill with why
And
is it
it's
when
sort
I
of a
blow in it?
sidebar, dude,
Oh,
because
God,
you're
he's
supposed
running
to be
away.
proving your cause claim for a gradient. That's
I'm
what you're
trying.
running
I'm
away.
trying. That's what I'm trying to
Okay,
do.
so
for-
how do you know that
so-
space-time causes a gradient?
Okay, can I please try without you interrupting? Please,
Yeah, if you're
I'm
going
begging.
to speak to the point. Okay, so you're going
I'm
to use
on my
a
knees
helium
right now,
balloon to
okay?
demonstrate that space-time causes a
I'm on my
gradient.
knees. I'm begging you, please.
And
Please, sir.
okay, yeah, make sure you stick to the point. Space-time causing a gradient.
So yeah, the
Really?
reason why. Oh God.
Yeah.
Wait, you're gonna narrow down my talking point when we're talking about me providing evidence for
was your
the
claim.
claim that I'm making?
This was your claim.
So you're already narrowing down everything I'm talking about.
Why are you
You
running
control
away from
everything
the
I
claim?
say.
You're running away.
I'm not running
Why
away
are
from
you
it.
running away?
You're running away from the point that
This was your
that
claim.
you knew was wrong.
Space-time causes a gradient. You're,
You're running away
Why are you
again.
doing that?
You're-
Yeah, why are
There's
you
a
running
reason
away?
why you don't want me to talk
Space-time
about the
causes a
oxygen
gradient.
and
You're running
oh
away.
my
I don't know
God.
why you're doing that. Now you're talking about helium balloons. That
I
doesn't
hope
have
you
anything
guys
to do with
realize
space-time.
he's running away right now. He made a point that he knew was wrong, so now he won't let me talk.
I never
Because you
said
understand what
anything
he
that
said.
was wrong, and you're running
Okay,
away.
then let me
Well, so then I'm
demonstrate what
running
you said
away.
is wrong. Give me a chance to speak. Okay, can I speak?
What I said
You
was
said
wrong.
if they're gonna mix. Okay, you said
Yeah, they're going to.
oxygen.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you pop the
So
balloon, that gas
can
will
I
just
finish?
disperse
Can I?
in all
Can I?
directions.
Can I
It will. It'll
finish?
disperse in all directions because the air
Okay, you got.
outside is mostly
I mean, it's
just
so obvious you're scared.
generally a
There's no point.
homogeneous
You got
mixture,
it.
dude. What are you trying to say, that you've just got a layer of helium somewhere up in the stratosphere or something like that? Got all the helium up there. It's all concentrated up there, and like, shut up, dude. It's not how it works. All the hydrogen, it's all up there. You got the carbon dioxide, the boron, whatever heavier gases. They just pool at the surface. Next layer up, you've got a different type of gas. No, it's homogeneous, mostly. I made him quit. See how I got him triggered? He thought he was just going to troll around and just brush off the topic, just be a goofball. He's going to try to get us triggered, and I got him triggered.
everything you say. Hey, T-Dub, what's going on? Hello?
What's going on?
I just wanted to see if my mate Daz and T-Dub are around. And, Critical. They're the homies, mate.
They seem to be in the VC.
Yeah, dude, they're like my mates, but they're not because they're kind of crushing my dreams. Like every time I'm about to set forward on the exploration, they're like, "No, you're a fucking idiot." And they make fun of me. It's bullshit.
They're doing the Lord's work.
Just because I want to explore and see stuff in real life for myself and get like first-hand sources doesn't make me dumb. It just makes me a fucking
space cadet.
No, it just means I want 100% proof, cunt. That makes me smart, to be honest. Otherwise, it's just hearsay. A bunch of people can fucking just write on paper and say, "Oh, I've seen this and that." It doesn't mean anything.
So what are you here claiming?
I'm not claiming anything, mate. I'm claiming that it would be a good time to have a beer. That's what I'm claiming, cut. You fucking dog.
Excuse me. Yeah, I'm having some beer.
You're excused. You're excused, mate.
Thank you.
Sorry, when you were like a kid, like a really little kid, did you have to like ask to be excused from the table? You're like, "May I please leave the table?"
A really little kid or just a little?
Like, I'll say like 0 to like.
I'm going to excuse you from this table pretty soon.
I don't think I did. I don't remember that.
If you dummies can't focus, I'm going to have to boot you out of the table.
Okay, what do you want to focus on?
Your claim that the Earth is a globe.
I don't have that claim.
All right. Who does? Let's look around.
So why did you say that was my claim?
I just decided it was.
That's a crazy assertion.
Yeah.
Is it your claim?
Gave it to you. I just gave it to him.
So you're making claims now.
Yeah, I'm making the claim that you're a glober. Prove me wrong.
The only thing I claim is the waves when I like get barreled, bro. I'm like, fuck yeah. I claim that wave, bro.
Yeah, definitely a glober.
You just ask him what he thinks. Either one.
No, I just would rather accuse him and then just see what he does.
You're like Amber Heard. You're like a little Amber Heard.
But that's not the way to get answers.
He's avoiding the topic. Yeah, he's definitely a glober. Refuses to discuss the topic. Classic glober trait. I know he's a glober now. I rest my case.
Why would I discuss something I know nothing about? That's retarded.
He knows nothing about the globe. He's definitely a glober. Got him. Dead to rights.
Are you like trolling and laughing as like a bad faith, like dumb flat earther? Are you trying to make flat earthers look bad?
No. I don't think it looks too bad.
Yeah.
Well, the way you're acting right now doesn't. Yeah, the way you're acting right now doesn't really represent them in like good light, to be honest.
Well, that's just because you're upset.
What am I upset
You're
about?
just upset right now. Well, you're the butt of my joke right now, so you're upset. You're upset about it.
I'm the arse of your joke. What's the joke?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're the glober.
Globe.
That's the joke.
What's a globe, dude?
Big joke. That's the globe believer. You know, a guy who doesn't know anything about the globe.
Like a snow globe, and you shake it, and like the fucking snow goes on. Those snow globes, dude.
Yeah, not one of those.
Is there a globe?
Nah, it's not a globe because there's like a firmament around it, and when you shake it, like the little snowballs go down in the snow globe. So it's actually should be called a snow firmament.
See how he keeps trying to shift off to something stupid? That's a glober right there.
Yeah, I'm a globe tard, dude.
You're not making the globe look very good right now. Should you come in here to like misrepresent the globe, make it look stupid?
I think the globe actually doesn't look good. We're polluted. The globe looks shit right now. It's really polluted. We need to stop killing the Great Barrier Reef. That's what we need to stop doing.
You want to make your homies look bad for?
So, when are we going to convince most of America that the Earth is flat? Like, when will it be on the news and official?
Tomorrow.
Hey, we just found out the Earth is flat.
Yeah, we're going live tomorrow. Yeah, we'll take care of it. Don't worry. Sit down.
I don't know. I watch some really shitty news, dude. Like, I don't know if it's
we'll
going to be on my channel.
We'll sort it out. Leave it to us. We got it.
If all these things are true, which has been said in here, and if it is flat and all the conspiracy is true, you're not going to feel like World War III. There's going to have to be like a new world and all this shit.
Do you think people will care that much? I mean, they will now because of what they've been indoctrinated with, but if it just slowly comes to light, people will just make the shift over time.
Wait, bro, are you saying people are going to kill each other over this?
I don't think so.
No, not you.
No, I'm saying by the time it happens, there would have another world war.
Oh, okay. You're not saying because of this. You're saying it's going to take that long. Yeah. Okay.
Oh. It's pretty
And there
weird.
probably would be some fucking not war, but like a rise up from like civilians against governments and agencies, being like, "Why the fuck are you like, cunt?"
I think they'll just be like, "Oh fuck me, they lied." Oh well.
Yeah, I don't think it would be. They wouldn't be a big deal. I mean, there's other reasons to riot and shit like that, or stand up to the government. That would be the least of the worries,
Yeah,
what do you mean, bro? For like centuries and centuries, we have been indoctrinated to think something that's completely untrue. As to why, I don't know. You'd be like fucking fighting over that.
Well, they'll just say that they never. Dude, they'll just say that they never said that, and then all the NPCs will go, "You're crazy. They never said that."
Yeah, like
just be like, "We never said it was a globe."
That's true.
Dude, but there would be a lot of...
And all the Karens will go around being like, "You crazy conspiracy theorists. No one ever seriously thought that."
But how long do you think podcasts will be, around saying that, like the majority of them say that the Earth is round? So when would that change?
Tomorrow. I got it planned for tomorrow.
What's your plan for Tomorrowland?
I just plan to have all the podcasts saying that it's not a globe anymore. We're not even saying that, saying anything about it.
Aren't we like on a podcast right now? Like, isn't this like a live stream or some shit?
Yeah.
So you're kind of like famous.
Well, I mean, he asked when, so I gave him a date. That's all. I can't stick to it or anything.
Oh, you want to go on a date with me, big boy? Nah, don't swing that way, buddy.
Are you my cousin Ricky?
No.
You sound exactly like him.
Ricky got shot, cunt. They were like, Ricky! And he's like running up the street and he got shot in the back.
Ricky. Is that you, Ricky? Sounds
me?
Like him. You're not talking now. No, not you, the other guy.
The American.
I guess. Got an accent, though.
Oh, he called you American, heretic.
Oh, the Aussie just spoke, cunt.
Yeah.
I'm Antarctican.
That guy, yeah.
Oh, shit. Well, can you tell me about the ice wall if you're Antarctican?
Go ask the U.S. Geologic Survey.
What are you, Timbo, you fucking gay cunt? What's going on?
What's up, ass liquor?
Having a couple of brewskis. What about you?
It's early for that.
Fuck off, cut it to the afternoon. I waited till lunchtime. Fuck off.
Me too. Drinking some beers.
How dare this cunt trying to tell me it's too early?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
1:45, man. You could have at least
Yes.
waited till. Could have waited till 3.
I was gonna fucking crack one in the morning, but I had to work. Well, not
Where the
actually work
fuck is
cardio, but I had to do backyard work.
What's that about
Where's
anyway?
the
Work?
1:45?
Hey, Timbo, T-Dub's been attacking me, dude. It's fucking gnarly.
Good man. Keep at him, T-Dub.
He's like, you need to stop talking about the ice walls and going there. Like, I don't give a fuck about your globe or flat earth. I just want to know what's beyond the ice wall. That's all I want to fucking know.
You should ask the US Geological Services.
Yeah.
They're not going to tell me, those cunts.
They're the only ones that
Neither
talk
am I.
about it. So.
I'll email them and they won't respond.
Maybe
Have
they
you
will.
emailed them?
Yeah. It wasn't very formal. I was like, how you going? What's the go with the ice wall, cunt? And they haven't responded.
You sent them an Aussie email.
Yeah.
Hey, mate. Icefall. What is it?
Alhamdulillah.
So if you... do you think it's a globe?
I don't know. I don't fucking know, dude. You're gonna hate
Nobody
me.
knows.
You're gonna hate me. I'm a Christian, dude, and it says nothing in the Bible about it being a globe or a sphere or anything. So I don't know.
You've got a mouth on you for a Christian.
Yeah, I know, it's pretty gnarly. I'm not a good Christian, put it that way. I'm trying to be better.
Hey,
Why-
were you
why
guys?
would I hate-
Were you,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, mate.
no, it's okay. Were you guys in the Mad Max movies, like the early ones?
Yeah, lad.
Yeah, man.
I recognize your voices.
I was in
That's
number
awesome.
2. The one with that, like, fucking yellow car with the black stripes.
Were you?
I was in the original. My name's Mel.
Yo, Gibbo, what's going on, mate?
What did you guys do in the scenes? Were you just back up, or were you like a main character? Was one of you guys Mel Gibson,
Yeah,
Yeah,
me.
he was.
I'm Mel.
or that blue-haired guy? I don't know his name.
I've actually never seen any of those movies, eh?
Ah, fuck, man, you're missing out.
I was the guy that cut off my hand with a hacksaw.
Oh,
Isn't that Saw Cut? What the fuck?
You've never seen Mad Max?
No, that was before my time, and it's never like been popular enough to come up on TV or anything.
Oh, I heard a hint of a Western Australian accent there.
Nah, Queensland.
you should watch them though. They're
More than Queensland.
I mean, they're worth a watch. I mean, you'll rewatch them, I'm sure.
Nah, dude. I've like looked up photos of it. Like I went on Google, looked up the images. It doesn't look that good.
But that doesn't do justice, though. You have to actually watch the movie. You can't just look at. If I looked at the pictures of that movie, I'd be like, "Fuck this! Like, what is this?" You know, you actually have to watch it. It's pretty good.
If I'm watching an old movie, I'm more like a Rambo, like fucking Die Hard sort of cunt, you know?
Yeah, me too.
Maybe Karate Kid. That was pretty fucking good.
Oh hell yeah, yeah.
And I'm not talking about this gay cunt Karate Kid with fucking that black kid, no offense. I'm talking about the original.
Wait, what black kid?
Like, that gay boy, what's his, Will Smith's son. And I'm not talking about that one.
Oh, the remake.
Shit.
Yeah, that was actually kind of decent movie.
You know what was even better? You know what was better than that? A better attempt at making like inclusiveness into that movie. There was a Karate Kid called The Next Karate Kid before that. You could call it Karate Kid 4. It had a chick in it. That was fucking good.
Yeah, that was better than I thought it would be. It's decent.
She had that eagle, dude. She had that hawk. Or was it eagle or hawk? I forget.
I don't know, man. I only watched that one like once. I've seen the other ones like 50 times.
Was that on a flat Earth?
Possibly.
Must have been if it was filmed. If it was filmed here, it was set on a flat Earth.
In number 2, they like put these little fucking candles in the ocean and shit, and the ocean horizon was flat, dude. So I don't know.
You know you can't have candles without a container.
Why not?
Well, you need oxygen, right?
Yeah, but there's oxygen around us.
Yeah, I know, because we're in a container.
Yeah, but actually, what keeps in the... hang on, I didn't even think about this, cunt. Like, I'm not even trolling here. This is like because I haven't looked into even like the globe version of this like theory. What even is keeping oxygen in our atmosphere that they call?
On which model?
The globe one. What do they say the reason is?
Oh, they say it's gravity.
Oh, what the fuck? But it's a gas.
There's no evidence that gravity affects the direction of gas at all.
Yeah, exactly.
Gas goes in all directions, right? Or
you can't put weight on a fucking gas.
To a lower pressure, from high to low, always. So if there's no boundary, that would mean that the gas pressure would go into the vacuum of space if there's a vacuum of space, right? So we wouldn't be breathing.
Yeah, well, especially if it goes from high to low. It's meant to be high pressure in space, so it should be just sucked out there, really.
At low, it's almost zero. Almost, they say. So we have gas pressure at sea level, like, almost 14 psi. And next to, because there's no boundary, next to a vacuum of space, which is near zero. So, and we all know that gas pressure always goes from high to low. Always fills the available space.
So by rights, all the oxygen should just be floating in space, and we should have none.
Yeah, it would fuck off into space.
Pretty gnarly.
Yep, Earth wouldn't exist, as they say it. Or all gas pressure that we know of needs a container. So the antecedent relationship would be that we have a container. That would be if there's a vacuum of space. Because no one's ever proved that there is a vacuum of space.
Would you hypothesize what is if there's something on the other side of our container, our firmament, if you believe in such?
Don't know, because no one's ever seen the container.
There's speculation of water.
Hang on. Let me quote you. Let me quote somebody. That's for Speculation Sundays, bro. We're not talking about speculations in here. Right. That cunt was telling me that was like, that's for Speculation Sunday. It was a Sunday though. I'm like, it is Sunday, cunt. He's like, oh.
Sunday somewhere, isn't it?
Yeah. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. That's why I'm drinking, cunt.
Lucky you're not in Perth.
Yeah, fuck Perth. Nah, I'd rather be in Perth than Sydney or Melbourne. I don't like Sydney and Melbourne.
Why? Why don't you like Melbourne?
Just immigrants, dude. Just Indians, like everywhere. Just Indian slop.
No, it's not, man. Yeah, it's a bit more multicultural, but I don't know, it's not that bad, man.
I'm a country boy, mate. Like I'm used to walking down the footpath and everybody you walk past, you not say, "Hey, going." Yeah, exactly. I'm used to that. And if I get looked at weirdly for doing that, I'm gonna be like, "What the fuck?"
I still do it when I walk the dogs. Say hello to everyone.
Yeah, but you probably live in a nice suburb where you are, like not in like this fucking dodgy places.
Yeah, I do actually.
Probably with mostly like white Aussies, to be honest.
Oh, there's a few Asians around, but mostly Anglos, mostly Anglo-Saxons, I'd say. If you call them that these days. But I know what you're saying. I think Sydney's worse than Melbourne, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I just kind of give my mate shit about. I actually don't know what's worse. My mate goes to uni in Melbourne, and I'm like, give him shit. Like, you get attacked by student gangs and shit.
He'd be with Indians all the time, Indians and Chinese all the time. If he's going to uni, if he's going to uni here, they're the ones that prop up our education system.
Yeah.
They come here and spend $30,000 a year to go to university, so that we can all go to school for free.
Yeah, it was like that I went to one in Brizzy or Gold Coast, and it was the same. I reckon it was probably 1/3 of the whole uni was just Asians.
Yeah, they pay a lot. They pay big fees.
Yeah, because they wouldn't have HECS and anything like that fucking we have.
Nah, they have to pay up front. Yeah, each semester's got to be paid up front.
Fuck that. You know what's gnarly about that, though, is the Asians I have met that came to the one I went to, right, and I spoke to. They were like rich. They didn't live on campus, obviously, because they could get actually housing out, like rents outside of campus. But I like spoke to them and shit, man. A lot of them seemed like they didn't even really give a fuck about like passing. They'd like always just go outside and smoke and just hang out and do fuck all. I don't know, like ones I was in courses with, like some of them didn't pass, but they didn't seem to care. And they're paying up front. Their parents must be like rich or something.
Oh yeah, all the ones, they're all loaded. They've all got these really nice cars, and I don't know where all the money comes from, but
yeah,
spies.
Spies, you reckon?
I don't mind. They're subsidising everyone else's education, so.
True.
Where about? You don't have to dox yourself, but northern Queensland, or
like near. I gotta say the closest city I'm near, but I don't live anywhere near that. Just the closest one to me, and it's like 1% of the size of it, but Townsville.
Oh yeah, Townsville.
The Ville, mate.
Townsville, Gympie.
Nah, not that far south.
No. Too hot for me up there, man.
It's alright now, it's cooling down, but fuck, it was hot at Chrissy time.
Did you get those floods up there, or?
Fuck yeah, can't. It's been a cunt of a fucking year, man. It's pretty much up until 4 weeks ago. I shit you not, man. It was raining every week, at least like 50% of the week. And like,
yeah, I got relatives on the Gold Coast. They said it's been raining all summer.
Yeah, just non-stop.
We had probably the nicest summer we've had for a very long time down here.
Damn.
Just started getting cold 2 weeks ago. Two weeks ago. It was nice up to then. 6 month summer. It's been really nice.
Yeah, it's just been shit here. It's actually been the wettest year I think it's ever been here since I've been alive. It's fucking gnarly.
The seasons run like clockwork in Melbourne. It's really amazing.
Yeah, I know. It's good, isn't it? You know when it's going to be hot, you know when it's going to be cold, and you know when it's going to rain.
It's the first day of autumn. It was autumn, you know?
Yeah. Autumn's the nicest down here. Stable.
It's nice. It's nice in the day, and then it gets cold at night.
Yeah. It's like between 25 and 30 every day, you know? Sunny.
Then it gets cold. You get caught out when you go out, because usually you're used to going out
in a
just a shirt
t-shirt.
and that. Yeah. And then you get caught in autumn, you're like, holy shit, that's it. I'm getting a jacket. Yeah, it always happens. But I love Sydney. I like going there.
Sydney's a beautiful place. Beautiful city.
I absolutely love Manly. It's just...
Manly. That's where we're going next time we go.
That's beautiful. I go up there, try and get up there once a year just for a couple of weeks, just to go there, hang out.
Yeah, on the ocean side, yeah?
Yeah, oh, yeah. On the bay side.
Yeah.
Yeah. Either side, but Manly Ferries. Love it.
Yeah, so we've stayed a few times at the Mantra on the ocean side of it. Nice, really nice. It's only like you can walk from the ferry like 10 minutes to the ocean.
Fucking Manly. Of course you're from the northern beaches, cunt. You'll never come to Mountie. I'm from Mount Druitt, cuz. You'll never come to Mountie 1-4, lad. It shows my bar.
We'd get robbed, that's why.
Yeah, you'll never come across the tracks to Mountie, cuz. Does it ever get annoying though, being like constantly surrounded by so many fucking people, cunt?
Yeah, it does. It does get annoying. Takes a long time to get anywhere. Because I'm sitting in traffic now.
Fuck, you got good earphones or a headset or a car because you have like no background noise.
Yeah, I do. I've got my headphones on. Both ones.
Oh, alright, let me see this.
Any Globers in here?
You there, Timbo?
Yeah, mate.
Are your missus is Colombian, right?
Yeah.
I need some tips on how to talk to Colombian women. Like, what are the do's and don'ts and all that.
Don't talk about cocaine.
Oh, yeah, okay, yep. That's usually the first thing. Oh, yeah, Colombia, you into cocaine?
Yeah,
that probably
none of them do it.
So you scratch your eyeballs out if you say that.
Yeah, it caused a lot of shit in their country. All that stuff. So
so they hate it.
A lot of deep scars, so they hate it.
Okay, yep. Don't mention that. Okay, good.
That's probably the most important one. What, you meet someone, did you?
She's in Colombia, so I'm just chatting to her on online.
Speaks good English?
Kind of. Yeah, but not bad.
That's good. Must be a little bit educated then.
No, she's a model, so maybe not that much educated. But I don't know. She seems very smart.
She's not from Nigeria, is she?
No. No, fuck no. They all come from Ukraine.
All the scammers?
The money scams come from Nigeria, and the dating scams come from Ukraine.
I get them all the time now about my like an ATO message.
Oh yeah.
I'm like,
dodgy.
I never fucking received messages from the ATO. Why would I start receiving them now? So I always go when I get an email. I always click on the sender.
Mm-hmm.
And it gives up the email address. And it's nothing like fucking what they would send it from,
Osgov, whatever, yeah.
Yeah. Like something at gmail.com, like why is the ATO using Gmail? Fucking they were saying that scams in Australia have decreased almost by 50% this year.
Really?
Wait, what has decreased?
People getting scammed.
Yeah, you know why? Because India and Pakistan are in a war. India's too busy fighting wars. They don't have any telemarket scam calls. Seriously, cut.
And most of the scammers probably moved to Australia.
Oblivion. Yeah, they're in Melbourne. So our fellow Aussie friend says. I think people are just I think maybe the population's getting older from younger. You know what I mean? So they're a bit more wary.
I'd say that's honestly the biggest factor, man, because the only people really getting scammed, remember tally marketing, how that was a thing, cunts would ring up and tally scam calls and whatnot. Nobody even has home phones anymore, and every person who has a mobile is a young person. You don't even answer phone calls you don't know, really. I don't know and if people literally, if you get a phone call from a number you don't know, everybody I know answers it and doesn't say anything until the other person speaks. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, who are you? Where'd you get my number from? Yeah. But,
the only scams I could see happening to a young person is a phishing link or something. So somebody, it won't be false advertising where they send you an email to a website and you go on the website and you know instantly that if somebody's like asking for your debit card information, this and that, nobody's gonna do that. The only way cunts are getting scammed now is if it's like a phishing link, I reckon. They'll actually hack you.
A friend of mine works for the bank, and he's in the fraud department. So he was saying that a lot of older people get scammed by like dating profiles, like people contact them and use them as money laundering. So they think this old dude will think he's going out with fucking Taylor Swift or something, you know, like, and they fall for it. I go, yeah, you fucking kidding me, man? Like, and he goes, no, they honestly think that they're with like this famous person or something like that. You got to be mental or something. He goes, yeah, you wouldn't understand how lonely some of these people are. And they just the scammers send them money, and then they filter it through their account and then send it to another account. It's like money laundering. Pretty sad, some of it, though. Anyway, should we start talking about Flat Earth again? All Flat Earthers. Except for Reality Man. Are you in Reality Man?
Hello, friends.
What's up?
I was just wondering, have you guys had any dimensions yet on this flat Earth? Like, how long is it? How wide is it? No.
You know the answer to that.
I don't want to try to answer for someone else. I was just wondering what your thoughts were.
Undetermined.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, one more question. Also, does this flat Earth, does it sit on something, or what's the holding it up?
The Earth. Use the
Earth
Earth.
holds itself up. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. You think it's in space or something?
I don't know where it is. I was wondering what you thought.
Well, I don't know where it is, but it seems to be the only place that exists.
Sometimes I don't know is the best answer. I can appreciate that.
Raiden, you've been around long enough. Why are you doing that?
I don't like to assume what someone's thinking. So I think the best thing to do is just to ask someone.
How many times have you asked that question before? Those questions?
23.
Yeah.
I don't think I've asked that question very often, but you never know. Sometimes someone will give you a different answer.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Like, because, you know, over the years, I've been able to just let that go and just go, you know what? I don't know, and I don't know if I'll ever know. And it doesn't bother me at all that I don't know. It's kind of like, I don't know. I can't describe the word.
It's like,
I'm curious. I know you guys don't subscribe to gravity. As far as like
What
the
do you mean?
sun and the moon.
What do you mean by that, though? Like,
Well, most flat earthers I talk to, they don't think that gravity is a thing.
what?
So,
But that's just, you're just calling gravity a direction, aren't you? Like a vector.
whatever the globe people say gravity is, other people say no, it's not real. Say it's the opposite.
Are we talking about the cause, or are we talking about an effect? Because You know, like we
let's for
see what we
argument's sake,
see, right?
let's say gravity doesn't exist. Let's just do that for argument's sake. Let's just say it doesn't exist. Okay,
Well,
just for argument's sake.
Let's define our terms first. Tell us what gravity is. Is that fair? What is gravity?
You want me to give you the Google definition, or
No, just what you think it is.
I think it's a force.
Okay.
Personally, yeah.
All right. So what
I
we're talking
understand that.
about though is like when you say gravity, you mean things falling to the floor, right?
Yeah, some force pulling you towards the center of a mass. That's what my my idea of gravity is. So.
Okay, so we all agree that the observation that we have is exactly the same, right?
Yeah, we can go outside and see the same thing, sure.
Yeah, like a direction, yeah?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Up or down, yeah? Vertical,
right.
Up or down. Yeah.
That's fair, sure.
Yeah, so that's the only really thing we experience, that there is a direction. And you put a cause to it.
This guy's imagining that a ball is pulling him into its center.
Yeah.
Okay, let's pretend like I'm wrong. I'm fine with that. I wanted to
there's
ask
still
you
a
guys,
direction though, so we still observe the same thing, right?
Yeah, we are looking at the same thing. I guess we just have different interpretations of what's going on, but in any event, I want to ask you guys as far as the sun and the moon, if gravity is not real, why don't these two things fall down onto this flat plane? What do you guys think?
I don't know what the... Yeah.
These two things that we all observe in the sky, why don't they just fall down and hit this plane that we live on? You have
Why
any
should
ideas?
they?
Or, well, why wouldn't they? That's what I'm wondering.
I don't know why they would.
Because gravity? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, you guys don't think gravity is real.
Well, that would be an
I don't know where they are. I don't know what medium they're in. I don't know what they are. Don't know what they're made of. Don't even know that that's solid matter that should fall down, or in the case of the sun, plasma.
Okay, well, I don't know. That's fine.
Now that's a different gravity though, because we just observed things falling down or like helium balloons rising. Now you're talking about orbits, like solid things up in the sky going around in circles and not falling. So does gravity make things fall or not fall?
I guess it depends on who I'm talking to. If you don't believe gravity exists, then we're not talking about gravity.
Well, we're talking about an observation, aren't we?
And we observed these two things in the sky, and I was just wondering what your thoughts were about why they don't just fall and hit this flat plane we live on.
I don't know. That would be your question, because you say gravity exists, so wouldn't they fall down?
No.
Why not?
Not if they're being pulled in an orbit, no.
Now they float. Now gravity makes them float.
Gravity's a miracle drug. Works for everything.
Oh, I was just wondering what you thought about it. If gravity is not real.
Well, it kind of sounds weird. Like you're claiming gravity makes things go down, like solid objects, and then you're claiming solid objects in the sky. Why aren't they coming down? That would be a question for you, because gravity is supposed to make solid objects fall down. You should be answering that
pulling
question.
you down and something going down at the same time are two different things.
Okay, so gravity's two different things. Gotcha.
No, I didn't say it was two different things. It's a constant, though.
But one's making it fall and one's making it float.
No, I'm saying there's other forces in the universe that can counteract gravity at the same time that it's acting upon an object.
Like what?
Like the gravitational force of some bigger object. Right?
So floating again.
Imagine this. Imagine you have a 9-year-old child that has a hold of one of your arms. You have a bodybuilder that has a hold of your other arm. And they're both pulling at the same time. Where do you think you're going to go?
So what's pulling on the moon and sun? that's not making it crash into the Earth?
That's what I'm wondering what you guys think, because you don't believe
No,
in
I'm
gravity,
asking
right?
you. You're supposing that something is doing that. So then, what is doing that?
I think it's gravity, but you guys don't agree with that. So I'm wondering what your idea is.
No, you just said there's other things that counteract that from happening, like something bigger. So I'm asking you, what's keeping that from happening in your story?
My guess is the gravitational force of the sun. That's just
keeping
my
the moon
opinion.
from crashing in the Earth.
In the Earth,
So
yeah, sure.
when it's on the other side of the Earth, what's keeping it from crashing into the sun? Because it would be pulling it towards the Earth then. There must be something always somewhere
Are we
else.
talking about the moon?
The moon, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's must always be something bigger elsewhere that's keeping it constantly from crashing into the Earth, says you?
Well, I think the Earth and the moon are being pulled by the sun. That's my opinion. I could be wrong.
Oh, I'm sure. I know you're wrong.
Okay, so let's pretend like I'm wrong. Let's say gravity is nothing. It's just some made up thing.
We're talking about what's keeping the moon from crashing into the Earth.
Yeah, I'm asking you guys, if gravity is nothing, then what's keeping the sun and the moon from falling down to and hitting this plane that we live on? What are your thoughts? I mean, do you have any, or
It's crazy.
I was just wondering what you guys thought. That's all. It's no big deal.
Mass doesn't attract mass. There's no scientific evidence of that.
Okay, fair enough. So what?
Just a concept.
What's keeping those two things from hitting this flat plane we live on?
We don't know, dude.
Okay, fair enough.
No idea. Yeah, no idea what's going on in the sky.
And I accept that.
You guys reckon it's all, you think you know everything that's going on, but we don't.
I can appreciate that. I don't know. That's fine. Thank you. I don't know either.
I think it's unicorn farts.
But you believe in the heliocentric model, though, don't you?
Seems reasonable to me. I don't think it's crazy.
Well, the more we ask you to define it, the less you know about it. So you believe in something you know nothing about, which is interesting. But you believe in it.
Well, if someone can come up with a better explanation, then maybe I'll subscribe to that.
A better one.
I said if someone can come up with a better explanation, then maybe I would subscribe to that.
For what? Gravity?
Oh, forget about gravity. Just our cosmos in general and how it operates.
Electromagnetic.
Dude,
electromagnetism.
You are so screwed up. A minute ago, you said that you believe that what keeps the sun, the moon from crashing into the Earth is the gravitational pull of the sun to counteract it. So I, in turn, asked you, then what keeps the moon from crashing into the Earth when the moon is on the opposite side of Earth, right? And the sun's on the other side? Well, then what's stopping it from crashing into the Earth? Because to you, it's something larger keeping it from happening. So there must always be something bigger everywhere that's keeping the moon from crashing into the Earth. And you say, if there's a better explanation, let me know.
I was talking about the operation of the cosmos.
The moon, the sun, the stars. Lights in the sky.
If you don't think that gravity is real, I'm fine with that. I'm not trying to convince you of anything.
Well,
you don't think it's real because you set it down and then it keeps the things floating. So you don't even know what it is.
Okay, fair enough. No, I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I know that there's one of two things going on. Either something is pulling us down, or the ground is being pushed up towards us. I'll let you choose which one it is.
How about
That's
just
a
wait?
false dichotomy.
Wait.
just
There's a
wait?
third option here, man.
There's always
Specific gravity. You know what that is?
I've heard of that. That sounds like something that's pseudo.
So if I throw an apple in a swimming pool, what's it gonna do?
Should float.
Flow, right? Now, if I drain the swimming pool, what's the apple gonna do?
Sink to the bottom.
Welcome to specific gravity.
Okay. The same thing would happen with you too, if you were in the pool.
That's true. Now, what if I do a helium balloon and I let it go? What does it do?
It'll go up.
Why is it going up?
Because it's less dense than the air that it's in.
Bingo.
salinity of water. Why are things more buoyant?
You got this. You know, buoyancy it's a real thing, man. You can prove it in your kitchen table.
Something's going on, though.
They keep saying it. Something's going on. I just told you what was going on. You don't like that idea. You want to stick to some big giant sun that's sucking everything together, but it's not really. I don't know. Some kind of crazy thing you can't test. You can't manipulate it. You can't test it. You can't go there. But I can test that fucking apple in the swimming pool all day and helium balloons all day long. And it proves without a doubt things that are lighter go up, things that are heavier go down. Woo, big time.
Let me ask you a question. In your view, why do airplanes need engines? Why do you think they do?
Come on. We know why they need it.
I'm just saying, what's your thoughts about that?
Probably to create thrust.
You got to have some thrust.
Forward momentum.
Forward momentum. Okay. It's like a sail. I'm a sailor. It's the same principle as a sail on a sailboat.
Okay. So when the plane takes off, they can actually turn their engines off and they'll be fine?
Well, of course not. That'd be ridiculous.
Okay. Oh, well, to a degree.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the punchline.
Might be fine
for a couple punchline is.
I was just wondering why he thought jets needed engines, you know?
I'm still waiting for the punchline. I don't get it.
Yeah, we're waiting.
It's like you have a helicopter without an engine. Why do you need an engine to create a lift?
I'm thinking you need an engine to counteract the forces pulling against you. That's what I'm thinking.
No, you don't know that there's any forces. You don't know that that's why.
Okay, maybe there isn't. So the engine is unnecessary?
No, I never said that's a straw man.
Hang glider. I mean, gliders, they don't need engines. What's up with that?
It's like asking why does a submarine need an engine, even though it can change its buoyancy all at once. But what causes it to have forward thrust? Well, it kind of requires an engine.
Parasailers don't need engines. Sailboats don't need engines.
He's saying without gravity, the force of gravity, everything would just float away. And you wouldn't need an engine to fly a plane. It would just float.
Just float. Just float.
In zero gravity.
Yep.
So you can float from New York to Los Angeles? You can do that?
No, it'll drop to the ground like a stone.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's still going to fall, whether there's a force of gravity or not.
Because it's heavy, bro.
Because it's heavy. And the air's light. It's going to fall through it.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, it's that simple. It's a pretty simple explanation.
glad a couple of you guys said I don't know certain things. That was brave of you. I can appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, we're honest in here, 100%. We're imperialists. So we like to know empirically what the fuck's going on. So empirically, I can, know that fire's hot.
I would say, right? I would say that you are brave for stating something that's now 109 years out of date and not in agreement with the current theoretical physics models. But good for you. Good for you, bro, Raven. Good for you. You stick to that old rhetoric.
How dare you? How dare you?
Rhetoric, that's all we have, right?
Well, the proper understanding of gravity is it's an Einsteinian. Newtonian, he's kind of taken a back seat. So he's been kind of overtaken. That Newton guy. Feel bad for him, but
Superseded?
yeah, superseded. Yeah, he's been replaced with Einsteinian bending and warping of space-time, bro. How much do you know about that, bro? You got some bendy, warpy space-time laying around?
To be fair to the normies, if you type in what is gravity in Google, it comes up with mass attracts mass. So we have to forgive them, I guess, for that. Because that's the first thing I look up, what's gravity? It's going to say mass attracting mass.
Yeah, why is that? Why hasn't that been replaced?
I don't know.
I don't know. We're here to figure it out. Got a professor in the house. Hey, man, are you done finals? And are you out? Matthew? Is school out for summer? Is school out forever? No? All right, he's not listening. That's cool. I got helicopters over here, man.
One without an engine?
What was that?
Got one without an engine?
No, that's pretty much big, loud, friggin' engine cruising over my head right now.
You got the ghetto bird? Does
Why
it have
does
a
it
ghetto,
need an engine?
ghetto beam?
Ghetto birds. I love it. Are you out of school or you got finals next week or what do you got?
Now we're done.
You're done? All right. Congratulations. Welcome to summer.
No, thank you.
Crack a burger. And
Yeah, this weekend is the official beginning of summer, right? By Memorial Day?
Well,
like the social beginning of summer.
Social, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You can wear white dresses now.
Summer white. Get your summer white on, girls.
Go for it, Flat Earth dude. I want to see a photo of you in a white dress, mate.
Maybe a kilt. I don't know about the dress, man. A kilt and a sword.
There's no white kilts.
I know, but why can't I have a white kilt? Oh, you guys are prejudiced.
You don't wear undies with it.
Oh shit! You don't? Wait. Well, what? Is that a fact?
No undies with kilts, mate.
Yeah, haven't you seen Braveheart?
I never watched it. No, I watched it.
Illegal.
Joking, mate. It's a great movie.
I watched it.
Illegal.
It's not my style, bro. It's all. Anyway,
it's illegal to wear underwear with kilts.
It's against the law.
Wait, how would they know? Wait, Pete.
There's a kilt
Sergeant
inspector.
comes around, checks you, and says, "Cough, cough. I need you to cough." So yeah, I had to go through that embarrassing moment where, the nurse had to grab my nuts and make me cough to see if I could pass a physical to play sports. And I guess they're checking for hernias, at
I was like, 13 years old, man. Come on.
That's pretty
You're a
serious.
fucking hernia. I just think it's a creepy thing, man. Looking back at it, going, it's very.
I've played sport all my life, and no one ever grabbed my nuts to check my
Nobody
ass.
grabbed your nuts to pass a physical. I don't think they still do that, but they did it to me back in the 70s. They did it to me. Yeah, man.
Back in the 30s.
30s. 30s, bro. Hey, it's a Great Depression, man. It was tough times. It's tough. We had a lot of tough times in the Great Depression. How do you think the world would handle a depression right now? I don't know, man. Be kind of creepy.
Well, we might get the opportunity to find out. Hopefully not. Hopefully not.
Yeah, some, what do they call them? Speculators have speculated that could possibly happen. Who knows? If the dollar crashes, they want to replace it with some crypto. I could see that happening. It would kind of cause a little depression.
That guy's pizza that cost 10,000 Bitcoin back in back in the day.
Yeah,
10,000 Bitcoins now $1.1 billion.
Isn't that crazy? Think about that, man. Yeah. Wow. Crazy numbers. The astronomical numbers, in my opinion. I mean,
bet you that guy's spewing.
I don't know. All those guys who were involved in the early days, yeah, they might not have 10,000 Bitcoins still, but I bet you some of them
got 1,000 here or there.
Sitting pretty,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen some guys.
Something that's not astronomical? Astronauts.
Ooh.
Because there's no space.
I love it. That's right. Yeah, we need a soundboard. Where the fuck CB?
We have plenty of space for your opinion, though.
It needs a CB. Damn.
Oh, Matthew told a joke.
Matthew's got a lot.
I went for a job at NASA. They said, sorry, there's no space.
I like that. I like that one. I like it.
There's a restaurant on the moon. The food's really good, but there's no atmosphere.
Love it. Damn, you guys are on fire tonight, man. So
Bigfoot
we have
Bigfoot claimed he saw Chuck Norris.
Chuck Norris.
Well, they did have a lunar lander, but then they built a solar lander, and they decided they're going to land at night.
Right. I heard that one.
Still waiting.
Mm-hmm. That's an oldie, but a goodie. That's like pre-flat Earth joke right there, man. I think it goes back to like the 80s, I think. Pre-modern day flat Earth. There was flat Earthers in the 80s, but they didn't. It was a small group. Did you guys hear that Artemis, the moon, going back to the moon? Their budget's been cut, and they're not gonna make their deadlines. Not gonna happen. Bummer. So no going back to the moon. We're gonna bazooka that can down the road here, because every president since Kennedy has been kicking a can down the road after Nixon. They're all going back to the moon. Carter, Reagan, Bush, Clinton, Obama. They all had speeches about going back to the moon, man. Even Trumpy. But Artemis is, budget's been cut. A lot of budget cuts going on. I heard they're laying off a bunch of teachers here in Orange County, man, Santa Ana. Budget cuts. I can hear the Disneyland fireworks. Can you hear them, Matthew?
Typically I can. I'm trying to see. Yeah, I don't hear them right now.
All right. I just heard one. Oh, there's another one right now. Oh, I hear a bunch of them. Yeah, so I grew up near Disneyland, and they'd had the fireworks every night. It was crazy, man. All summer long, like fireworks show every night, bro.
Every night? Holy
every single night, dude.
Holy
Of the summer,
shit,
every
boys.
night of the summer.
Every night of the summer, yeah. On weekends during the rest of the year, I think they do like Friday and Saturday. Like
Gee, all those dog owners would be happy with that. Gee, thanks a lot, Disney.
Who likes Disney?
All those dog owners would be happy with Disney. Every time the fireworks would go off, the dog would try and bust through the door.
Now
I think
tell
they
what a ticket costs.
Exactly, right?
When I was a little
Dude,
kid, it was like $110. I don't know what it is now.
All right.
That's Disney World. Sorry.
This is Disneyland. It's
expensive.
You got two parks here in Disneyland. You got Disneyland and then you got California Adventure. So you got two parks. If you pay for both parks for a 1-day pass, I think it's a little over $200. Something like that. If you got a family of 5, you're looking at $1,000 going in the door. And you ain't bought a $27 ice cream yet.
Yeah, and if you stay there all day, you might get on 5 rides.
And dude, they got this whole new thing. A friend of mine just went there, and she's explaining it to me. You got to be on the app. You have to reserve your ride for a certain time, and every person in your entire family has to have their own app. You can't, the kid has to have his own. If he's 7-year-old wants to go on the ride, he has to have his own phone with his own app to reserve the ride. It's really, I was like, what? That's crazy. Yeah.
It used to be that you would walk up and just grab a ticket and it would list your time.
Right. It was called Fast Track or Fast Pass.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It was
just
great. Yeah. You just
go right through.
Walk over there and go, oh, yeah, 1:30. All right, cool. We'll come back. Let's go over here. No, it doesn't work like that anymore, man. You have to book it like the day before, and then everybody has to have their own app, and you have to show the app when you scan it when you go on the ride. It's a fucking mess.
Disney has objectively went to complete and total shit.
Oh yeah, it's a complete Orwellian fucking nightmare, in my opinion. 100%.
I wish Elon Musk would buy Disney and start making some cool movies.
Oh fuck! I wish
it'll be good. Or if he did that, he just bought Disney and started making Relax me.
This one radio show host was saying how he had just the other day gotten into his Tesla at home to go pick up his kids at school, and because it was updating, he couldn't put it into drive. It was just stuck in park. So he went into his gas-powered car, turned the key, and went and picked up his kids. And now he's like really fed up with Tesla because of that.
I bet. It's like, dude, you can't update while I'm fucking moving? What's wrong with you? Come on.
I think it's about the robots, not the cars. I think the cars are just, it's not about the cars. It's about the robots.
So late last year, I went to Phoenix, Arizona, and there was all these self-driving cars all over the fucking place. I felt like I was in a movie, man. I never thought I'd see it for real.
No, there's some in Southern California. Like if you go up to Beverly Hills area.
Yeah, they got them over there. Apparently, I hear that they stopped it because of some minor crashes. They were having some software problems, but they pulled all the Waymos. They pulled them all. That was a couple weeks ago. I don't know what's happening since, but it was weird seeing them all driving around. I had 2, 3, 4 of them at the same stoplight as me. I was like, oh, this is creepy, man. I only saw one passenger all weekend. That was weird. Anyway, I never thought I would see self-driving cars. I remember when they had I think it was like a kind of an X Prize thing they were doing out here in the desert.
Oh yeah, they back in Vegas or something.
Yeah, it was back in the 90s, maybe early 2000s. They were having cars go dirt road, I think, and it was it was a lot of colleges, universities that were competing for the prize to get the self-driving car to make it, the fastest, the farthest, whatever. And anyway, I just remember that. I'm like, dude, this is so far off, man. But to actually see the self-driving cars on the streets I'm driving on was a complete, absolute, 100% mind-blowing experience for me.
Well, to be fair, 30 years is kind of far off from the 90s.
Yes, it is. I know, but
so it's been a while.
It's been a minute, man, no doubt. But
remember that show?
They did it. They
in the
fucking
90s?
did it. I love it.
Remember that show in the 90s called Welcome 2000? Remember that?
Yep. Australian.
Welcome 2000 or something like that? Like something 2000, and they would show you what it's going to be like after 2000 with all the technology and stuff like that.
Yes.
Beyond 2000.
Beyond 2000. That was it. Yes. Dude, that was a big show here in America. I don't know. I remember watching that. Hell yeah.
It started off towards 2000. Wasn't it? It was towards 2000, and then they changed to Beyond 2000.
Beyond. It's bombed.
And then they changed it to, oh shit, we fucked up. None of this is coming to reality.
Well, my whole point was with the self-driving cars is I never thought I'd see it in reality, but I did see it in reality. Is the technology perfect and it's everywhere all the time? No. But
we don't have self-driving cars here. I don't think.
Yeah, you might you might have some in Sydney, downtown or something. Melbourne,
You
maybe.
should have them in the outback where there aren't any other cars. That'd be easy.
There's no charging stations, mate. Can only buy diesel in the outback.
They're all electric, and they're actually the ones I saw. They were all a Jaguar SUV converted to self-driving. Jaguar. I thought that was interesting. I don't know. I grew up, man, thinking Jaguars were like the coolest fucking car. My buddy's dad had a Jaguar. He kept it in the garage, barely drove it. We took it out a couple times. Fun car, man. Fun little fast V12, 12-cylinder, fucking awesome car, man. But it was made by the British people, and it broke down a lot. I remember that. Jaguars, they were not very reliable. Freaking Brits. You guys can't make cars, man. Sorry, bro. It's too rainy there. Maybe I
Those
don't know.
Land Rover Defenders now, the new ones, they're fucking really nice.
Oh, they're beautiful. Oh yeah, those
They're
are
like
beautiful.
$300,000 over here.
Yep. Yeah, they are very expensive. So,
well, if you don't need a house, you can buy a Land Rover.
You can live in the Land Rover. There you go.
Can't get a house here for $300,000.
That seems like a bargain these days. 300. Yeah.
I'd jump at that. If I saw a house for $300,000.
What? It's only 300? Yeah, let's go. Dude, the real estate thing just flips my head. I mean, just to see the prices that my parents' house is selling for, I'm like, what? Get $1 million? Get the hell out! That's a piece of shit. You know, it was built in the 50s. You know, it's crap. It's still not. I mean, the wood was better. It's all right, but you know, it needs a ton of shit. And it's still $1 million. Come on. Who can afford that shit, man? I remember living in
because
Vegas.
the house is worth $100,000, but the land is worth $900,000.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, man. Why do you think it's so overinflated, ridiculous? Is it greed, or is it the fact that if the U.S. keeps borrowing money and creating debt through the national debt, they have to back it up with something, and so they just keep jacking up the prices of the houses. Your retirement fund, Matthew, is that they're investing in single-family homes.
Yeah, I hope not.
That's what they do with your money, bro. They're like, that should be illegal, in my opinion. I don't think investor funds should be buying single-family homes. I think it's kind of defeats the purpose. So yeah, there's a lot of big companies out there with cash buying up all this, keeping the prices high for money that they created out of thin air on a computer. They just buy up houses. Oh, okay.
Wait, you can make money out of thin air? I need to figure this out.
I guess not. Maybe not thin air, but some. Yeah. Well, you know what I mean by thin air. It's just. I know you were being funny. It's kind of a stacked against us odds as far as the money system goes and housing and all the other things we got to pay for, utilities, and it's kind of stacked against, but they always keep raising the prices, keep raising. They have to keep the game going, I think. Let's say you don't pay your power bill and they come and shut your power off. The guy that's coming to shut your power off is making like, $140,000 a year. Now, if he was only making like $20,000 a year, I don't think he'd be fucking so happy to go out and get yelled at every single day by people going, "Don't shut off, motherfucking," and start throwing shit at him or whatever. Yeah, people are going to be freaking out, man. You're shutting my power off. But since he's making $140,000 a year, he's willing to put up with getting yelled at every day.
Makes
Or
sense.
chased down the street, or potentially, you know, could get harmed. You know.
Makes sense.
What?
I said it makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know. Just
I wouldn't be surprised if they can't do it remotely with some of these smart meters.
Do you think Earth is flat though, flat dude?
Think.
So you're gonna say you know?
Oh yeah, it's flat.
Mm-hmm. Well, why do you think that?
100%. I don't think. I know.
How do you know then?
There's this stuff called water.
Water is really a perfect indicator.
Mm-hmm.
It's
But
used,
I don't understand where you're coming from, so you have to explain.
Well, water, when I'm manipulated in large bodies, will convey a flat and level surface every time.
Mm-hmm.
And if I go to the ocean or my lake or up here in Big Bear, wherever, and I sit down there and I look at the water, man, it's totally flat. It's not curving around a ball.
Mm-hmm.
So the ocean is a flat surface.
So do you think that there's a force that could pull the water at all though?
If you've got something
really
you want to
matter.
show me, if you've got something you could demonstrate here in my shop,
Well, it doesn't really matter after we've demonstrated
great.
that it's flat. The surface is flat and level. Don't really care about any force doing anything to it.
Well, I just meant like theoretically, like if there's a force that could pull the water on a surface that wasn't flat.
Yeah, it won't matter though, because it's still showing the same surface property of being flat. So whatever forces are acting on it, it's flat. It's lying flat.
Well, water can be bent. It's not something that's like strictly has to be flat, does it?
It is though. It's the benchmark of level and flat and horizontal. Gold standard for level throughout all history.
I don't think it necessarily is though.
It is. Everybody uses it for leveling.
I don't think it necessarily is. I think in general it is, but I think there can definitely be exceptions to that.
Like what?
Wow. Like what?
Well, if there's a force pulling on the water,
what would you?
Where do you see that?
I'm speaking theoretically. I'm not giving you any concrete example.
Okay.
I know, dude. We're talking about the physical world, though.
I'm just considering the possibility of that being a thing.
Do you think it's like a Star Wars force, like the Force be with you kind of thing?
No. It's like something that pulls on water.
Pulls. Something that pulls on water. Okay.
So you see how the globes got you sort of imagining stuff now, right? You can't actually go outside and demonstrate or experience anything without it.
I'm not assuming anything. I'm just talking theoretically.
I know that's what you have to do is imagine something outside of your experience.
Well, yeah, that's a completely sensible thing to do, though. There's nothing wrong with doing that.
What?
Well, is there any evidence for it?
What?
I'm not necessarily saying there is. There might be. Then we might be able to work together actually to find evidence for what I'm saying. That's all I'm asking you.
I mean, all practical demonstration
I'm not working against you right now. I'm just
I got it. Just spitballing. I got it.
I'm not trying to.
We're just hanging out, man. Chill out, man. But we might ask a few questions that you don't know the answer to. That's cool, and you'll.
That's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
Because we've been doing this for 10 years, so we ask a lot of crazy questions about.
Yeah, there's no problem with that.
People's beliefs, man. Now, if I told you,
some of the people in here are saying that the questions I have are crazy, but so you can't really say like, oh, I'm going to ask crazy questions, and then say, why are you asking crazy questions, and then try to like, tell me there's no problem with that.
I got this one thing, man, called is fire hot? Yes.
Is fire hot? Is that your question?
That's my question. Is fire hot?
I'm trying to process that because it's actually, I think if you really are trying to be like intellectually honest, that's actually a really hard question.
Why is that a hard question?
Well, it depends on what you mean by hot.
Where the fuck am I being intellectually dishonest saying fire is hot? Please fucking expand. Go.
I'm not saying you're being dishonest. I didn't say that.
You did say that, man. So go ahead.
No, I didn't say you're being dishonest. I said
was being intellectual.
It's a hard question. I didn't say anything about you being dishonest.
All right, it's a hard question. What the fuck makes it hard?
I never said anything about you being dishonest. Don't misrepresent me either.
We're moving on. Is fire hot? Yes or no? That's all I want to know. If you can't answer this question, like, honestly, we're done.
Well, I'm trying to think carefully about this question because I'm trying to be as honest as I can be as to how I think about that question.
I'll put it to you this way, man. We're camping, and I'm going to stick your fucking hand right in the middle of the fucking campfire. Is it going to be hot or no?
From a human perspective, yes.
Well, aren't we human?
Yeah, I'm a human.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then is the answer yes? Of course, fire's hot, dumbass.
Yeah, from a human perspective, yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, that's kind of a half-ass fucking scapegoat answer, but yeah. Anybody else?
What other perspective do you want it? Yeah, like perspective of a goat, or what?
But yeah, that could actually be really helpful. I think you're being kind of sarcastic.
From a robot perspective, from what? A fucking
robot could be actually. It's actually really good to think about things that way because a robot.
Yeah, what about a robot thermometer? Would that say it's hot?
It's perspection again.
Perspection.
If you ask to a robot if it was hot or not, to a robot it might not mean the same thing.
Perspection, bro. Did you fucking copyright that yet, Heretic?
Well, it was that stupid. I win all the base kid, whatever, master debater. Joe, he goes by a bunch of names. Deadly. Yeah, he keeps saying it's perspection, bro. But yeah, I'll take it from him.
I love it, man. Copyright it. That's fucking. You could write books about that. That's so good.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Awesome. Perspection, bro.
Okay, so I guess get back to the main discussion of this chat.
Yeah, we were talking about Earth. Earth presents itself every day as flat and stationary.
Yeah.
It doesn't present itself as shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. From my perspective,
aren't there physics explanations to why you would not perceive it that way? I don't think it's that crazy.
You can come up with I watch too much Disney. They're unicorns. Yeah, you would come up with all kinds of crazy shit.
I don't mean like that. I mean like there's legitimate.
Let's figure out what it is first. Let's figure out what it is first before we go making excuses for why it looks the way it does.
It's not about excuses. It's not an emotional thing. It's about being.
No, it is. It's an excuse. Well, if it's an explanation, then if it's an explanation,
that way, but I'm not looking at that way.
No, bro. Listen, if it's an explanation, then that means the data exists to tell us what the Earth is. That it's a sphere already.
But so the way you're looking at the question I asked.
So you go ahead and present that, so you can justify it looking flat, even though it's curved, or you're just making up excuses.
Well, that's the way you're looking at it, though. I mean, that's an emotional way to look at it. When you start using words like excuses, that's emotional. That's not rational.
Well, that's what you're doing. You're making up excuses.
I'm not making up excuses.
You got to come up with the proof before you give us the explanation, though.
I haven't made any excuses.
Give him the rope, man. Give him the rope. Go ahead.
Yeah, we need the proof first. We need to see it demonstrated first that we actually are spinning around.
The Earth is what?
It's spinning around, and it's a globe, and all these things, right? Instead of just reasons why we don't experience any of that.
Let's ask Mr. Whatever the hell. Do you know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured the Earth and detected curvature?
I know that there's throughout history people have attempted to do that. Yeah.
History
names right now. But...
You can't remember the Mongo's name? You know.
No, not really. I can't remember now.
Do you remember how he did it at all? Do you have
I remember there's a Greek philosopher who used.
Okay. What did he do?
I don't remember exactly. I think he used like
he measured something. He measured something. What did he measure?
Well, you're trying to measure curvature, right?
Yeah, but he was measuring other things to get to the curvature.
I think he measured how philosophical the Earth was.
Philosophical Earth. I like it. That could be a TV show. I don't know. I could be wrong. That's hilarious. You don't remember what he was looking at and measuring or trying to figure out? Yeah.
Not exactly. It's been a while since I looked at it.
All right. Do you
Have you ever looked at the Earth?
Have you ever looked at the Earth?
No, never.
I love that question, man. What do you just look at your computer screen all day? Don't look at Earth, trees, and roads, swimming pools, and oceans, and lakes, and rivers, mountains, deserts, valleys, plateaus. I mean, you like any of those things, man? Those things are cool. I like the high desert of Southern California, or the Southwest, they call it. It incorporates quite a few states, but it's just a great place, man.
Yeah, there's no cactuses anywhere else outside of the Earth.
There's no cactuses on Mars? None?
No. I think they grew potatoes.
But there's fly traps on Venus.
Oh, tip your waitresses. That was a good one. I used to say, even before I was a flat earther, I'd look up and go, what the fuck? Why can't NASA just show us a picture of a tree somewhere, bro? A tree. Just give me one. Hey, we found a tree way out here, man. A couple of trillion miles away. There's a tree. Check it. No, nothing. I always thought that was weird. Where's the tree, man? I want to see a tree. I like trees. I'm a tree hugger. Yeah. Give me trees. I like shade. I don't know if you guys like shade, especially in the summertime, man. Get up under that tree, man. Life's good.
Shake a tree.
There's a tree on Mars.
But there's no trees. NASA's never produced a tree anywhere in any picture anywhere, ever. Outside of Earth, obviously. That's all I'm saying.
He left. Oh, they got some.
He left.
They got some They got petrified trees off the moon, though.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. They did. They gave that sample. Neil Armstrong delivered it personally to Norway, right? Or was it the Netherlands?
Sweden or Netherlands? Yep.
Netherlands. And they took that little moon rock and they went, hey, man, petrified wood on the moon.
There were once trees on the moon.
That's the only way. That's the only way they could flip that story, man. It was to go back and say, "Hey, you know what? Yeah, there must have been trees on the moon, or it was part of Earth at one time. Yeah, it petrified.
Yeah, broke off.
Broke off. Well,
I don't know. That's one of the theories, isn't it? Earth got hit by an asteroid long ago.
That's the story, man. When I first heard that story, I'm like, what? Okay, that seems kind of aggressive. It seems kind of. Wait a minute, man. The fuck. Some big asteroid hit the Earth and took a chunk, and it took like billions of years for to create the moon from spinning around. Yeah, what a fucking story, man. I want one Glober to come in here and freaking defend that shit one time. How's the moon created? I do ask a lot of Globers, man. I don't know if you guys are hip to this, but I ask them, man, what started Earth spinning? What started Earth spinning, Mr. Glober, man? And I've gotten every kind of answer, but it mostly
What answers have you got?
That's just the way it naturally goes. It works out that way because the cosmos are perfect. I've heard it got hit by an asteroid, and it started, and that's when the Earth and the Moon created together, and that's stories, bro. Lots of stories. Interesting. Hey, we also got
some planets spin the wrong way.
Mm-hmm. Well, those planets are retarded. I'm telling
Claim to. Yeah, they're retarded. Yeah, they're held back.
Yep, they're held back. You're going the wrong way. You're going the wrong way. See, anyway, he was a really good example of, okay, yeah, I'll go hang out with these guys from Miami. He didn't.
Good example of a globetard.
Yeah, I don't know. A normie. I go with normie. The one that, pays $250 to go to Disneyland. Yeah. No problem.
Is it that good?
Wait, can you get in for free?
No.
Oh, dang. Okay.
Yeah. I should.
Do they sell like season passes and stuff like that to local?
Yes. Yeah, they do. I had one the first year they had it. It was $250 for the whole year. Now it's $250 a day to get in that motherfucker. Yeah, it's stupid, crazy, expensive. But like I said, I grew up right next to it, so it was.
I watched I watched some stupid videos, but it was a family going to Disneyland for the day.
Yeah.
Their tickets were $900 for all of them.
Yeah, $1,000 for the family to go.
Yeah.
Yep. And maybe, like Heretic said, man, maybe you get on 5 rides or something. Maybe.
Did that include like a motel room?
Nope. That was just the tickets, entry to the park and rides.
Yep.
Then they had to buy lunch and this and that. He ended up spending like $1,600.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's probably average.
With 3 little
I
kids.
remember Wonderland. Wonderland was cheap. Well, not too bad. I think it was like
Guys, I believe the flat Earth is 100% real.
Okay. Prove it.
Prove it.
I don't need to.
Wow. Very intelligent stuff here, guys, gals. Extremely intelligent.
How are those Cheetos going?
Grab some Diet Coke and some Cheetos and get some Taco Bell and McDonald's. You'll be fine. You'll be all right.
Gray tracksuit pants. You'll be all right, man.
This is not medical advice.
Is it because I'm black? Are you saying that because I'm black?
I'm not saying nothing, man. Mongo.
You are?
No, I'm not saying a thing. I am not actually talking right now.
Hey, your mom's flat.
Your mom is flat.
I don't know what that means.
Well, she's a flat earther, man. You'll get over it.
Yeah.
It'll be fine.
Do you believe in the flat Earth?
No, man.
What horizontal is.
Well, if you look out, everything's flat, right?
Yes.
No, not everything. Not everything's flat.
The horizon is.
Oh yeah, that's.
You know, I actually attend the conventions and everything for the flat Earth for the flat Earthers.
Oh, you're one of those morons.
What do you mean? Do I look stupid to you?
Yes.
You fool. You have activated my trap card. You have fallen right into my plan.
Great. Oops. You tricked me. Come on, guys. Oh, well, that was interesting.
Yeah, I don't know how we fell for that.
Yeah, I know. It's tricked me. I didn't even know how I was tricked. It's so good. Had an Aussie guy in before, T-Dub. He said that you'd been picking on him.
Wait, what?
Yeah. I can't remember his name. He's got like a green avatar.
How was I picking on him?
Don't know.
He was an Aussie?
Stares all the time. Yeah, he's got a garter mouth. Really bad.
Oh, Lats.
You know what's... I can't...
Yeah, cunt. He talk about the ice wall, cunt. That guy.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah.
Yeah, Lats, yeah.
Hey, why are so many fucking shit asshole Australian Globers, dude? There's a couple of them. They're, Wolfie, obviously, Mongo.
Dogs are gods.
Yeah, there you go. There's a couple of other ones. They're like total eggshells. There you go. Yeah, there's a list of Aussie and Ruhif anti-flat earthers, bro. 100%. But they're all Aussies, man. I find it interesting. Yeah, there's a few, obviously, UK Mongos, anti-flat earthers. I don't know, man. I guess it's it's spread out. We got a bunch here in America too. We had fucking Xanax and Kosho.
Seems to be a lot of like French. They're the most annoying ones.
The
You have to
French,
tell me why it's not a pearl.
the French Globers or anti-flat earthers, whatever you want to fucking call them, whatever. But I just call them Mongos. Those Mongos. Yeah, it's all over the place, man.
It's a disease.
It's a disease. You're right. I hear the Spanish community of flat earthers is just off the hook, man. And just those guys are just blowing fucking the place up, man. The South American Mexicans, the Brazilians apparently are fucking a bunch of flat earthers. I don't know. I don't speak Spanish, but I hear it's blowing up, man, like crazy.
Or Portuguese.
Portuguese. I know somebody that speaks Portuguese. If you guys need help, let me know.
Miguel Sosa.
I got a couple Spanish-speaking bilingual friends. Very
helpful. Español.
Sí, señor. I don't know what I agreed to. I have no idea, bro. I might have fucked up.
I was just adding in the Spanish from Spain list.
Oh, the Spain. Yeah, the whole Spanish thing and Mexico thing is. I saw some videos years ago about how,
With the different Spanish, the different pronunciations.
Yeah, it's really interesting, man. That all my Mexican friends, they don't have any lineage past like their like one or two generations, dude. They don't have records of their like great grandpa. I do.
Yeah, it's the same in Colombia as well.
Mm-hmm. It just seems very suspicious to me that they only go back like a couple generations. I thought that was interesting. Like I didn't know that. It does make sense because since I learned that, I started asking all my Mexican friends. I'm like, hey man, what's up? How far back can you go in your lineage? It's like, well, I knew I met my grandfather for a while when I was a kid or something, and then no, I don't know. The name Rodriguez is all over the place,
Rodriguez.
I don't know. Good luck, bro. Fuck.
My surname is Perez. So, I don't know, maybe 150 million people.
Right. So,
Candyman.
My dad's side was all Mormon, right? They're all Mormons.
Really?
Yeah. My mom,
Mormon American Indian.
Sugar man.
Mormon Blackfoot.
But yeah, serious Mormon shit, bro, in my lineage. But the records that they have kept for their lineage is ridiculous, bro. I mean, I know my fucking great fucking grandfather, That's how tight that shit is. They fucking smoke it, bro. And I'm fortunate to, get hand-me-downs of the lineage, and I've looked at it, going back 20 years ago, I was looking at it. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, we've got a huge family tree that my granny did before she passed away.
Nice. Good for Granny.
Yeah.
Good for Granny. Love you, Granny. Thank
Did
you.
a lot of research and went back, I reckon, at least 300 years, maybe.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, in the UK, so Scotland and the UK. So.
Isn't that great? So yeah, I have a lineage, apparently. My aunt did a lot of the work. She busted it for like 30 years.
Isn't that comedian? So that comedian says he sat down and helped his wife do a family tree, and they traced it back 5 generations, all the way back to 1990.
He was talking about Mexicans, yeah.
Yeah.
That guy's
his Mexican wife.
Yeah.
What's his name?
That's hilarious, bro.
Can't remember, man. He's hilarious, though, the guy.
He's got to be the funniest comedian going around at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He gets some flack too. Some of the audience don't like him.
Yeah.
You know what? If you're not upsetting an audience occasionally, man, you're probably not gonna be a good comedian. You gotta.
Yeah, you gotta tread on that line,
You gotta tread, man.
You see that cop, that ex-cop, he was roasting, man, and like at first he was like having a laugh and he kept going, like the comedian kept going, and like the smile slowly turned to this like look of I'm going to jump up there and rip your throat out, like
right. Yeah. Well, that's what a good comedian can do, man. But it's a talent, and you got to work at it. But these guys that do it, yeah, I've known a couple of those guys, man. Wow. Damn. So good, man, when it's good. But, every room's different every time. You don't know what you're going to get, but...
Well, this guy's good too because he can ad lib, like he'll start doing audience, like he'll involve the audience and just asking them their job or whatever, right? and he can just like off the cuff, just like fucking make fun of it. You know, man, he's good.
Yeah, he was doing it. He was saying some stuff about Mexicans, and then he goes to the audience. He goes, are you Mexican?" And he goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "What's your name?" And he goes, "Juan." And he goes, "See." He just gives them but he does it with black people, he does it with white people, he does it with Jews, he does it with everyone. He just gives shit to everyone.
Oh, hey, nobody is safe.
Dave Chappelle, in my opinion, is the most unsafe shit you could ever see. That guy will step into unsafe zone day in and day out. He's been doing it for decades, man.
The new Dave Chappelle or the old one?
The one that was replaced. Even
I like the old one. Give us the old one back, please.
Even that Mongo went on fucking Saturday Night Live, whether he was replaced or not, doesn't matter. And he was like bashing everybody, bro. He was like, he was bringing up all the shit you're not supposed to bring up. He just did a whole set right there, man. I was like, damn, they let it fly, man. I don't know why. You guys can take it from there, but yeah, go look at Dave Chappelle's Saturday Night Live. Yeah, opening monologue, whatever you want to call it, man. It was epic, man. He was hilarious. Anyway, it was vintage Dave Chappelle. And if you guys have ever watched the Chappelle Show back in the day, it was pushing the boundaries. But the next generation always has to push the boundaries. They got to keep pushing. I saw a girl at a restaurant recently, man. She had like 572 studs in her face. Studs. You know, I'm like, that's hot. And she had fucking purple hair and purple hair on top of it, man. Fucking
only in California, yeah.
Dude, I saw this. I wanted to take a picture. I just couldn't do it, man.
I would have just taken it. I was like, "Can I take a photo of you?" I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, I should have done that, but anyway,
You're
bad
telling
day.
me they don't do that for attention, and then when they get attention, they complain about it.
Right. There you go. You can't have it both ways, right? I always say that.
Nope.
You can't have it both ways. It's either one way or the other. You're not going to get it. No.
What are you looking at? Maybe your face
What are you
with
looking
2,000
at? Well, I'm
fucking
looking at
studs
your
in it?
face. It's got 500 studs in it, man. Do you mind if I take a picture with you? All right, cool, man. Can I get a selfie? Yeah, give me a selfie. No. Shit. Attention getters, man. Whatever it takes to get attention. Some people, you know, I don't know. They got to scream. They got to yell. Some people put studs in their face and other people get tattoos. I don't know. You got to do a bunch of stuff, man. I think my friend Mose Allison said it to me best. He says, "Hey, man, you better better stand up and holler, or you're gonna get left out. You better stand up and holler, or you're gonna get left out." I mean that.
You know what a nose ring used to symbolize, don't you?
What?
What's that?
You're a slave.
Oh shit!
I thought you were going to say slut.
No, that's the tongue.
Well, that's what it meant in the 80s. Like, yeah.
I mean, dude, how many? I don't know. My niece even got a fucking tongue fucking piercing.
Ooh.
Fuck.
Sorry, man.
Fucking niece, bro. I'm like,
all that piercing shit would like start off because you're a slave. They could hook you up to a chain, right? You tried to get away. If you wanted to get away, you had to fucking be in pain if you to get away. You know what I mean? Like, you could get away, you get off that chain, but it's gonna fucking hurt.
Hey,
you're probably gonna let out a cry and wake up the fucking overseer. You know.
Somebody's got to do a documentary about this, man. I haven't seen it.
Yep. About piercings.
Yeah. Maybe you guys have one. I don't know, man. Maybe you learned some shit I didn't. Interesting, man. The slang.
I'm a clean skin.
What's
My
that?
tribe. Clean skin.
Right, so those are the ones you got to worry about. The ones with no identifying features, right?
Oh, that's messed up, man. That's messed up. No.
No tattoos, no nothing. I got nothing. I'm boring.
Right? Yeah, I'm boring. I got no tattoos. You know, what are you gonna do?
What do you mean boring, dude?
I'm just super boring.
No, with these guys.
All right.
That's in the sea of a bunch of blasé people who get tattoos for the sake of getting tattoos, and the artwork and the placement and everything are just retarded. Someone with no tattoos stands out like a work of art.
Yeah, I'm a rebel.
Yep, I love it. AI. I'm down in that camp. I'm a rebel. I'm a outlaw. I call myself an outlaw. That's what I am.
You ever seen the Asian feminine tattoos that they'll adorn women with, and they're like, you look at them, it's like flowers and flowing and beautiful, and then you look at like Americanized chick tattoos, and it's just like, oh, you just rolled around in the street full of garbage with super glue.
Yeah, with stick figures and stuff.
Very strange.
Some tattoos look nice, and some make people look dirty.
Yeah, it's not artistic. It's not anything. It's purely a phenotypical tribal expression. It's like, I belong to the tribe of retards who think adorning themselves with other retarded tribal markings somehow makes them more valid. It's actually saying, I'm one of the crowd, trying to be not one of the crowd. It makes absolutely zero sense. It's one reason why a lot of them don't even care what tattoos they get. They just want to be covered in tattoos. It's like, oh, just cover me in a bunch of tattoos, so I look like somebody covered in tattoos.
AI. Back in the '90s, my buddy, my best man, he said, "Hey, man, in the future, man, there'll be these people that will self-mutilate."
Yeah,
self-mutilation. He told me this back in the '90s, bro. And that's when I look at some girl that's got 20 studs in her face or whatever, eyebrows, chin, lip, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, self-mutilation. Here it is in reality.
Yeah, fair point. But guess what, friends? It's not limited to physical markings. It's also limited to ideological markings. So, for example, you want to be part of an in-group by covering yourself with tattoos of various types, regardless of the quality. You could do the same thing with a social group. So you say, oh, I want to join Flat Earth. So I'm going to cover myself with a bunch of Flat Earth ideas, regardless of the quality. I'm going to borrow one from you. I'm going to borrow one from you. And I'm just going to plaster them all over myself. And everywhere I go, I'm going to tell you all my stupid Flat Earth ideas. And you're going to all love me. And you're going to give me a pass on how ugly my tattoos look simply because I'm a Flat Earther. Is that fair?
No.
Imagine Jaron got an AE map.
No, that's fair.
And then he went to fucking Antarctica and he goes, oh shit, I thought this map was real. He's left with the AE map on himself.
Don't get me started, man. I'm cool. Yeah, the self-mutilation thing, man. I don't know. My buddy,
what about those guys that look like lizards and stuff? Seen them?
He thought that they would
cut their tongue and
Well, the dude that
is chopping
made himself look like a tiger.
Oh yeah.
Wait, tiger looking. Yeah,
he got implants in his face to get like cat cheeks and stuff.
And there's a guy that looks like a demon. He's got horn extensions and everything. Fucking weirdo.
Yep. Yeah, there's a bunch of them out there. But hey, man, think of that. If you would have brought that up in '55 when Elvis took off, How do you think that would have gone, bro? I don't think you get. I don't think you get Elvis with the fucking studded horn, fucking demonic, fucking tongue pierced. Fuck all.
No, dude, it's all a degradation of societal tribal identity.
Degradation
So
of society.
they've loosed people.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's where I was going.
you lose people from a meaning tribal identity, and so they're basically left on this watch of trying to define their own identities themselves.
Yeah.
And this is the kind of chaos you get. People have absolutely no clue who they are, why they're here, what they're supposed to be doing.
No clue at all what they're supposed to be doing.
You guys are forgetting the worst part. The worst part is in regards to the really pretty women, the really, really beautiful women out there, how they ruin their beautiful faces with nose piercings and crap like that.
Yeah.
And Botox.
Oh yeah, Botox is horrible, dude. Like it lasts. It works at first. It works at first, but then you basically have to become addicted to it, and then after that, it like just ruins you.
It's like heroin. Then they all look the same. Like a 20-year-old woman looks like a 60-year-old woman with Botox. It's fucked up. They all look exactly the same.
Yeah, it's like when you date. The lady's like, what do you do for a living? How much do you make? Do you come from a good stock of parentage? And you're like, okay, what percentage of your body is not actually human?
I like it.
I always remember hearing this story about this Chinese guy. He was like a really rich businessman. And he married this lady, and when they had kids, they had this really ugly kid, and the businessman said to her wife, goes, "What the fuck? Whose fucking kid is this?" And she had to tell him that she didn't actually look like this when she was younger, and she showed him a photo, and he went, he tried to sue her.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Genetic violence. He basically did violence against his line of, genes, basically.
Yeah.
Now his progeny has got to be a mutoid or whatever. As crude as that sounds. And dude, and that's fair play because we all know that women have petitioned governments to get men to be guilty of violence for not paying for their bills. Yes, not paying for a woman's bill has been up on debate to be a law that is considered sexual violence. Yes, for real, that has really came into the law sphere.
So fucked up.
I don't even.
So yes. If you, the point is if you think that's fair, then yes, it's fair to sue a woman who completely changes their genetic, divorces it from her phenotype, and then you actually have to have kids with her genotype, not her phenotype. That's the problem.
Yep.
Holy shit!
Oh, sabotaging.
False advertising?
Yep.
Is it false?
Yeah, man, that's some they live shit.
Shout out to
when
Rodney.
the kid came out, he had
Dude. Holy dude, if you want to see some They Live, bro, look up those videos of the Asian makeup stars, and they will look at them, they're so beautiful, and then they will just take a piece of string and start cutting off like the wax pastes and things that they sculpt their nose with. They sculpt everything, and they're like a totally different person, completely.
Yep. Have you guys seen the masks that they got?
Yes. Yeah, it's like you ask her out, dude. You ask her out, and you'd be like, "Hey, let's be spontaneous. Let's go out to dinner. Let's go out to breakfast tomorrow morning at this great place on the beach." And she's like, "Oh no, I can't go out till tomorrow night." And he's like, "Why?" "Well, I have to put on my makeup. It's going to take 12 hours."
It's going to take a half a day. Mm. Hey man, where do we live? What's going on? Are there any trees in outer space anywhere? That'd be cool. Has NASA produced a tree in outer space? No, I don't think so. Okay, I'm just checking. Just checking. Got to keep up to date with what's going on out there. Don't be shy. If you got some information about what's happening, let us know. That'd be cool. What's happening what's happening on the globe? What's happening on flat Earth? What's happening on the concave Earth? Anybody? Concave? It might be. What about the electric universe? You guys hip with that? No?
Well, it depends on what you mean, dude. There's definitely electricity.
Electric.
It
There's
does
definitely
depend.
electricity. We know that, right?
Yep.
So what does electric universe even mean?
Well, it's been a term that's been kicked around for years, and could I define it as that the sun, the moon, the stars are spinning around some kind of magnet Earth thing that we're living on? Is it possible for those magnets to, push and pull these lights? I don't know, man.
Who cares, man?
Universe.
Let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. Why do the Celestials need any terrestrially understood mechanism to function? Why can't they function on a physics that is greater than terrestrial physics? Why can't they be in a realm that's completely divorced from the physics of our realm? Why do we have to assume uniformitarianism and say, well, if things work here, they must also work out there? Because there's only one type of physics that in reality. Like, how could you possibly prove that claim? You could say, well, that makes sense because we test it here. I'd say, oh, yeah, well, when you get out there and you test it there, then you can come back and tell me about it. But until then, you're just daydreaming.
Right. I agree.
Now, let's be clear, friends. Hold on, bro. Let's be clear. There are many, many flat earthers making false claims about the celestials and the cosmos that they have no access to know anything about. And they're making the same stupid foot-in-their-mouth fallacies that the Globers did, that they left Globers in the dust when they became flat earthers and said, no, we don't believe all these claims because you can't validate them. And then guess what they did? They waited around a little while, and then they started replacing those stupid claims with stupid claims of their own.
Yeah, it's a vicious cycle, bro. It's vicious.
Right, so guess what? Yeah, so guess what, flat earth dude? They were never cured. They're still Globers. Their globe is just now flat earth. And their Glober priests are now just flat earth priests. And their scientists that you have to listen to are now just some flat earther that you have to listen to. They're literally the same people they were when they were Globers. They're no different.
It's messed up, bro. Damn.
Right, so again, friend, just because somebody shows up and is covered in tattoos from head to toe,
right,
and they all say flat earth on them, doesn't mean they're part of your team. It doesn't mean they think like you. It doesn't mean that they're free from being a sheep. It doesn't mean any of that. And it certainly doesn't mean that they speak for you on behalf of you and flat earth community in total, or any of the communities we proffer specifically. So if you just show up and be like, I'm a flat earther, and so these other flat earthers are my team, they're my family, they're my homies, it's like, no, that's not necessarily the case. Just because you say the earth is flat and I say the earth is flat doesn't mean we're the same.
Right. Exactly.
So nobody gets a free pass.
Hey, AI, you and I are not the same, bro. I know that 100%.
To use a distinction between the two, to make a distinction between the two, is to use a term that I don't like to use myself because I just think it sounds really corny, so I don't use this word, but it's a word you're looking for, I think, which is truther. So what you could say is those people, like, in a certain sense, they're sort of like flat earthers because they say the earth is flat, or they're certainly not truthers.
Maybe, but in my opinion, truthers has evolved into a negative connotation. Truthers are the kind of people who think that, the ether is what comes out of God's armpits as he does a daisy twirl in the center of the earth, and it creates a vortex that imbibes our spirits with the ability to use words and create things out of nothing like he does. That's what I think a truther is nowadays.
What's beyond the ice wall?
To myself, even putting those wacky guys you're talking about aside, I would say most flat earthers are not truthers.
What is beyond the ice wall?
It's flat.
What is beyond the ice wall?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, listen, bro. We're talking about esoteric topics, and homeboy comes in. What's beyond the ice wall?
beyond the
I don't
ice
know, bro.
wall?
When I go there, when I go there, I'll let you know. Good grief,
wall.
dude. Yeah, I got one for you, Mr. Ice Wall. What's beyond the edge of the universe?
I love that question. I love that one. That's one of my favorites.
Another universe.
Yeah, so for example, if God, let's say God created time, space, and matter, that means all available free space was created by God, which means he does not occupy free space. It means he's greater than free space. That means wherever the confines of free space is, that God is beyond it. So at the boundary of the physical universe where free space is available, there's something that's not free space, yet there's something there, which in its essence is eternal, right? Because it's not temporal, spatial, or energetic. And so if you say beyond the edge of the universe is something that's incomprehensible, then there you go. Beyond the edge of the flat earth is something that's incomprehensible. Both cases would end up with an indefinite, which means we don't know for sure what it is. So I could simply answer the same way you must answer about the edge of the universe, which is undefined. So what's beyond the available space that we have available to us is undefined. There you go.
Well, I know that they don't allow us to go down to the South Pole. So I was just curious, do any of y'all have any information that we can go over tonight to learn about, whether it be civilizations?
Yeah, I got an ancient document. That says what happens when you keep going south. Supposedly, it says you just keep going through more snow and more ice, and more snow and more ice. And that's all it said. I have no reason to expect otherwise, because if it seems like the sun is our local heat source, and without the sun's presence and energy, that everything gets cold, then it would stand to reason that everything beyond the reach of the heat and warmth of the sun would be cold. So I mean, I could infer that, but I wouldn't know for sure. I'd be speculating.
It goes back to my
Would there be
question.
other suns then over there?
Well, why? See, notice how I said I'd be speculating. You said, could there be other suns? Dude, all as I know is there's one sun, and I have no reason to believe there's more than one sun.
Okay.
No reason at all.
Well, I mean,
Not only that, but I adhere to the Judeo-Christian paradigm in which the creator of the realm made one sun. That's all he said he made. So I'm going to take him at his word, and I'm not going to go into speculative nonsense about other suns when I have no evidence that they exist whatsoever.
Okay.
For example, to proffer the idea that there's another sun would mean there would be a need for another sun. Like, that would be like, why do we need another zone? Or, well, maybe there's other people over there and they live in another area that's, how would you know that? Would they send a message in a bottle and launch it with a catapult that they made out of a bunch of angry feminist bras that they were trying to burn? Because their timeline, they have feminists just like in ours? Wow.
Wow.
I mean,
wow.
Do we have any documents we go over, like if there's other people or other?
But that's what I'm saying, dude. There's no evidence for any of that. It's pure fantasy, pure fiction, pure speculation.
Okay. Has anybody seen that the video about the moon being made out of plasma and being a reflection
I've heard
of
about it.
reality?
Plasma moon, yes. There was a scientist, physicist back in the 60s said the Earth's plasma. I mean, the moon's plasma.
Yeah.
Nobody's landing on it, bro. No.
Right.
All right, there's one guy. I could say the same thing. because none of us have ever been to the moon, so we don't know about landing on the moon. If you think you do, let me know. I know what it's like to drive a car or forklift.
Yeah, and by the way, that's yeah. By the way, flat Earth dude, that's both in the positive and the negative. If you're a flat earther making a claim that it's impossible to land on the moon, how are you going to bear that burden? And if you're a globe over making it's a claim it's entirely possible and has already occurred, how are you going to bear that burden?
I'll bear it with the fact that none of us have been to the moon. That's my evidence.
There you go. So both the positive and negative case can't be made.
Well, that moon map, that was
moon map
gone over basically that there's other continents beyond ours.
Yes, seen the moon map.
Dude, there's no proof. There's no proof it's a moon map in the first place. And even if it was, how do you know the guy that made the moon map, right, didn't just use artistic embellishment? How do you know that the moon map wasn't made by an artist who has a cosmic, star field that he can zoop around in, and he's just like, hey, I'm just going to draw what I think the Earth could look like, and then, in the millennia to come, a bunch of retarded people will look up and be like, oh, there must be other continents because this image on the moon. It doesn't follow logically that even if the moon looks like a map of the Earth and it shows other portions which you could refer to as continents, that there would be more continents. That doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's a cosmic star field, bro.
For example, if I drew a picture of what I wish the Earth looked like, and I drew all the continents you know of, and then I drew 13 more continents, does my picture of 13 more continents make those continents exist? The answer is no. So now if I took that picture and I plastered it on the moon with a giant piece of sticky tape, would it then mean there's 13 more continents? Do you see the problem with the logic here, dude? This is specious level, esoteric, daydreaming, fancy grasping at straws by people who can't think straight, that are easily confused and easily deceived.
Yep. So what are gray aliens?
Who cares? How would I know?
Did he just ask what are
speculations? There's speculations that they're demons. They could be other entities. I mean, who knows, dude? Well, I'll tell you what, when I catch one and I autopsy it and then I grill it for the truth of where it came from and I slap it around a bit and I put it under the hot light and then I leave the room and then I let the good cop come in. And then after, we get it to smoke a cigarette and chill with us and then we're homies, then he'll tell me the story. But until then, I don't know.
Well, they may not even exist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, for all I know, that's what happens when a redhead marries, a retard. And then they have a baby and it comes out as a gray alien. How would I know? Like Timbo was talking about women that plaster themselves with makeup and you don't even know what they really are underneath. Maybe like this hot chick you thought was a hot chick is really a gray alien, and when you had a baby, it came out as a gray alien. How would we know? Now I'm playing fast and loose with these responses, dude, because I just want you to understand how ridiculous some of the claims and logically false conclusions people make about all these esoteric topics. They create a whole worldview about things they know nothing about.
Well, my friend, who's my neighbor, used to believe in God, and now he doesn't go to church anymore, and because he worked in D.C. at the Pentagon, and the massive parking lots they have. And one day, as he got out of work and going out the office, he looked over at the edge of the parking lot, and there was these beings that were very, very tall, and they were being escorted. And he's like, "Hey, what's that?" And the security guard said, "You have to wait here. You can't go to your car just yet."
And so this made him lose faith in the biblical story of the world.
Well, AI, what were you doing there, bro?
Now he's huge into ancient aliens.
I know, exactly. Right, so dude, let me just explain to you how stupid your friend is. Your friend is so stupid, such an idiot, such a moron, that in a worldview where a singular agent God created the universe and all that in there is, he decided to abandon that claim because he saw some tall, freaky-looking thing. Does that make any sense, dude? Does that make any sense at any shape, any way at all? No, that sounds retarded. So what the heck? Think about it. Think about it, dude. Imagine this. Imagine if those tall things actually came from Mars. Would that mean God doesn't exist? How stupid could your friend possibly be, dude?
I'm fragile for our faith.
No, dude. Stupid. Stone cold retard level stupidity. Let me tell you why. Because everything I just described to you, that people have no idea how to think, they're asleep. They're told by some other moron that if aliens exist, that God can't exist. And rather than thinking for themselves and figuring out that that's a stupid logical deduction, in fact, it's not a logical deduction at all, it's erroneous string of reasoning, they say, oh, that sounds good. I'm going to believe you because I'm retarded.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, it's not entirely his fault. He was a victim of a modern society education program and media propaganda to incentivize him to disbelieve in special creation or any of those things based on cosmological arguments that have to do with aliens, the nature of the creation of the earth, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. In other words, the shape of the earth, where it came from, cosmological origins, which is called cosmogony, the genesis of things, right? And that all relies on the assumption of the Big Bang, heliocentric, expanding universe cosmogony. And so the other day you asked me, why would the shape of the earth matter? There is a strict example of why it matters. That you've felt in your own life where your own friend left the faith because he believes in a worldview that can only be sustained by the heliocentric model. So there's your answer, friend. You asked me, and now I've given you the answer. Now you know.
Yeah. So, do we know what the Earth is standing on?
The Earth is standing on 4 pillars.
What are the 4 pillars standing on?
Doesn't matter. Keep in mind, friend, I already told you that no matter how you slice and dice it, the pocket of available free space, if you consider it a pocket, in other words, it has a limitation, it's not infinite, has a boundary, of which boundary there's no more available free space after that. So you can't have an infinite regression. You're eventually going to get to a point where free space ends and the realm of the eternal entity exists. Because the non-eternal entity or the contingent entity, which is the creation, is where space, time, and matter and energy are. And beyond the special creation is the eternal. And the eternal entity doesn't need those qualities, and it's super to those qualities. It's not requiring or under those qualities. So there's eventually going to be a point where you end up with either an infinite regression or you just cut it off and be like, no, there is the only thing sustaining creation after a certain point is the eternal entity. And as far as I know, you already agree with that because you're a specific theist with a special creation worldview, right? So you already agree with me, whether you realize it or not.
Yeah.
What does the Bible say, brother? It says, he upholds all things by the word of his power. So, what are the 4 pillars standing on? They're standing on God's power, bro.
Fair point.
Whatever that means. Now, listen, we don't know what that means. We can't even begin to speculate what that means. It's incomprehensible because we do not have an eternal entity mind. There's only one being that possesses that mind, and it is us.
Yeah, he placed the world in our hearts and minds so we cannot find out what his works are from beginning to end.
Yeah, but at the same time, you always have this idea of wonder and amazement and curiosity, right? So there's this idea of incomprehensibility, but this idea of curiousness, where we can almost grasp it on a conceptual level, but we can't quite get there.
Yeah.
Which boggles my mind, dude, that when it comes to the flat Earth globe Earth thing, there's so many questions that globe Earth specific theists ask of us that they actually don't realize are actually in their own worldview. You know, like, well, if the Earth is flat, how would gravity work? It's like, dude, you believe in a agent that is non-material, not made of energy, not made of time, created all of those things, and then you're going to ask me how could a flat Earth work if God created it? It makes zero sense. Of course, it's going to work. It's not even a problem.
Yeah. Oh. Mm-hmm.
Brother, there's many people who have sided with so-called science over their own scriptural texts across all religions, and most specifically, the great Hebrew or monotheistic or Abrahamic specific creation type religions, because those religions specifically give direct credit to a specific agent for the creation of the physical and natural world directly. Yet, simultaneously, they then say scientists know more about the creation than the entity who created it and told us what he did. Now, logically, if you believe that the agent who is God, who created everything, told you in a book what he did, you believe that, and you believe he cannot lie and he knows all things, but then you're going to say, I trust the scientists more. That's a problem for you in your own worldview. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, yeah, I don't trust the scientists more.
Right, so when the scientists offer you, when the alleged scientists and cosmologists and all these whatever wackadoodle dudes, they offer you a creation story that directly contradicts the points in Genesis, you agree with them or you agree with Genesis?
I'm not an evolutionist, so I'm a literal. I believe in literal interpretation of Genesis.
Okay. So then you don't need a creation story for the forces at play. So the idea of gravity forming the Earth into a ball is irrelevant to you, right?
Yeah.
Right. So you understand that if God designs a specific structure to the Earth, sets it in place, and then sets the forces in place the way he wants them to work, then that doesn't preclude a flat Earth at all, right?
Sure.
Right. So if we go out and we measure that there's no curvature, and you already know God's capable of creating a flat Earth, and so you couple that together, God can make a flat Earth, and there's no curvature on the Earth, maybe it's flat.
Well, yeah.
Right. And so we know, according to the Bible, that the Bible says you can understand God's eternal power and Godhead from the creation itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So you can know things. You can actually go out into the creation and know things. One of those things you can know is that water's flat and level, covers 70% of the known territory, and if 70% of an object is flat and level between two horizontal parallel planes, then that means the entirety of the surface measured off sea level is also congruent with that, with a variance of 13 miles to the top of Mount Everest to the bottom of the Marianas Trench. So you have a surface that's arranged horizontally and very, very flat. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
Sure.
Yeah, welcome to the club. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the right, DJ spinning request.
Yeah, I mean, but the church taught that the Earth was flat for centuries. I think all the way to Columbus, and they actually were hesitant to allow Columbus to go because they thought that he would reach the edges of the Earth and become in danger. So.
I mean, that's a cool story and all, and whether it's true or not is highly irrelevant. Whether it's false history, whether it's manipulated, whether that's not exactly what happened, doesn't change the fact that the seeds are available to us today, and we can measure them and find out that they're not curved. And then all the same logic I just said applied, and we end up at the same resultant, which is the Earth is obviously flat.
Sure, I mean, yeah, I mean.
So there's only one question then left on the table: is the water actually curving or not? Right? Not whether some dude wrote in a book that Columbus said this or that, right?
So what causes the waves and all that?
What? What, dude, do you think globes cause waves? No, bro, like seriously, how is that even a relevant question? It's like do globes cause waves? And so if the earth is flat, I have to come up with an alternate explanation? I mean, are you kidding?
Well,
I'm not trying to make fun of you, bro. I'm just trying to elucidate to you that this is a non sequitur question. It's not logically relevant to the conversation.
I'm not debate. I'm asking a knowledge question. If you have anything you could tell us.
Okay, yeah, but it's like asking me what causes combustion in an internal combustion engine. It's not relevant to the shape of the Earth, dude. But if you want to know what causes waves, dude, I mean, I imagine water moving causes waves. So now that I've told you the answer, can we move back on to the point?
Okay.
Don't get me wrong, bro. I've heard many people, when they find out the Earth is flat, they have to ask all these questions about how things work. Because in the globe paradigm, they have all these stupid answers to questions that nobody even asked. Right? So they tell you, like, waves work because the Earth is a globe, because it's spinning, and because it's moving through space, and yada, 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 dude. But what they actually mean is tides. Because waves are primarily caused by, seismic activity, wind, things like that.
Yeah, the wind. So, I mean, is that caused by the sun being a electrical?
What?
Electrical
Dude, the wind, most of the winds are caused by differences in heat, and the flow of heat, and how it's cold and hot in different places, and air expands and moves. You know, you got all these different patterns, et cetera, et cetera. So, like, again, you have an energy system on the Earth, which is heavily influenced by the sun. The sun moves around the Earth. Therefore, the air is going to move in relationship to the sun. It makes perfect sense. Like, it's not even a mystery. And by the way, it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Have you guys had anybody come in here and debunk y'all?
Like how? Like debunk what?
I don't know, the worldview.
Like how? Like how would they debunk it? Like what would they bring me a picture of Bigfoot? Would that debunk it?
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this question, dude. If I'm a contractor and I work in your house and you hire me to make a flat floor and I come in and for whatever reason I make your floor curve. So it has a big hump in the middle and it curves around on the side. So you can't put a table, you can't do nothing. And you say, "Look, dude, we have a contract here. I want you to fix that." I say, "No, sue me." And you say, "Fine, I will sue you, you stupid jerk." So you take me to court and you say, "This is curved," and I say, "No, it's flat." And you say, "This is curved," and I say, "No, it's flat." Right? And then the judge says, "Okay, who's right? Which one of you took measurements of the floor?" And I say, "Oh, I have measurements here," and you say, "No, I have measurements here." Right? So you tell the judge that you actually measured the floor, right? And then you prove to him that it's curved. Because I'm going to tell him it's flat, you're going to tell him it's curved, and he wants the actual evidence. So no, Fred, nobody has ever brought to us the demonstrable evidence of surface curvature. Okay? That's what's required to debunk the proposition that the Earth is flat. And they've never brought it.
What created the mountains?
What? What created mountains?
How did the mountains form?
What does that have to do with anything, dude?
Oh, I mean, we're
like, do globes? Like, again, I'm going to ask you the same silly question: do globes cause mountains to form? Like, how is this relevant?
We're taught that.
Just trying to teach you that you're trained with all this nonsense, dude. So I think you're starting to agree with me that many of the predispositional questions you have are absolutely nonsensical to the point.
I mean, I heard that when the crust of the Earth broke asunder.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. Let's agree. Let's just say that's what does it. Let's say that the crust of the Earth, which is the surface of the Earth, right, moves around, and it collides together and causes a mountain. Let's agree that that's the case for argument's sake. So what? What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? Because you can have surface plates on top of a flat surface. I mean, that makes perfect sense. I put plates on top of my table every day. Makes perfect sense, and then I can smash them together. Wow.
Sure. Yeah.
Right, so you just noticed right there, dude, that you've heard in the past that somehow mountains are relevant to the Earth being a globe, but then you found out that it actually is nonsense.
Yeah, the shadows on the moon don't make sense if it's a ball.
What do you
I
mean?
was watching a video about that, like the way the shadows are cast.
Oh, you mean they don't make sense?
Yeah, the shadows being cast, the way on a sphere,
Okay, that's
they
interesting.
don't look like the ones that
Well,
cast the moon.
but you're already jumping a conclusion. Whoever said it was the shadow of the Earth in the first place,
Right.
and whoever validated that, who was in a vantage point to see the sun, the Earth, and the moon simultaneously to tell you that their arrangement in three-dimensional free space was that they were in a line and that one was casting a shadow on the other. Who's ever done that? Never happened.
Well, exactly. I mean, I have seen the moon on the opposite side of the sky, and it's only partially lit, and then the sun is lit on the other side. And I'm like, okay, that doesn't make any sense that I can see the sun in totality, and the moon I can see well across from it.
Yeah.
It's only half lit. This makes no sense.
Yeah, you know what else doesn't make sense, brother? Is that when you take a actual sphere and another actual sphere and you shine a light and you try to get the one shadow on the other object, because you now have two curves, you end up with a complex curve, which creates a sinusoid pattern. We never see that on the moon. We never see a complex curve of the shadow of the alleged ball Earth on the alleged ball moon. Never happens. So that's not congruent with modeled reality. Not only that, but you can get curved shadows on a curved object from a flat object or a straight object. So even that isn't congruent with the claim that the alleged shadow on the moon is curved, therefore the Earth must be a ball. It doesn't follow logically. You can't prove it's a shadow in the first place, and you can't prove it's a shadow of the Earth, and you can't prove it informs you about the shape of the Earth. You can't prove any of the things necessary to reach the conclusion. Now, you can make up a cool story that'll fool people who can't think straight. You could certainly do that.
Well, I mean, I've also seen videos of people with their own private telescopes looking at the stars, and they look like they appear to be something to do with light and water. How light is reflected or refracted through water. Very bizarre stuff.
Yeah, but it's just what's weird is that you can get that same look from looking at a street light out of focus. You can get that same look from looking at a candle out of focus, right? So you can't make necessarily definitive claims about what you're seeing. That's the problem.
Right. Yeah. So basically, we're living in Truman Show. The Truman Show.
Well, what do you mean by that?
I mean, there was a limit to his plane or his environment.
Yeah, but I mean, in the Truman Show, he was in a simulated environment, a prison, contained, and where the things that were on in the sky were fake facsimiles of the actual sky, right? So that wouldn't really be a parallel.
I mean, wouldn't that be that we're on a prison too?
Why?
I mean, if we don't have a universe that we can travel.
We don't. Okay, yeah, cool story. So let me put it to you like this, bro. If we don't have this giant, ever-expanding universe that we can't travel to because we don't possess the technology and never will, okay, in your ever-expanding universe, you're still in just as much of a prison. Why? Because the extent of the expansion of the universe is greater than the ability of supposed known physics would allow you to even travel to. You'd never, in a billion, quadrillion, quintillion, Googleplexillion years, be able to reach the edge of the universe. And even if you could, it would already have expanded outwards past. So you cannot practically explore the known universe, period. It's not possible. So no matter how you slice and dice it, you're in an area in which you can't explore the totality of the area. Now, if you call that a prison, then reality is a prison in itself. That's like saying I'm in a prison because I have to look out through my eyeballs and I can't look out through your eyeballs. I'm limited. We're all limited, dude. I can't jump 10 feet in the air. Does that mean I'm a prisoner because fleas can jump 10 feet in the air? No.
I mean, I do find it amazing that we're not permitted. I saw a video of a battle, a destroyer or something like that near Antarctica. These guys were trying to take their boat beyond, to go, to South Pole, and they were commanded by the battleship to turn around. That's some weird shit. That's like really weird. That's okay. You say you won't let me go down here. No, you're not allowed to. Turn around.
Well, y'all and Ahoy tried to go down there and they shot his boat up. And I believe a couple of his crew members got killed.
Who, somebody on here?
No, it's just a guy that's well known for making trips down there without having permission. And he went down one time and they blew his boat out.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, but we get Globers in here all the time saying that you can just freely travel down there as much as you want. It's like, no, dude, you can't. And so what they do is then they post trips that people went down there with permission, filling out all the forms. And we go, okay, so you just proved to us that these guys had permission to go there. We're telling you you can't just go freely without permission. And you think you're bringing us an argument at all? Like, did you even stop and think?
Yeah, it's really weird.
They never do, though.
Very strange. Like, why they would all sign that no one's allowed to go down there. It's really weird.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, but didn't Admiral Byrd go down there and?
Well, dude, Admiral Byrd was on the behalf of the United States military and government, right? It's not like he didn't have permission and free reign,
Yeah, no, I mean, but didn't he find another civilization?
Who knows, dude? There's so many. There's stories that he found an Earth inside the Earth, and he found a portal into it in the North Pole. I mean, who knows what these stories are validated, dude? Nobody brought any evidence of any of this stuff. There's no video footage of the inside of the Earth where he's flying inside it with his plane, like they claim. So I mean, you could choose to believe it or not, but there's no conclusive evidence that it occurred.
Yeah.
I think what we do know is that after he did his whole thing in Antarctica, he then went and did some things in the north, then went back to Antarctica for a very short time, and then almost immediately after that, they did the Antarctic Treaty. They locked everything down. They locked outward travel down, and they locked upward travel down. So in other words, they put a limit on how far you're allowed to freely go outwards and how far you're freely allowed to go upwards. And they basically made all those territories governed by international treaty and like NASA, and they founded NASA and made it like all under the auspices of the Department of Defense. So they basically militarily locked down outwards and upwards.
Yeah.
Not downwards, though. Interestingly enough, they didn't lock down downwards. You're free to go down to the bottom of the ocean and implode like those other retards did.
Right. Yeah, it's very strange.
You know what's the worst one, brother? Let me tell you this. It's going to blow your mind. So Globers, they come in here with all their questions and their knee-jerk responses and their coping mechanisms. But one of the biggest questions that almost everyone asks is, why would they lie? And what really gets me, dude, is that people who believe in any of the great world religions who, in their own worldview, exist an entity whose intention and designs are to deceive humanity against God, they themselves will come in here and ask, why would they lie about the nature of reality? And I'm scratching my head. I'm like, dude, did you never go to the Sunday school? Did you never read your own religious books you believe in? It's like, do you not? I mean, you said you believe this worldview, and then you ask me, why do humans lie? And I'm like, are you dumb?
Oh, the devil.
Yeah, like why would there be an overarching plan to deceive humanity about the true nature of reality and the creator? Why?
Well,
Why? I mean, it's almost like, bro, it's almost like I've never heard in any history or literature of any entity who's ever been interested in that type of thing before. It's like, wow, what happened? Did I live under a rock my whole life?
well, I mean, if flat Earth is true, then it's more. It supports the idea that the literal interpretation is true, and we're not the product of a 14 billion year evolutionary cycle, and therefore morality is not relative; it's objective because God created this world for us. Therefore, we are project number one, primary, the primary focus of all our existence in this plane. And you can't live the way you want to live because the Bible is true.
No, that's not true at all. You can live however you feel like.
Well, no, I mean for a Christian, like
Oh yeah, if you're a Christian, you can live however you feel like. No, if you're a Christian, you can live however you want, dude.
Yeah. Let me read.
No matter who you are or what you are, you can do whatever you want, dude. Whatever you feel like doing, you can do it. If you're capable of doing it and you want to do it, and you decide to do it, you can do it.
Yes, no. Let me rephrase what I said. I meant it's more of a unction for you to repent and not be evil. That there is going to be a judgment.
Right. So what excludes you from the? So let me test your own worldview. What excludes you from the supposed judgment?
Well, no. I mean, what I was trying to say is the globe and the 14 billion year evolutionary thing. That's really what creates atheists. Whereas if and then like you have you know it all. But if they were to believe in a flat Earth and believe in a literal interpretation of Genesis, then that means what's in the book is all real, and they need to get their butt in gear and be kind.
Well, I'll cut you off. I'll cut you off with some real world examples, dude. And that is that we have had people who were atheists or who had left the faith or faith in general in the past, who came to the flat Earth idea, discovered that yes, all this heliocentric nonsense is a lie, and all their worldviews were based on that, and so they had to look again at there's just like the stricture of okay, we have the creation here, that means creator, and then that reinvigorated or started their faith.
Yeah.
Now, however, you did say that these atheists they need to start being nice. Like, what does being nice have to do with anything?
No, I mean like love your neighbor as yourself. That's what I'm saying.
Who cares, dude? What does that have to do with atheism? I know plenty of atheists who I think are better people than some Christians I know.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying like specific personalities, people who think they can just, live like a dog, basically.
Well, what does that have to do with anything, dude?
A lot.
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong, dude. It's like I thought you were a Christian before, but now I'm doubting it. So, like, do you have a worldview that's adherent to the Judeo-Christian paradigm, Christianity specifically?
Yes.
Okay, so then, what does changing your behaviors have to do with the ultimate question?
No, it has everything. If you don't believe, if you think you're a product of evolution, then that means there's no judgment, and you can live like those wicked people in the Bible.
Okay, cool. So let's say Homeboy decides there is creation, there is a final judgment. Therefore, I'm going to start being nicer to people. Is that going to solve their problem?
Sure.
What do you mean, dude?
Maybe
so in your worldview, turning your life around means what, dude?
Maybe they won't be a drunk anymore. Maybe they'll not live in a homosexual lifestyle. Maybe they will.
What is that going to change?
Not kill people.
Okay. What's that going to change? Yeah, but I'm asking, what's that going to change?
What do you mean?
Dude, we're obviously skirting around the great metaphysical questions. You believe in a specific worldview, which is Christianity in particular. Okay, Christianity doesn't teach that if you stop murdering people, that your problems are solved. It doesn't teach that at all, dude.
Yeah, it does. It means that you are.
No, it doesn't.
It means you're on your way to heaven.
No, it doesn't, dude. Nowhere in the Bible does it say if you stop murdering people, you are on your way to heaven. That does not appear in the Bible, not one time.
Repentance.
Not one time, dude.
Repentance and believe in Jesus. Not just believe alone, but repentance and seek holiness. Yes, it does. It's required for life.
So your claim is that you have to stop sinning in order to get eternal life. That's your claim.
No, you must seek. You must seek after.
Okay. So now that the idea that you're going to not be a sinner anymore is off the table, dude. Right?
You're not. No, you're not perfect. You're gonna make mistakes. You're a weak
mistakes.
You have your flesh, but you're supposed to walk after this.
Yeah, cool story. So when you wake up in the morning, do you say, "Hey, dear God, aren't you proud of me? I didn't murder anyone last night."
Well, no. I mean, I thank God for giving me another day. I pray to Him, and if it's something I'm going through, I ask Him to give me strength to go through the challenge that I'm facing. And
yeah, sure enough.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to submit this to you, friend. No, not one place in the Bible does it say you have to repent of your sins to be saved, dude. Not one place. Not one.
Revelation. Yeah, it does. Revelation chapter 3.
Yeah. Quote it.
Sure. Let's see here. Let's see here. It's actually in chapter 2, verse 16.
All right, hold on. Let me pull it up. Hold on. Let me pull it up, man.
Mm-hmm.
2:16.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, so let me pull up. Let's do KJV. That's pretty good. 2:16.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, dude! This is about the letters to the churches, dude.
Yeah, that's to us.
Holy crap, dude!
But they're all like 5 of the 7 are doing things that don't please God, and God is telling them you need to change, stop doing what you're doing, or He's going to remove their candlestick.
Repent, or else I will come unto thee quickly. Fight against them with the sword of thy mouth, dude. This is not about salvation, dude. Good grief. I should have known better than to trust you to give me a citation that backs your claim when you said that St. Jerome said Orbis. Good grief, dude.
No, we're supposed to seek after holiness. John the Baptist rebuked.
Yeah, dude. Why is it so hard for you to understand that this citation you gave me doesn't back your claim? Dude, the citation you gave me does not back your claim.
Yes, it does. The context.
No, it doesn't.
What they are
I'm here for
doing.
the flat Earth.
Yeah, bro, you've ran out of whatever. So, dude, let's hear about the flat Earth. What do you want to know?
Shit, I don't know, bro. I'm just here to learn.
All right, I'll teach you. They tell you the Earth is a globe, but the problem is that globes require curvature, and the problem with that is that the Earth is covered in water, and water is the gold standard of level throughout human antiquity, and water itself is the standard for level known as sea level. Not only that, but we use it to level things. And when you consider that 70% of the known surface is level, and you can actually measure that surface of water to find out that it's not curving, then you can deduce that it's located between two horizontal parallel planes, right, which gives you the greatest height of 13 miles to the lowest depth, right, which is from the Marianas Trench all the way up to the top of Everest. So everything on Earth is between two horizontal planes, the entire surface, benchmarked by water level. Therefore, the Earth is flat, dude. It's that simple. Water's flat, Earth is covered in water, the Earth is flat. The end.
Here's a question. People standing, so someone's standing at the North Pole looking up at the stars, looking up at the sky, rotating one direction. Someone's in the South Pole looking up at the sky, looking at the stars. Why are the stars rotating the other direction?
Yeah, so notice how water's flat, and you said stars are doing this and that, which is fair point to ask why they seem to be doing what you think they're doing. But notice how it has nothing to do with the fact that water's flat. Totally different argument. Yeah, so why do things appear to look differently in the cosmos? Well, that could be for numerous reasons. So, for example, I know for a fact that you can get rotations and counter-rotations and even counter-directionals through optical means alone. So even if you assume a nature about a three-dimensional object, you can see it move just by optical reasons alone. But here's the problem. We've been told what the sky is. Just check it out. We've been told what the sky is by people who have never been there. And they only have the arrival angles of the light. So they can't make any definitive claims. They've told you that counter-rotation synergized with the assumption that the globe exists.
Are you not
that may be the
same thing?
No, not at all. I've never been to the Celestials, dude. I've never been to the Celestials. You have never been to the Celestials. The people who told you what they are and what they're doing have never been to them either.
Do you believe they exist, right?
Yeah, there's definitely something that you look up and see. Sure. They exist. Good.
Oh.
What does that tell us? Does that tell us where they are in relation to the Earth?
Directions on a why would things rotate? Why would the sky rotate in opposite directions on a flat plane? If we're standing in two different locations on a flat plane.
Oh yeah, that's simple. First thing you do is remove the assumption that the star field is a singular body. And as soon as you remove that assumption, then the idea of it should or shouldn't be rotating in any particular way becomes irrelevant.
What the actual fuck? So I'm supposed to assume there's like a multiverse right outside the dome?
Dude, there could be 17 different star fields. There could be 17 star fields that are each moving in different directions.
Yeah, but the stars aren't the thing. We're seeing them rotate not because the stars are moving, but because we're moving, right? So it doesn't.
Okay, dude. That's your claim, dude. That's your claim. You've never been in a reference point where you've seen the star field and the Earth simultaneously to be able to determine which one's moving. However, friend, people have done tests. For example, there's a very famous test called Airy's failure. He took a telescope, and based on the principle of Fresnel drag, which means that light going through a medium will be reduced in its speed, he deduced that if the stars or the Earth were moving, depending on how he tilts his telescope, he'll be able to visualize the same star. If he has to tilt his telescope to visualize the same star, then the Earth is moving. If he doesn't have to do it, then the Earth is not moving and it's the stars that are moving. Guess what? He didn't have to tilt his telescope. That means the stars are moving, the Earth is not moving. So he did an Earth-based test to determine that your claim that the stars are moving because the Earth is rotating is actually false. It's actually the case that the Earth is still and the stars are rotating above us.
Oh, so you don't even think the Earth is like rotating at all?
Oh, dude, the Earth is clearly stationary. The Earth is clearly stationary, dude.
Oh, that's crazy. I didn't know that.
How's it crazy? No, bro. I know it's crazy because it's not the norm. But is it crazy in any? Yeah, no worries, bro. But I just want you to think. Is it crazy in any rational sense? Because let me explain it to you.
No. I want to ask you a question. You haven't really explained the optical illusions that would cause the stars to move in different. So you're just saying the stars are all whirling in different directions in space? Because some guy pointed a telescope a certain angle. And
No, what I'm telling you is what he determined was that the stars are moving, not the Earth. So if I know the Earth isn't moving, then I can remove the idea that the Earth is rotating and then the stars are standing still relative to the Earth, causing these apparent differentials. Okay, but you have to let me finish my sentences. Hey, you have to let me finish my sentences, dude. You're not the only one here. There are other people listening, and we're broadcasting to an audience, okay?
Yes, sir.
But go ahead.
Okay. Talking about this one guy and his telescope experiment, right? What about the thousands of people before him that used telescopes that would contradict his claim? And would claim the opposite.
There's no. None of them did what he did. All they did was look from the ground towards the stars, see the motion of the stars, and create kinematic models. That's what they all did. Galileo, Tycho Brahe, all of them. They saw the stars move, and they created kinematic models and explanations about those models. That's all they did. What this man did is he created a test that would determine whether one is moving or not based on the principles of the physics of light passing through a medium. None of them did that.
Or, can I ask a separate question, like kind of off topic, same topic, kind of different question?
Sure.
Have you seen the video of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Dude, I've seen an alleged video of a 24-hour sun of like a 45-second clip of it, sure.
Where they flew out like 8 flat earthers to Antarctica and they all were live streamed.
No, it was 3. No, it was 3. It was 3 flat earthers, dude.
What, are they lying? They said they saw it.
What do you mean lying? What do you mean lying? Yeah, well, okay. Let's say they did. Then what?
Wouldn't they be contradicting? Do you believe in the 24-hour Antarctica sun? Do you think it's real?
No. I said, what if they were telling the truth? Well, then what?
Well, then the Earth is on an axis. That's
why. Why?
Because how the fuck would the sun be hitting Antarctica for 24 hours?
Okay, see, there's your problem. You're mixing two models. So you have a model idea of how the sun works relative to the globe that you've been taught your whole life. And that's fair. No worries there. I understand that. Then you're met with the proposition the Earth is flat and the sun is not behaving in the way in which the globe told you. Yeah, here, I'll give you a model. No, I'll give you a model. It's very simple. So here's the model. If all the points of a surface are arranged between 2 horizontal parallel planes and that surface is flat, if something else that is not that surface is doing something that's anomalous based on a model assumption in your mind, that doesn't change the fact that the surface of water is flat.
Buddy, how the fuck is the sun hitting Antarctica for 24 hours? It's above Antarctica for 24 hours. You can see the sun there for 24 hours.
So you can see the arrival angle of the light of the sun. Cool.
Explain to me how that would be possible on a flat Earth model.
Yeah, it's very simple. So when you see something, the light of it is reaching you, right?
They see the sun. They see the ball. They don't see the light. They see the ball.
Okay. So in order to see that, the light has to reach you, correct?
Yes.
Right. So you're just seeing light reach you is all you're seeing, dude. So to make dimensional claims about where this object is in three-dimensional
Are
free
you
space, and
saying
then say because I see the sun, therefore
that's how
water is curved, that
vision
makes
works,
no
though,
sense.
isn't it? Isn't vision based on light reaching your eyes?
Yeah.
So just
Absolutely.
explaining how eyes work. Does that mean I can't see the sun? No, I can see the sun. I can see the thing producing the light that's coming to Earth. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So did they validate the location of the sun in three-dimensional free space relative to the Earth?
No, you can see the ball.
Okay, no. So they didn't do that. So that doesn't change anything.
On your
So
model.
you're not following. Yeah, look, bro, you're not following the hierarchy
You're
of
not
truths here. If
explaining
the
it,
Earth is
bro.
the Earth,
You
I
still
don't need
haven't
to.
told me
Not my
how
burden.
it-
Not my burden. It's not my burden to explain it. It's not part of my claim.
You're the one making a claim.
No, dude. Notice the difference here, friend. What was my claim about? My claim was about the surface of the Earth. Your claim is about things that aren't the Earth in the sky and interpretations about what they're doing. That's not my claim. That's your worldview, and you're trying to put the burden. You're trying to put the burden of your worldview's failings onto mine, and that's not how it works.
It's relative to the Earth.
Doesn't matter.
I'm explaining something that your model cannot explain, and you're
I don't. No. The model of flat Earth is called flat. The model of flat Earth is not a model of the cosmos, like the synergistic alleged globe paradigm model, which doesn't work, by the way, so it's irrelevant.
At what point could you see the sun all the time over Antarctica then? Let's say I don't believe fucking anything. Okay, I don't know what shape the Earth is. Please.
Well, let me ask you this question: Do you believe in? Well, let me ask you that. We need to set our hierarchy of truth here. Do you believe in uniformitarianism?
I don't even know what that means. Please explain.
It means that the laws of physics that we know on the terrestrial can be transposed into the celestial. So, in other words, in all available free space, physics and everything we know operates the same way. No difference.
Yeah.
Okay, you believe that?
Sure. I'll go with the fruit conversation. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah. So you need to believe that in order to make claims about the synergy between the cosmos and the Earth. Now, if you don't believe that, then you could have different operations going on at the terrestrial level than on the celestial level. So the way the celestials function could be an entirely different set of rules than the way things operate on the terrestrial. Now, the idea of uniformitarianism is not scientifically validated. It is philosophy. So your assumptions that the things in the sky and the things on the Earth are synergized in a way where they can inform the other is philosophy. I don't have to debunk your philosophy, dude.
Okay, but why can't you just debunk the things I'm seeing? It's not a philosophy. I just see a ball above Antarctica for 24 hours. Why?
Why would I? Why? Yeah, but I can't debunk a why that's in the philosophical level, dude. It's just two people arguing philosophy.
You know what shape the Earth is, right?
No.
You said you know.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm asking you.
Yeah, check this out.
This thing.
Okay, check this out. If I know that the Earth that I'm standing on, because I have access to it, I have access to the physics of it, I have access to the physics of water and the territory covered by water, and I can deduce that if water is flat, the Earth is flat. And then I say, how are things in the sky working? I wouldn't really know because I don't have access to them. The best I could do is speculate. But one thing I do know is that the way we see things is that light arrives at our location wherever we're at. So wherever these people are at, the light was arriving there for them to see something that they saw. That wouldn't change anything about the shape of the Earth.
The light is arriving there. So because the light's arriving there 24 hours. So even when the sun So even when the sun's across the Earth, the light's still getting it. So wouldn't the whole Earth be illuminated 24/7?
No. Why would you expect that?
Well, because you said the light's reaching there regardless.
Yeah, dude. Have you ever seen one light bulb light up an entire warehouse? No, they don't. They have multiple lights. Warehouses have tons of lights, dude. Tons. Not just one.
Okay.
right? Why is that? Because we know that light just doesn't pervasively illuminate everything. It's not the case that if you had one single light above the Earth, that it would light up the whole Earth. That doesn't make sense. Well, let me ask you this next question. Since you believed in uniformitarianism, do you believe in Einsteinian physics?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe in wormholes?
The theory, isn't that a theory?
Well, it's a consequence of relativity and other such things. You never heard of the Einstein-Rosen bridge or the Einstein-Rosen loop?
That's where the math
You
leads.
never watched Interstellar?
That's where the math leads. Yes, I believe that's where the math leads. I believe
Yeah,
that's
sure.
where
So you believe, yeah, you're right. So you absolutely believe that things can transpose themselves through space without actually traveling in space, but by traveling on higher dimensions and arrive in different locations, right? You believe that already. So I could appeal to that belief to say that the celestials operate in a way that is fanciful to the terrestrial, right? And it would be congruent with things you already believe.
I don't know if Einstein's math does all that, but because I don't think you could survive a wormhole, and I think even Einstein knew that based on the math.
Dude, it's not about survival. Dude, light can survive a wormhole, dude.
Can it? I don't think it can.
Yeah.
It doesn't pass through wormholes. Talking about wormholes or black holes, right? Same thing.
No, not even close. A black hole is a theoretical, hyper dense location of matter, where the matter has become so dense that it creates an effective rate of gravity that nothing can escape, not even light. That's the claim. A wormhole is a point in space that is connected to another point in space, which could be removed by 1 trillion miles. Yet on a higher dimension, they're connected in a space which is instantaneous. So you can travel 1 trillion miles instantaneously, just as if you're passing a pencil through a folded piece of paper.
Okay. Yeah, sure, it's possible.
So in other words, in your worldview, you believe that something could be in a higher dimension and travel and arrive at another location in physical reality without having transposed that 1 trillion miles directly. So it's traveling from point A to point B in another dimension. So the idea that the sun must be a particular thing because this is the way the terrestrial lights operate, it just doesn't follow.
I can't believe we're having to bring up wormholes to explain how Antarctica is being lit up 24/7. I just want to know how to fucking.
Well, I can't believe how you have to bring up the sun to explain how there's no curvature of the surface of the Earth.
Well, I'm just doing what you guys do. I'm just like going outside and doing backyard experiments and being like, "Hey, why is this like this?" And then coming to you and asking. That's
fair. That's fair. No, that's fair. But you're not focusing on the issue at hand. This server
has
a channel in it. No, think about it. This server has a channel in it called 24/7 Flat Earth. I demonstrated to you that the Earth is flat. You then asked me about the sun.
You did not. You actually did the opposite and said you don't have to demonstrate it. You said you don't.
I never said that. No, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. Everybody heard me say I don't have to demonstrate what the sun is doing. They didn't hear me say I don't have to demonstrate anything.
Okay.
So you're misremembering.
So is your evidence for why the Earth is flat is because we call water flat?
No, dude. The evidence that the Earth is flat is because the surface is flat, dude. It's that simple.
Which, by the way, water is not flat. We know what a horizon is, right? So water's not flat. No one believes water is flat.
Cool story. Cool story, dude. What's a horizon?
A horizon wouldn't even be a word if we didn't believe water. If we believed water was flat, we wouldn't have horizons.
Okay. Let me put it to you. Let me put this to you, dude. So I've had this discussion a million times. This is actually an art discussion. Okay. Imagine a drawing. I want you to draw me a field of view. You know what a field of view is? Like you're looking out. Like imagine a first-person shooter, like you're playing Doom or Quake or something. So, imagine there's nothing there. So I want you to draw me half of the field of view sky and half of the field of view ground. Can you do that for me?
Yeah, sure, sounds possible.
So what would that look like? It would look like, let's say, green, the bottom half of the screen, and blue, the top half, and then there'd be a line between the two, correct?
Yes.
Where they meet?
Yes.
Okay, so the line where your field of view meets, right? And you have a demarcation point between the ground and the sky, and you look up the definition of horizon, and it literally says the apparent junction between the sky and the ground. Why would you not have that if the Earth was flat? Could you please draw me a picture of what that would look like? Go ahead.
Okay. You want me to draw a picture of?
Yeah, I want you to draw me a picture of half of your field of view occupied by ground and half of your field of view, the upper portion, occupied by sky. I want you to draw that for me if the Earth was flat and show me what it would look like.
Probably look like what I'd go see outside now.
Right, so the fact that you said there'd be no horizon if the Earth was flat doesn't make any sense, does it?
For water, isn't the sky meeting the ground is due to the curvature of the Earth. If the Earth is flat, there would be no horizon. What's cutting off your FOV?
Wow, dude.
Why can I not see further? Do my eyes?
Oh, what do you mean further?
At 50 miles? Like why can I not see? Why can I? Why is?
Well, I'll give you some good answers for that. Yeah, I'll give you some good answers for that. So, the answer number one I'll give you is that you can't see forever on the Earth because of the Rayleigh atmospheric extinction coefficient. So what that means is that at approximately 250 to 300 miles, the ambient atmosphere will cause an occlusion rate to occur, which means you lose some light over distance, and eventually it'll be opaque. So at about 250, 300 miles, the atmosphere is like a solid brick wall that you can't see out straight anymore. You could see up because it's diagonal and waning off, less occlusion rate. So you can't see past that. So then you might say, oh, well, why can't I see past this certain point? Now, if you're saying that, what you're inferring is that the Earth is a physical edge. The problem with that, friend, is that that physical edge has geometric consequences. If you think the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, then that edge must be at a certain location. The problem is we have hundreds upon hundreds, thousands of observations of objects beyond that edge. So to claim it's a geometric edge isn't the case. So now I must give you an answer of why. The only thing you're really asking is why can't I see the bottom of something, or why can't I see something at a certain range? Okay, and the answer is very simple. It's that everything has an angular field of view that's an optic, and that causes a resultant of a loss the narrower and narrower you get in your angle. So as things go out in the distance, they occupy a smaller angle in your field of view, which has an exponential and hyperbolic loss rate, which causes the bottom to be decreased first, and you can no longer resolve it.
Okay.
Now, if you claim it's the edge of the Earth doing this, dude, you have to validate that it's a physical edge. And if you, in order to do that, you have to give it a quantity, and that means you have to give it a radius. And we have numerous observations that debunk that radius.
What observations that debunk the radius of the Earth?
No, that debunk the claim that the radius is causing a horizon, which is cutting things off that you can't see. So, for example, at certain ranges, supposedly a thing of this size would be below the curve, right? That's your claim. Problem is we can see things beyond that. 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, beyond. As a matter of fact, we have laser tests at 25 miles that hit a target 6 feet off the ground when it should be below 300 feet. We have 35 miles over land where they have a laser on the back of the truck and you can see it the entire way in the salt flats because it has a flat highway in Utah. Okay, that laser should be 400 feet below the ground. Okay, so you go out there and you try to find this alleged curve that you said is the horizon, and the fact is you see beyond it, and you can use laser measurements to show that there's no curve in between you and it, validating my original claim that the Earth is flat.
I have a question. Hypothetical experiment. So let's say you're standing like the east coast of the U.S., right? And you pointed a laser across the Atlantic Ocean at someone standing in France.
No, I understand your experiment, but I have to stop you because you forgot what I said when I started.
Well,
Which
no, I'm
was
about
what?
to ask you. Would you
Okay,
not
go
be able
ahead.
to see over the Atlantic Ocean? You're saying
No.
because the atmosphere
No
is
way.
so thick?
No. Yeah, well, sort of, but not exactly. So it's like a window. A window looks transparent, right? But if you stack 1,000 transparent windows, right, they're no longer transparent. After like the 1,000th and 10th window, it's like you can't see nothing beyond that window,
Well,
dude.
those are solid objects. Kind of.
Dude, it doesn't matter. The reason why they have occlusion rates is because they have particulates, the glass particles. The air is full of particles. Would you not agree? Even the molecules of gases are particles, right? And they all have occlusion rates. And by the way, dude, Mr. Rowley did a whole set of math and tests on the extinction rate of these gases. And when you do the math, it comes out to about 250 to 300 miles, depending on the conditions and depending on who you ask. So at approximately 300 miles, dude, the atmosphere, when you're looking out horizontally, is opaque. And in case you didn't know, opaque means you can't see through it. Light cannot penetrate.
Okay.
So in other words, you're not seeing something, when you're looking out straight, you're not going to see something 350 miles away. So you certainly ain't going to see the other side of an ocean, dude. Not going to happen.
Okay. Oh, that was good. Thanks for educating me.
But friend, scale it back, though. Don't think so big. Scale it back a little. Why not do something within the range where the atmospheric occlusion wouldn't be a bother? Like, let's say, 100 miles, or 50 miles, or even 30 miles.
So I don't know if these are, you're getting so small that it's like.
It's not small. It's not small. Let me explain. So let me ask you this question. At 10 miles, what is the differential of the drop rate of the curvature of the Earth supposed to be? Do you know? If not, I'll tell you right off the top of my head. 66 feet. So,
like 1 degree or like 3 degrees.
no, dude. It's 66 feet. If you drew a line,
150?
10 miles. 10 miles is 66 feet. Yep. 25 miles is 300 feet. Now, I'm going to ask you this question. Do we have technology that can differentiate the difference of 300 feet? Yes or no? The answer is yes, we do. We have lasers, dude. Lasers can tell the difference between 300 feet and 3 feet at 25 miles
this is
all
the drop
day
off
long.
of the Earth, like with these miles, like in 10. If I was standing somewhere and I was looking 10 miles away, the drop off would be 66 feet. That's what you're saying?
Well, you have to think about it like this. Think about it like this. If you have a laser, well, yeah, but you're not thinking about it exactly. It's not necessarily raw drop from a line from your feet. It's the rate of loss. Like imagine you're 6 feet tall, right? And you walk away from your friend who's also 6 feet tall, and let's say you had the alleged curve of the Earth in between you. He would have to walk out a certain distance where you couldn't see his head, right? Make sense?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's way further than 10 miles, though.
No, not even close, dude. That's 3 miles. For a man that's 6 feet tall that disappears, 3 miles, dude. 10 feet is 66 feet. So at 66 feet, that means 11 people would have to stand on top of each other's head. And then the 12th person you could see. So you have a very disordinate assumption about the nature of the order of the scale of what's going on here. That's why I was helping you out with the numbers.
That's ironic.
You want to really blow his mind? Tell him what 1 foot observer height would do. Horizon is 1.22 miles.
Yeah.
Okay, so couldn't you just go out and fucking prove this?
Yeah, it's been done, dude. There's been lasers shot over 25-mile lake, demonstrated that there's no Earth curve. There's been people taking similar laser transit measure methodology with a truck out on the Utah Salt Flats Highway, filling the truck the entire way till 30 miles out, where it should be 400 feet below the ground. But they can see it plain as day.
Okay.
And that's just two examples. Oh, what happened? He cut off? Hello? Did my mic die? Did his mic die?
Did Slimy Jew leave?
Dude, we need the abort meme. He's like, my brain's about to comprehend it. Abort, abort, abort. Well, that was productive.
It was. Great conversation, guys.
Yeah. You know what they say about assumptions, and he was full of them.
Oh, even the previous conversation with Isaac, Paul. Great job, AI. Great to listen to. Thank you.
Yeah, and as noticed with him is that whenever he goes to the primary sources to back up his claim, it doesn't back up what he says. That's why you always demand the primary sources, friend. Primary sources.
Yeah, Stan corrected. My memory that night was not good, and someone had lied to me and said that word Orbis was there, and it's not. So I did a disservice to the Latin Vulgate. And
no worries, but you did a service to the listeners where they learned that it's important to always check the primary sources rather than just take other people's word for it.
Exactly. So I'm grateful that someone learned to check the sources yourself, because we can make mistakes.
I was going to jump in to that conversation when you were talking about what can Christians do, because that's a real peeve of mine when I see Christians asking that question. As a Christian, can I do this? Or as a Christian, can I do that? Well, of course you can. There's nothing stopping you. As a Christian, you can do whatever you want, yeah? When they ask that question, should a Christian do this or should I do this? They're more asking along the lines of, well, I think this may be sinful. Do you think I can get away with it?
Well, some people might be like that. Some people might be like that, but other people might be like this. It's like, okay, I'm clearly not cured of sin, and I'm struggling with ideas of can I be saved as a sinner? And then the only reassurance they need is only sinners can be saved.
Well, amen, brother.
That's true.
And you have to parse that out, because a lot of people will if you really take it to its extreme, you basically have this idea like the only way to truly be saved is to promise God you're never going to sin again, and then actually carry out that promise. And that is not in Scripture anywhere, not one place.
Correct. Yeah, exactly. That's nowhere. That's not.
Well, if that's the case, Christ died in vain, yeah?
Correct. Yeah, no, I was basically trying to illustrate that, like, we can't make a point to willfully just go off and not change. You know, we want
Why not?
to try to change. Yeah, sure.
Why?
So, with that, why?
Where does it say in the Bible if you promise to try to change really hard, you can be saved? Where does it say that?
No, it doesn't. No.
Yeah, it doesn't anywhere. I'll tell you what it does say. He that calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. I'll tell you what it does say. What must I do to be saved? Believe on the Lord Jesus Christ and thou shalt be saved.
Amen.
et cetera, ad infinitum. There is no caveat. There is no, dude. There's no proof, dude. There's only one, dude. The proof of salvation. There's one proof of salvation. Do you want me to tell you what it is?
Jesus.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. No, he rose from the dead. That's the proof. The proof is not your ability to stop sinning or to teach other people how much not sinning you're not sinning. There's nothing, nowhere, not how.
Yeah, it is. You're supposed to not make a point to live like you used to.
Well, nice try, dude. Why don't you demonstrate that with a citation from the primary source? How about that?
I did. I just gave you earlier, but
no, you didn't. You didn't, dude. What you provided was not what you thought it was. Not even close. Had nothing to do with salvation at all.
You can be cut off and burned up. You can be cut off from the tree and burned up. If you
whatever, dude.
You did commit adultery because you like to go and party on Friday nights, and you were married, and you decided to cheat on your wife all the time, and then quote unquote claim you believe in Jesus.
No, that's not how it works, dude.
That's not real conversion.
That's just your lust of the flesh that you're yielding to, I would say. And like Paul says, I can. What's the exact scripture? I can't think of the exact wording, but everything is permissible. Not everything is profitable. And in the case that you're giving, I'm probably going to lose my wife and family, and there's going to be punishments right here and now for that behavior.
Yeah, not
a salvation issue.
No, my point is one thing. As Christians, we don't seek to live like we used to. Doesn't mean we're going to lose our salvation if we fail or we backslide. That's not my point.
What? You just said it was. You just said it was, dude.
No,
now you're changing your story not 30 seconds later, dude. You're like wishy-washy. If somebody asked you how to be saved, you wouldn't be able to tell them, dude. That's my opinion of you.
Yeah, you're just saying.
So we're going to shut this conversation. Hold on, bro. We're going to let AJ go, then we're going to let you go, and then I'm going to say the final word, and then the conversation's over, and we're going to get back to Flat Earth. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to point out that you were talking about, due to our behavior, that these branches can be cut off and burnt, yeah? So we would be cut off from Christ, lose salvation, but now you're saying that that's not possible. You are contradicting what you're saying here.
Let me rephrase what I meant to say. Okay? I don't understand how I'm not conveying my message correctly. To say that a Christian should seek to do what is good, right? Doesn't mean that you fail.
I would disagree.
I
would say that it's God that does that. It's the Spirit that enables us. It's not something that we're able to do on our own.
Oh, correct, 100%. But I'm saying
you keep referring it back to the person, and you're saying that you're misspeaking or you're misusing words. My advice to you would be to read that primary source, like AI has said, and be very careful what words you actually use, and be very deliberate in how you use them, because words are very important if we're going to communicate these messages.
Correct. Which is why we have to talk about sin and the law, because somebody who doesn't know Christ, when you tell them, hey, just believe in Christ, he died for you. Well, it doesn't stop there. You have to tell them what's good. Give them the school teacher, the law, so they can stop doing some stuff. Doesn't mean they won't make mistakes and mess up.
Right.
They will. Because like AI
why do they need to stop doing things, dude? If you give them the gospel and they believe, they're adopted, dude. It's over. You can walk away and they'll be great.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Yes.
No.
Yeah. So you're denying.
You're teaching
that the Bible clearly teaches that people believed and they were given the Spirit. So you're denying it, dude. You're denying it. You're clearly. And since I'm the final word,
everybody could be an axe murderer until the day they die, and just because they quote unquote believe, they're going to go to heaven.
Yeah, dude, that's what the Bible teaches, dude. Sorry to offend you that the preaching will get into heaven before the self-righteous who think that they've stopped sinning. I'm sorry that offends you, but the Bible teaches that the offense of the cross is that it's an offense, because it teaches that your sin that you have when you think you're not sinning is worthy of one death of a cross, of Jesus just as much as an axe murderer. And it offends you that an axe murderer is going to get into heaven. Sorry. That offends you. It shouldn't. Because Jesus died for all. I said I'm finishing. The Bible teaches that Jesus died for all, and he wants all men to be saved. That means that God actually wants axe murderers in heaven. That's what he wants. He wants everyone there. Now, is it the case that everyone will be there? No. But his heart is to have everyone there. So he wants an axe murderer just as much as he wants your stupid ass. Rest my case. Let's move on.
So I was a little bit confused with the conversation. Was Isaac Paul a flat earther?
He's realizing that the flat earth has been growing with his worldview and hope is for every day. Now, don't get me wrong, Mr. Isaac, while you're still listening, I love theological discussions, but we can't use my penchant for them to spend all of our time talking about that on a broadcast that's designed for flat earth exposition, not theological exposition. So sometimes somebody's got to cut it off, and since I'm the guy that cut it off, I just had to do it. So that's no harm, no foul, bro. Don't worry about it. Don't take it personal. I miss when we had other rooms, like we could just kick and separate the streams, and we could keep talking about what that if we wanted to. Oh well. It's a big problem, though, AJ, in the flat Earth, well, in everywhere. People don't understand the difference.
No, I'm having these discussions with my brother-in-law, who was brought up in a very, very strict legalistic church, and he just keeps telling me that he continues to sin. He's not holy. There's no way he can be saved because of his sins, and no matter what I present to him, he's just got it in his head, and he will not stop arguing it, and he just keeps... His life is actually a mess because of it, because he keeps condemning himself.
Yep. Oh man, I just want to keep talking about it, but whatever.
So do I actually, but I'm just sitting there shutting up, trying to.
Go across and get a soda. By the time I'm done getting a soda, somebody else is going to start talking about flat Earth. Let's check this theory.
Well, I'll go have a smoke then.
Only a few minutes. I'll unmute you, Isaac. But make sure we go back to flat Earth.
Yeah.
killed the chat. What was it, AJ? I blame AJ. Yeah, that other kid. That's a pretty good session. Wow. Anybody there?
I'm here. What's wrong?
Matrix, did you watch my video?
Not yet.
Did you see which one it is?
Probably the one where you were on the tailed after me talking to QE. No?
Maybe?
Where was it posted? In the back channels?
Yeah.
I better have a look.
It's a clip, and it says poker face, and then obviously it's just like a 15-second clip, but you just have to X out of the clip and then let it keep playing for about 20 minutes, I think. It's a total combo. And then there's pertinent text around it as well. Yeah, he couldn't get, I don't know, he kept on talking about you, like he had a beef with you or something. It's like, what's Matrix up? What's his problem? What'd he do wrong?
Yeah, I think he gets upset when people don't like shutting down the refraction thing. But from my understanding, refraction is a very specific term to describe a very specific optical phenomenon. If you're not talking about that, you're probably talking about something else. So I've got no problem with refraction per se. My only issue is a lot of globers tend to use refraction to cover quite a few different optical phenomena.
Yeah, well, if you scroll up to where I posted that and you read my other commentary there, you're gonna realize something really big. So refraction is derived out of Fermat's principle, and Fermat's principle is that light takes the path of least time, not necessarily the straight path. So if you remove refraction, you then are left with Fermat's principle. It's that light takes the path of least time, not necessarily the straight path. Right? So you're still left with, on the table, light can take a variable path. You haven't removed light taking a variable path off the table by removing the law of refraction. So you haven't solved the problem. You've just removed the name or the law that governs the math that they're going to use. That's it. So really, it does do one thing, but it doesn't do all the things. And so too many people are using it as if it does all the things, and then they're saying there's no more conversation to be had, which may or may not be the case depending on how you look at it from the idea of burden of proof. Now, if you can adequately make the globe or bear the burden of proof, that's fine, but sometimes in a conversation you have to, press your case as well, or take them down a path of showing them how their claims don't work properly. Because that's better exposition than just saying it's not refraction. And if someone replies and says, well, then what is it? You say, I don't know, and I don't have to talk about it. It's like, well, that may be true, but it's not really fruitful depending on the situation. So it's not a one-all catch-all. That's the problem. Like too many people, that sentimentality on that side of things have like they've gotten to this idea where there's just like these catchphrases and buzzwords and then these scripted replies and then that's it. I mean, and that's just not quality content. As sad as it is to say, it just isn't. It's not quality exposition. It may be good in certain arguments or debate style type interactions, but overall, I mean, if that really is true, that's what we should be doing, then we should just have a clip of those main talking points on repeat, and just none of us have to show up to this channel anymore, and we just play the clip on repeat, right?
Yeah. One person with a soundboard. As soon as we hear certain trigger words, refraction, press the R button. Refraction is defined as...
Yeah, but read what I wrote around that post, and if you listen to what I say, and then you read my thing on that post there, it's going to open up your thinking about it quite a lot, I think. Yeah, but don't forget too, like the idea that one person, gets to dictate what everyone else gets to talk about because they find this conversation unfruitful or this or that. It's like, I mean, fine, that's fine if they want to press themselves into an area and say, okay, I don't want to talk about it, but to say it can't be talked about or this, like, obviously it's the case that no one gets to make those rules, but the problem is too many people have that same sentiment. If they literally can't allow a discussion to go on, they have to show up mid-discussion while we're doing this great exposition, teaching people about optics, about light, about the actual real-world measurements, all these things. And we got to have people just come in and shut it all down with their little buzzword, catchphrase, knee-jerk scripts. It's annoying.
Yeah.
And that goes from the rank and file. That goes for the rank and file all the way up to the pseudo-celebrity. First part is there are people that are capable of it that are otherwise shelved because somebody interrupted with that stuff, or they did it to themselves. Like there are advanced players in the game that they're not willing to talk about that stuff. They'll talk about it in other places, but they won't talk about it here. Like they'll just do the catchphrase knee-jerk stuff here, like because it's easy and simple. But one of the ones I'm going to get those type of guys with who are not as advanced is I'm going to tell them is what can light be redirected? They're going to say yes. I'm going to say what ways can light be redirected? They might say refraction. They might say reflection. I'm going to say, are those the only ways? And I'm going to say, well, if it's not reflection going on, then what's going on? If light's being redirected. And I'm going to get them in a false dichotomy where they might say, well, then it's refraction. And I say, well, if refraction is the only way light could be redirected, and we have examples of things not in their same spatial locations visually in your field of view, day to day from the same observer location, then what's causing it to happen? What are they going to say? Because they've just shelved any other option. So then they have to agree that everything is either everything is refraction or nothing is refraction, and then it's like, well, where can you go from there? Well, obviously, it's showing that there's something else. There's a third option. It's not a true dichotomy. That it's either refraction or not refraction. Well, and that's not what I meant. It's either it's either refraction or nothing. And it is fair that it's their burden to bear to prove that light is taking a variable path that can accomplish what they need it to. That's their burden to bear. True.
Yeah. So from
So,
our
like
stance,
for
it's just
example,
a better
yeah,
understanding
go ahead.
of it. Yeah.
Well, it's like to say if you say light can't be directed in a single medium. Well, if air is one medium and I have my car and the hood of my car is hot, and I can kneel down and look through the hood of my car over at something else, and I see the bottom portion of the thing I'm seeing where the heat is rising off my car be completely distorted and elongated and stretched. And that means that light is being redirected in a single medium, because if you claim air is a single medium, the only difference is that air is hot and the air in the back is not as hot. So what does that prove? It proves light can be altered in its path by a differentiation of heat within the same medium. So this idea that you have one medium, therefore you can't have any redirection of light, it can't possibly be true. Now, if you say, well, it's not refraction, well, then you're still left with the fact that you have examples of redirected light. So how are you going to win that argument? You're just going to say it's not refraction and walk off the stage? Now, you may be technically correct, but you're not going to win any points with the people who are undecided on the fence, trying to figure things out. It's going to look disingenuous. It's going to look like a bitch move.
Well, I missed some of this conversation, but when it comes to refraction, and they're claiming refraction, I'd normally take them to the law of refraction, or Snell's law, and we would cover that, and then I would myself move on to terrestrial refraction and the requirements of the radius value to begin with. So then I would ask if this is what's occurring as per terrestrial refraction.
Bingo.
Can we talk about that radius value?
So the global.
You should watch my
It's not
thing, too.
refraction then. Okay, you've got me there. It's not refraction. What is it?
I would just say that there's atmospheric effects occurring, and we can see
That's a
different
cop-out.
effects
What
such
is
as
it?
looming and stooping, etc. However, what's actually occurring in this image, well, I'm not going to be able to verify it, but we know it's not terrestrial refraction because you haven't demonstrated any curvature or drop over distance.
Right, so AJ's taken them to what they're saying it is, right, which is terrestrial refraction, which would be a bending of light through the single medium of air, right, so the curving of light, actually, an arcing of light, due to whatever reasons they want to say, right, like the density gradient, temperature, blah, 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 right, but that it's conforming at a rate which is consistent with a radius value, right, so that it follows the curvature of the Earth, which they then must justify exists in order for that to happen and occur.
So basically, from that point, they have to drop all arguments of light and then go back to proving said radius before we can go back to discussions of refraction.
Right, because their whole argument is that, right, yeah, you get it.
Yeah. I'm not so much worried about those ones. It's the others that come in and just go, well, what is it then? And to me, well, it's not refraction, it's just a cop-out. That's the point.
What I would be saying is it's not refraction because it's not Snell's law. It's not terrestrial refraction because you haven't demonstrated any curvature. Secondly, we have the horizontal ray paradox that they need to explain. And I would just say that, yes, we do see effects, but they're not refraction as you're claiming it.
Yep.
What's actually occurring? Don't know, man. That wasn't my claim to begin with.
Okay, fair enough. But why do they have to bring up refraction in the first place?
Well, they bring up refraction in the first place because they obviously want to explain why we're seeing something beyond the geometric limitation
or
of the
something
globe.
that we're not seeing, right? Which is the claimed geometry.
The bendy cranes.
Yeah, or something.
Every time
that's
Black
two ways
Swan
to look
comes
at
out,
it.
bendy cranes. Yeah.
Well, that's important. That's two ways to look at it. So one person said, well, it's because we're seeing something in the distance. And the other guy says, well, no, it's because we're not seeing something, which is the curvature. Right? So depending on how you phrase it, that could be more advantageous in an argument or a discussion, right? Because usually they bring it up because a flat earther takes the initiative to posit, well, here's an example of something optical that demonstrates your geometry isn't there or supersedes your geometry. How do you explain that? And they just say, well, light bending explains it, but they say refraction.
And I feel like the other argument that, we're not seeing the geometric horizon or curvature of the Earth is a self-defeating argument on their behalf anyway, because they no longer have a radius value. But yes, you should be asking further questions and taking it down the path of their logic or what they're claiming or believing, I suppose you'd say.
Phone's about to die, so I'm off for now. Take it easy.
Have a good one.
Yeah, I find that when I use that it's not Snell's law thing, that it just derails into hours and hours of pointless conversation about refraction, what is and isn't refraction. I've got differential Snell's law here, so yeah, I can call it Snell's law, and it's just like, I don't even want to have this conversation. I never did. Rather just address the phenomena that they're claiming, which is bending light around their globe.
Yeah.
Because like the conversation just moves off of that completely. Just like,
Yeah, I usually talk about Snell's law first, but then rather than going into the argument of what Snell's law is, like you stated, I'd cite that Snell's law and say, listen, guys, you're really not talking about refraction here because refraction is Snell's law. I sort of give them the prompt that they are actually speaking about terrestrial refraction so that we can actually get straight to it rather than that.
Yeah. Because it will just turn into an hour of them just trying to prove that it is refraction. I can call it refraction, and it's just kind of a pointless conversation.
But let's say they say, like, we show them Black Swan, and they say, did you take into account refraction? And we say, oh, well, tell us how that works. And they say, well, it works by, and it involves the light arcing around the curve of the Earth, right? What are we supposed to do then? Just give them that?
Or the other way we could do it, outsmart them. Refraction just extends the so-called radius of the Earth. So why don't we allow for a high refraction day, and instead of timesing it by 1.22, times it by 1.29, and when they come in, did you allow for refraction? Well, actually, I did.
Yep. Well, yeah, was it their standard gets them to about 1 point, what you said, probably about 1.29. So what does that do? It doesn't do jack shit anyway. Even if you do factor in their claim. And they'd have to have the measured R in the first place to base any of these claims on.
Exactly.
That's what I'd rather go after. That's what I usually do instead. That works better for me.
That is absolutely the way to go. Because otherwise, if they say, did you account for refraction? What they're essentially saying is, did you account for my ad hoc rescue device?
Yeah. No, I didn't. I didn't have to. All I had to do was go out there and see that I didn't see what you said is there. The burden isn't on me to go accounting for things now. It would be on you. You're saying that what's out there is not what we saw. Okay, you fucking prove it. I got to go do the legwork to account for something that, like this ghost there on the horizon that nobody can see. Need some magic sunglasses or something? Like, but yeah, I don't have to account for any refraction that's based on R, which they have to prove in the first place. I don't have to account for anything based on that. They got to substantiate their claim at its core.
Right.
But I mean, there's like all sorts of ways to go. Like Matrix said, like, you could just say, "Okay, fine, I'll give that to you. It's a high refraction day." Yeah, even if you look at what high refraction amounts to, even within their maths, it doesn't do shit.
What is it? 1.
Yeah, everybody has
4
different
or some
ways.
shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like with the Black Swan, like they're going to say that, well, there's refraction, so the horizon is displaced and the rigs are also displaced, right? Like, well, can they prove any of that?
It's pretty absurd. So refracted false image, basically everything you're looking at there, because you'd be zoomed in probably well past the 1.2 mile mark. So all of that is just basically this illusory refracted hologram.
Well, it is according to them because, I mean, even the sun is... We're not looking at the sun. The sun's already set. It's the refracted sun on the horizon, isn't it? According to them.
Yeah.
And I mean, it usually comes up because someone has said something about the horizon, like a boat goes over it and becomes obstructed and bottom up from view. All right, at what distance should that happen? Oh, well, I don't know. It's usually the answer, but even if they did know, and we can whip that out and say, well, what's going on here? And then they forfeit that claim of ships going over a physical geometric horizon because there's never, ever going to be no Atmo day.
That's for sure. And if there were, I bet you'd see a lot further. Except, not possible, obviously, because there'd be no liquid water or any of that, but, And you'd be dead, etc.
Right. Because nobody ever comes in and says, well, we know the Earth is a globe because we see a refracted boat go over a refracted Earth curve horizon edge.
But then they say, like, oh, look at the bottoms of the rigs. You can't see the bottoms of the rigs. Well, the thing that you say it's hidden behind is behind it. So now you've basically gone and told me that I can have the bottom-up obstruction thing happen without it having anything to do with the horizon and therefore Earth curve.
I've literally got a DM from Professor Phil saying that, yes, the bottom of something can be obstructed from view by the curvature of the Earth in the foreground with a horizon beyond it.
That makes no sense.
Due to refraction.
Oh, so it's refraction actually causing the bottom up thing, not the curvature of the Earth.
So what's he saying? There's two horizons.
Well, I mean, it sounds like.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's just like double speaking, right? Like he's saying it's the curvature, but it's really not, since the horizon is behind it, so it's actually refraction. Like it's not the curvature if it's not past the horizon. Like you can't say that. That's where the physical obstruction begins, right? You just can't have that cake and eat it too. It's not past the horizon, it's not past their supposed physical obstruction. But yeah, sometimes it is fun to just be like, okay, yeah, I factored it in. I gave you 7/6 standard conditions. Fair? Yeah, let's do that. Okay, your horizon is now 1.3 miles. Does that make it better?
Yeah, there you go. There's Phil's DM to me. Just so people know that I wasn't strawmanning you.
That makes absolutely no sense. So the physical obstruction is basically being placed back in your field of view because everything behind it is loomed up. So it's not obstructing anything, but at the same time, it's obstructing things.
Right. But it's a contradiction in terms anyway, because he's saying that you've got this horizon beyond the thing that's being obstructed and a geometric horizon in front of that blocking the bottom of an object, right, from view. All right, so a geometric horizon would be a geometric location where the Earth appears to meet the sky. That's not what you see.
Yeah.
So
that's not what you
see. He's claiming looming, according to AMS Glossary of Meteorology, looming, a mirage in which the image of a distant object is displaced upwards. And then it goes on. Because the displacement increases with distance, a horizontal surface, such as that of a body of water, appears to bend upwards, and one's perception is that of being inside a broad, shallow bowl. So that means the whole lot is curved upwards, and there's not multiple horizons. Still one. But I do like how it started. Because the displacement increases with distance, a horizontal surface, such as that of a body of water. Geez, Professor Phil, that's not good, looking good for you. You need a horizontal surface for looming.
Yikes. Well, that's a killer.
I think like the well, not the main, maybe not the main, but one of the biggest takeaways from the Black Swan when they rebut with refraction is that they like I said earlier, they've immediately forfeited any geometric attributes to the horizon, any physicality to it. Therefore, it cannot be used for any geometric purposes, including claiming it is a point beyond which an object can travel and become obstructed from view. Like, so it's like because physical non-physical things, right, can't block your view. So whatever's taking place is merely some kind of optical effect, and it's they're gonna. So what are they going to do? Where do they stand after that? They've literally shot themselves in the foot. And then, as has already been pointed out by several people, that then they are in the position where they are burdened with having to prove that the geometry they're saying is being distorted exists in the first instance.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
I had Roland Boulder in here the other night, trying to burden me with falsifying his claim, right? Where his combination claim that Earth is a sphere and light curves around it, right? In one, he didn't want to deal with them separately, one at a time. First claim, Earth's a sphere. Second claim, light curves around it, distorting the visual geometry of it, right? Didn't want to do that. Just lump it all into one and then put it in front of me and say, destroy it. Well, I did, right? I can just destroy the geometry, right? But like, what is this? Like, it's not our burden. It's not anyone else's burden, like to falsify an unproven claim. Like, you can if you want. Take it to the woodshed and beat it up if you want. You don't have to. You're not obligated to.
Yeah, obviously his burden in the first place. Kind of got tired of him clowning around, so I perma-banned him. Get sick of the same old routine with some of them. Same old trolley antics every time. Never a serious conversation.
Yep. And acting a lot like their idols, NASA. Never a straight answer.
Yeah, I remember listening to him. He wouldn't engage with what you were talking about at all.
it was fun listening to Mick and Indio, get Charles chasing his tail around. Like, that was fucking, like, he was being so slimy and weaselly and just doing, it was just like prolonging it. So it's like they kept on saying, just get to the fucking point. And he's like, I've got to give the build up and the lead up, like, and it just went on, and he never was getting to the point. Man, it was so, like,
it's all tactics with that guy.
Yeah.
When did that happen?
Dumb.
Yesterday, man. If I could give you a timestamp, I would. But
that was just after the girls thing.
Yes, it was.
Because I was
immediately
I was in there burning slime when I was there, and I give him a boot full, and then it's like, oh shit, it's Ladies' Day, and I think Heretic put up a thing in side chat, and I just give him a little thumbs up and went mute. Oops, my bad.
Right. Now, well, because Mick came on straight afterwards, after that, like not long after that, like so pretty much as soon as they'd finished Ladies' Night, right? So, yeah, Mick came in, wanted to continue on a conversation that they'd been having previously, like some other day, right? So they picked up where they'd left off. Now, like Mick was going into the weeds a little bit with him, right? Like with the K value and all that blah blah blah, and the refraction slider bar, blah blah blah, all of it, right? All the math, like I don't understand any of it. Fucking Mick's got a mathematical head on him, so he's like he can argue that shit with him. But so he went there with it, and it got to the point where, like, he was saying, okay, now let's see some real world examples of this, right? So, of course, out came the sugar water, right? And they're like, wait, no. Like, how this applies to what you're saying is the reason why, we're not seeing the geometry. Like, out on, where you're saying that the geometry isn't visible, but it exists, and there's this reason, like, now show that, right? He just wouldn't do it. He couldn't do it, wouldn't do it, just, like, kept on skirting around the bushes, like.
He always does that. He tries to change the subject. He tries to ask you a question. He starts to try to grill you.
Right, yeah. Now, do we agree? Blah, 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 yep.
Or Indio made some TOS violation one time. He'll talk about that.
And then he goes, you don't let me to speak to them what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's pretty slimy character.
Right, when you get impatient with his fucking his antics, he then says, "Oh, well, yeah, exactly, Miguel." He's like, "Oh, you're not letting me speak, right?" And then peels to fucking format and shit.
Yeah, the sugar water is horizontal, though. I noticed.
That's a good point.
Why is he using horizontal water to make this demonstration? Isn't it supposed to be curvy layers of air bending the light around the curvy ball? Curvy water?
He was getting smashed in every point that he was making. And that's why he went and got that paper from 1936, turned out to be 1939, and then it was published 2010 or something like that. Oh, I don't know. I mean, this is what it says. He was everywhere. He was messed up.
That's right. It was in German. He went to reference it. It's all in German. He's like, oh shit, it's in German. He said it out loud, like.
Just frantically Googling stuff up on the fly.
Yep.
Yeah, he's a weasel. I remember talking to him about his satellites thing, and it was like, okay, all right, sure, let's just grant you that. What does that prove about water? He just really didn't want to answer that one. Because this whole thing was just to say that he knows from the data that he analyzes that he can't share with us because it's proprietary or confidential or whatever. Can't put up the pudding. But anyway, he knows that the satellites must be somewhere around what 35,000 kilometers or something like that. Whatever. Okay, that's your claim. Sure. Even if that were true, what does that have to do with the surface of water? Wouldn't answer.
How up was that again? Above what? Sea level?
Yeah, I think that's the one.
That was strange as well. I have the evidence, but I cannot show you. Confidential. So why you're talking about it then?
Yeah, that's what happened the Ladies' Day thing. Oh, I want to talk about this, but I want to produce some evidence, but I want to talk about this first. Well, how about you produce your evidence? And that's when he said he couldn't. And it was like, well, why waste your friggin' time? But who are you? You've either got evidence or you don't. It ain't rocket surgery.
Exactly. Oh, my uncle is an astronaut, but I cannot show you the pictures, that he showed me. So why you're talking about him then? For example, right? Yeah, I have the evidence, but I cannot show you. Don't talk about it. Who cares?
That's something I had a bit of a laugh at the other day too. Remember that little Monterex? I think it was Monterex kid that was in here that got pushed around a bit. Well, he decided to grow a pair and go over to FED. That was a mistake.
The fuck?
Oakley just railed him.
Who, the farmer?
No, there's some kid, Monterex or Montrek. Yeah, Monterex.
Yeah, he was saying that he has a 400 acre that proves the. He has a 400 acre. He's a farmer. He has a 400 acre or something that proves curvature or something.
Oh, look, I don't know about
It
that.
was on
But
Monday show.
when I was listening to him and I chat to him, he's just
Because somebody came, I think it was something like that, the name as well. I mean, I couldn't see it very well. And he was saying that, yeah, I'm a farmer. I have 400 acres, and my tractor has a device that tells me that it's curved. The earth is curved or something like that.
Boy, shit. He may have a tractor with GPS on it. A lot of the new ones do. Yeah.
Like self-driving. Tesla. Tesla.
Some of them actually track and plot out plans and all sorts of shit now.
And then he said centimeters and the inches, they're all linear, but acres apparently suddenly start to curve. And that was a fun. It was on Monday's show at Nathan's. I don't know, I will check again if it was the same guy. But it starts with M as well, so that's what I said. I mean, probably it's him.
Yeah, Nathan made a short clip out of him, like 11 minutes or something like that, and just got into him. And I thought, oh yeah, I wonder what triggered this. And then you go back and listen to the show, and Nathan was just about to do a shout out to someone to put money up, and next thing this kid just pops in and starts talking. It's like, okay, that's a great way to poke the bear. Good form, kid. Did you bring some curve proof with you this time? He's probably going to get it.
Like, oh shit, I forgot.
It's like leaving one of the kids down at the shops. Oh man, now I've got to go back down there, get him.
Welcome.
Ahoy, matey.
I like the way, and your PFP has the salute at the same time. It's like,
Hang on a minute. You're an Aussie. You're supposed to treat him like shit. You're supposed to sound cranky. Where's your proof of curvature?
Refraction. Refraction.
Ooh. Picard, gravity.
Space because aliens are real?
Or is it aliens because space is real? Ooh.
Well, that's the whole horse before the carriage thing. I don't even know anymore. What's up, boys? Hope all is well, brothers.
Nah, all good, mate. What are you up to?
Get my ass sorted out. Gotta get to the gym and go observe level in the pool. It's interesting how a collection of water, although you take a small sample set, appears clear, but when you have a large collection of it, it appears blue. Much like the ocean, much like the sky, now that I'm talking about it. Interesting.
It's interesting how people say the ocean's blue because of the sky. Swimming pools are also blue. And what's even more interesting is the ones that are indoors. I get some of them have got blue tiles. That's cheating, I know. But
Exactly. Why is it that when we have a collection of a medium, whether it be condensed or uncondensed, it appears to be blue? Or, well, yeah, it appears to be blue.
is it anything to do with our eyes? Like with lasers, the green ones, we seem to be able to pick them up really, really well. I just thought it might have been one of those eye things. It's just probably a bloke thing. Yeah, she's blue, mate.
Yeah, I have heard that. Outdoors, green and blue will be used. Indoors, red will be used. Sorry about the noise. So refraction?
Bagak! Refraction.
Anyone see refraction go sideways recently, or is it only going up and down?
Shit, for a second I thought that was QE. Sounded like QE for a minute. What the fuck?
Well, it is. It's a clip of.
It's
Oh, it is.
Kiwi.
Oh, you got me
It's
there,
taken-
man.
Because he said it so many times. Yeah, they clipped him ages ago. There's another one I'd like to get where he goes, but gravity. And yeah, it was on one of his videos
God.
one day. And I went hunting for it, and then I got distracted, had to go out, and I come back, and there's another video on, and it just, yeah, I forgot to press stop. And it'd taken me ages to go searching through it. But yeah, it was just, it was in channel one day and said it, and it was like, oh man, that was so clean. No one talking over, no dumb shit going on in the background. And yeah, by the time I went back for it, it was just lost in the weeds. It's gone.
Damn. That's some funny shit.
I love checking memes and stuff out. I was just reading this one here. 1999 was described as being the peak of human civilization in the movie The Matrix. And I laughed, because that obviously wouldn't age well. And then the next 25 years happened, and I realised that, yeah, maybe the machines had a point. Now, looking back at that, they were pretty much bang on.
Yo, Matrix, what time is it for you guys over there?
1934.
So you guys get the boring evenings, I guess, right?
Well, what normally happens is it's slow about now, which is good because that's about when most of us are trying to feed our guts, anyways. And then all of a sudden, just out of left field, at about somewhere between 9:30 and 10:30, the clown car drops in.
Yeah? Oh, shit. 'Cause it's 5:30 a.m. here. I can only imagine most people are sleeping, you know?
And then
So.
we get a bit of a burst, and then it normally goes, sort of just stabilises for a while, depending on what part of the circus decides to kick off. And that drags through till about 11, if you're lucky. Sometimes it'll drop short, and it might only make it till, say, 10:30. But, yeah, sometimes if you're lucky, it might drag through till 11. And, yeah, that's about it.
Shit.
Yeah, Alpha should be on soon. Sooner or later. He'll stir up some trouble.
Is he back on night shift? Did you say he'll be home soon? Or on?
He'll be on, I think. Yeah.
Oh, good. I was like, damn. Back on night shift. Hope not. That's rough.
AFK, guys. Yeah.
Yo, Crit, you there? Crit, don't let me down. I know you're there. You're never away from the computer. It's like you're glued to it. You got you one time I want him, he's probably gone to the or something. I was just scrolling through Facebook, as we do, and some numpty has decided to post up the real sound of a black hole. Now,
wait, what'd you say?
I'll repeat what I said again, just in case somebody may have missed it. Some numpty has posted up the real sound of a black hole.
Yeah, I thought that's what I heard. What the fuck?
Now,
does that make any sense?
Well, number one, aren't black holes supposed to be like mad strong gravity where not even light can escape, but yet sound can?
Yeah.
So that's all right.
Yeah. And never mind the air that would be necessary for the sound to travel through.
Well, that was my second one. Being that sound likes to travel through a medium and space is the lack of a medium.
The absence of it. sorry.
But anyway, there's some really weird sounds in there. I don't know what's going on, whether they've got some slow motion backwards record playing stuff going on or what. Only goes for 30 seconds.
Some guy with a record
I'm willing
player
to bet
jumped
that
down
someone...
Actually, what I'll try to do, I'll see if I can play it through. Tell me if it doesn't come through, because I can't hear the sound effect once I click my button over on the mixer.
This is the real sound of a black hole.
No, it's dropping in.
Yeah, it's cutting in and out, but I got it there. It sounds like a fucking like a dinosaur or something.
Yeah, weird. So,
Bro, sounds like we went to the racetrack.
Is it from the back
in
of
slow
the black
motion.
hole?
It sounded like that in slow motion. That's what it sounded like. It's like, okay.
I mean, they must caveat that somewhere in the article or whatever in the post that that's like a reproduction of like, oh, they pick up certain data points of this thing, you know, and then they synthesize something out of it.
But yeah, I was clicked on the comments, and the dude's name is Mr. Scientific, so it's Mr. Scientific post, and the first comment, I can't even read that dude's name, but anyways, never heard shit in my life. Zero sound in space, and its gravitational pull. This is the sound of the electromagnetic turbulence of the accretion disk turned into an audible noise. Get your facts right.
There we go. There we go. Of course.
And then the next one. I guess people don't understand that radio telescope technology translate the data into sound waves as much as it can translate data into visual spectrum. It's a shame because you can just imagine the amount of physical matter being torn apart by the gravitational forces and radiation. The dissonance is striking, beautiful, and haunting. Okay, so it's all up to your imagination, boys and girls. There you go.
Yeah. So, similar sort of contraption that they would weave together with the cosmic background radiation, where they pick up signals on that and then they colorize it and then map it out. Here they're doing something similar, but with sound, I guess.
So the next one. You cannot record the sounds because everything is being absorbed inside. You've got to be an idiot to believe this is real. And this is where it starts to get fun. That's funny. My stomach makes the same sound when I eat a pickle. In space, no one can hear you scream. Maybe a brown hole. Sound of an extremely heavy magnet. In space, no one can hear you. There's no medium to carry the sound waves in a vacuum. My question is, who made these black holes? Humans? Yeah, it's just random weird shit now. Sounds of souls crying out from the other side. And explain to me how you got so close to.
Hey, Matrix, Daz has a question for you. Post in the side chat if you wouldn't mind fielding that one.
How did the what's this? How did the mic not get sucked into the black hole? Well, that's
Thanks for
right.
entertaining that one.
Holy Toledo. Someone decided to do a nice little write up here. Imagine the time dilation for each layer around it. From one's point of view, 1 second can take, e.g., 1 million years. From another 1 million years takes 1 second for the other. Mind blowing. There is one interesting thing to notice. If energy cannot be created or destroyed, where is all that energy and matter? I'd be in favour of the black holes and white holes as pillars of parallel universes. Each layers to have white and black holes be sucked out and created again. This could explain Fermi paradox and why no aliens densely populate this universe. Those who simply made us survive long enough to figure out the way how to travel through the black and white holes between universes. Or the universe we live in is so vast, we might be the aliens who simply crashed on this planet and were forced to stay by combining their DNA with local animals. Although this theory might not be correct due to so many urban legends about different alien species visiting this planet in the past/present. In 1959, 12 superpowers agreed to never go to Antarctica and still honoured despite all wars around the world. Nazis went there before and Americans followed. They even built a nuclear-powered base on there. Now it's a no-go and a no-fly zone. I wonder if this is a house or a containment, not just for penguins. Ask
Nazis!
If you were an alien and wanted to take off the planet with no solid fuel propulsion technology, e.g. gravity generator, where would you hide? The answer is Antarctica. Explaining no people, magnetic interference, so no radios, no radars, deep ice, so no thermal, no satellites. Wow. Here's another space movie for you, my friend.
I definitely jumped down the Inglorious Bastards movie. Hunting Nazis!
Well, after reading that, I think I should go and watch V for Vendetta. Deprogram myself. I watched The Matrix last week, so I can't watch that again.
Matrix? Watching The Matrix? What?
That's right. Even Neo got unplugged. Come on. Machines? Oh, programs? Hacking programs? I absolutely love that movie. It's not a movie, it's a documentary. Brilliant. What is this shit? Biohackers have created eye drops that enable night vision, allowing people to see in the dark. A group of biohackers from California have developed innovative eye drops that allow people to see in the dark. This project, led by an independent research collective called Science for the Masses, uses a compound called chlorin E6, which is naturally found in deep sea fish. These fish use chlorin E6 to help them see in the pitch black depths of the ocean. By mixing this compound with insulin and saline, the team created eye drops that temporarily improve night vision when applied to the area between the eyeball and the eyelid. tester they're creating.
That's cool.
The team's volunteer, Gabriel, whatever her last name is, was able to clearly identify people standing 164 feet away in complete darkness with perfect accuracy. In comparison, individuals without the eye drops were only able to recognize 33% of the people. The effect of the eye drops faded by morning, and no side effects were reported during the experiment. They probably just liked eating seaweed rolls and stuff afterwards, but that probably doesn't count. The researchers plan to conduct more detailed tests using specialized tools to measure electrical activity in the eyes and further understand how the drops work. Okay, that's cool.
That is cool because they pulled the tech from a fish. That's awesome. Notice I said tech from a fish.
No, another meme. This is done with Lego characters. It's dangerous to believe anything blindly. The little mate responds, "The science is settled." That's not how science works. You're a racist. Yeah. What? In 1988-89, this guy circumnavigated the globe via the poles in a light plane. Dick Smith adventure. Horse shit. No.
Sounds like he was playing with his noodle.
Right, let's have this shit. Yeah, I'll copy that. We'll see. Post it on the chat. So everyone can deal with it. We just have someone new drop in.
I was about to go looking for him.
Sounds like it.
Tim. See that name earlier?
Yo.
Identify.
Okay, so check it out.
Welcome.
So let me prove that the Earth is a globe without using NASA.
Awesome. Floor's yours.
Oh.
Yeah. So imagine this. You drill a straight tunnel from one side of the Earth to the other. No engines, no rockets, just gravity. You jump in, what happens?
You're supposed
fall
to be
faster and
proving stuff,
faster.
mate, not telling us about your dream time stuff.
No, listen. You fall faster and faster
Your
towards the
first
center.
words were, so imagine this. We don't need to imagine stuff. You're supposed to be proving things. So, for example, if I said, I'm going to prove to you I've got a pumpkin in my hand, I'm not going to say, so imagine you drill a hole through a pumpkin. I'm going to go, here's a photograph, here's filmography, here's me standing next to my mum holding the pumpkin, here's T-Dub taking a photo or filming me holding a pumpkin whilst dancing. You know, there's going to be some kind of proof of the pumpkin. So you imaginarily drilling a hole through something is not going to prove the Earth as a ball.
Okay. Well, then I was just trying to convey to you the idea that if you can drill a hole through the Earth and you jump through it, and then the gravity stops you halfway and then it spits you back out to the other side. And if that's proven by the math that you use, then why is it that the flat Earth cannot account for such things?
So we can't account for something that's never happened. That sounds fair.
Dude.
Well, no, but it's been proven.
Wait, you're saying that we drill a hole right through the center of the Earth, gravity's gonna make us fall through that hole, and at the magical epicenter, we're gonna flip around and then not fall anymore once we hit the center? Or are we gonna fall through to the other side?
Yeah, so the 42-minute gravity train, it's what it's called. And even Neil deGrasse Tyson talked about it.
42-minute gravity train? What?
Yeah, so it's real physics. So it's Newton's laws, okay, assuming a perfectly uniform, non-rotating sphere and no air resistant. If you drop through the Earth on a straight tunnel, gravity would pull you towards the center, then slow you down as you go past it, and you'd oscillate like a pendulum. And the time stays constant.
Hold on. Just wait. You've got a lot of presuppositions and leaps of logic built into this. Let's talk about gravity first. How would you locally demonstrate or prove gravity, brother?
Well, gravity would simply just be what happens when an object falls to the ground.
Right. So in order for you to observe it falling, what do you have to do to it first?
Grab it.
So you have to impart some kind of energy upon it, your muscles, so to speak. You have to pick it up, and then you have to let it go so it will find its place of rest, correct?
Well, sure, but first there's weight, because once you grab it, it's heavy or not heavy.
Yeah, I fully agree with you that every object has its own inherent weight, a characteristic to it, if you will, a describing thing that we can verify with a measurement by putting it on a scale. But I'm having trouble actually latching onto this idea that there's a magical, fictitious force that's actually causing this thing to have an inherent weight associated with it. So could you, again, the idea of how gravity works, I still think we're observing buoyancy. The object the object that is immersed within a medium that it is within. So when you pick it up, it's going to fall, and you let it go, it's going to fall and find its place of rest.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So what happens whenever you fall into like a sinkhole?
Sinkhole, you say?
Or actually not a sinkhole, my bad, a mine shaft. Because I live in Nevada, so there's mine shafts. And you got to be careful because you fall in them. Now imagine a mine shaft that doesn't have a ground. It just has the other side of the Earth.
Well, that makes it a shaft because you don't have a floor to stand upon. So the removal of that floor makes it a shaft, right? So you're let's say you're standing on that platform, and that platform gets removed. That object that was once upon that platform is going to then start finding or looking for its natural place of rest.
All right, so would an object keep falling if there wasn't ground beneath it?
Of course it would, because it's going to look for its place of rest.
Right, so that's what's going to happen if you put a tunnel through the Earth, and then it's basically going to the gravity or whatever. It's going to try to find its place of rest. You're going to fall, and then really, if you think about it, if you look at a map, right? If you look at a map, and then you put it into a ball, you're slicing it like you would in like a. You're slicing it not through like you would stab somebody, but on the top like you're cutting it like with a saw. And you slice the layer off. It's gonna, even though some sides of it are gonna be smaller lengths, but either way, the middle is gonna be the longest length. Like if you were cutting the earth in half, you fall down from one side. Think of a clock. At any hand on the clock, you're gonna go like 6, or you start at 12, you're gonna go to 6. If you start at 1, you're gonna go to another one. I forget, but.
You get the idea.
but
You
like,
cut the freaking earth in half. You're freaking falling through. That's retarded. That's a stupid idea. You'll never freaking recreate it. It's just freaking retarded, dude.
But
and when you get to the other side, do you climb out? Do you climb out of your hole? Do you use a ladder?
The whole point
do you walk out? Do you climb out? Do you fall out? Do you freaking moonwalk out? Who cares?
Proven.
You're making up
who cares? No, I'm not.
You're making shit up, dude.
This is legit proven that it can happen, and it shows that the Earth is
Okay,
not flat.
stop for a second. It's been proven.
Unbelievable.
It's been proven in reality or proven mathematically.
It's been proven with math.
Right, so it's not been proven in reality. No one's drilled a dirty great big hole through the ground, out the other side, and then decided to chuck somebody down there. So it hasn't happened. You know,
7.9 miles
mathematically, you can prove Superman is capable of flying.
Okay, it's proven theoretically and mathematically, and
so it means nothing then. So it doesn't. Yeah.
It's called theoretical nonsense.
Okay, then do you think black holes exist?
Oh no, we're into the
seems
lily
pretty
padding.
deep holes on
Not
Earth.
this again.
Not in
We've
space,
never seen
though.
a black hole. We've never seen a black hole.
Yeah, so why the fuck would you believe in it?
Do you believe that you have cells and atoms and?
I believe I've got freaking skin. I don't know.
Okay.
Probably some cells. I don't know about atoms. I don't know about freaking I don't know. I don't know about freaking molecules. Yeah, I don't know about atoms though. Probably some bullshit too.
Do you believe 1 + 1 = 2?
Yes, I believe math works. Yep, math
Okay.
works.
So math comes from
Doesn't
Newton's law.
mean you're proving your nonsense. You're not
But hold
proving,
on.
dude. You can't just
Math
make up
is a
freaking
language.
calculate bullshit and be like, oh, black holes. There's a guy that says the edge of a black hole is like 6 million degrees. How the fuck are you gonna believe that horseshit? How are you gonna believe something like that? You can't measure anything that hot. And dude, it's just such nonsense. And if you've listened to any of these astrophysicists, they'll tell you don't use the scientific method.
What?
They use wild guesses and freaking assumption. They don't use anything freaking real, dude. It's just a bunch of freaking horseshit.
Well, how do you know what is horseshit? Or
You
actually,
can't put your hands on it and recreate it and test it, verify it. It's most likely horseshit.
Okay, so does that account for everything?
Pretty much, yep. There you
Anything
go.
that you can think of? Anything you can think of?
There, dude. You can't put your hand on it. How the fuck are you gonna prove its size, its weight,
Don't
its
let him burn
distance?
and reverse you.
Does it need to be? Does it need
He's
to be
supposed to be
held in order
proving
to be
curvature,
true?
not you.
Like, do you need to hold it, touch it, feel it in order for it to be true?
Do you have proof of curvature as promised? Try another one.
I didn't. I didn't say that. I mean, I'm just asking a question. You don't have to answer it though.
Well, no, we don't, because asking questions is not you proving curvature, as you promised you would.
I said I was going to prove curvature.
Correct.
I don't remember saying that, but
Yeah, that's what you said. You said you
And
could
the caveat
prove
was
the spheroid
without using
without NASA. Exactly.
oh no, I said I can prove the Earth is a sphere without
using NASA. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So where's your proof?
It's
No,
called
you didn't. You let off with mic check. Yeah, I'm coming through. You let off with imagine. You appealed to our imagination and you said go. That was your presupposition, imagination. Do you have any firm, direct evidence of your spheroid? This is what we need, not circumstantial.
You're playing semantics. If I sucked at speaking English, would you forgive me if I were to say imagine?
No, it's not a question of semantics. It's a question of words mean stuff, right? So if you're going to say, I'm going to prove the spheroid without using NASA, then you need to do so. Not say, hey guys, imagine this. That's not proving anything. It's appealing to your imagination to prove something.
You just basically said you said it's semantics. I said it's semantics. You said it's not. It's just words proving. It's just
So
words
basically
proving.
now you're going to have a big whinge about meta as opposed to getting on with it. We don't care about he said, she said, who holds your hand or who didn't feed you cookies and milk before you go to bed. You wanted to push globe proof on us. We're happy to accept it. Please provide it.
Yeah, I got you. If the gravity train result is false, then explain why satellites orbit the way they do, why pendulums swing with time tied to radius, and why local gravity measurements match the radial model of a sphere.
So I've got to explain 3 separate things in order for you to accept you're on a sphere. Hello? You've got to prove to
Pendulums
us
don't
that
freaking
this
swing
stuff
by themselves. You have to
works.
start pendulum swinging. You look into that
Sure.
shit.
Yeah.
Just have to start them. So that's horseshit. That's another pile of horseshit. And the whole measuring gravity, dude, like
the Earth orbits the sun, doesn't
I
it?
hate to be mean to you, dude. I don't know. Maybe you haven't been in here long enough. You're gonna learn that there's no proof for any of this shit, dude. It's just some horse shit you learned in frickin' school.
You're not important enough.
It's been burned into your brain your whole life, so you think
you're
it's
not
true.
important enough. But hold on,
It's
you're
not.
not important to be the end all be all for my answers.
And you are? For us?
But the Earth orbits the sun, doesn't it?
That's another claim you've got to prove. Awesome. Keep stacking them, brother. Keep stacking them.
Okay, tell me why and what right mind.
I don't have to tell you why anything. You're the one pushing forward the claims.
But
You're
why
the
would
one that
NASA
has to
lie
back
to you?
them. I just listen to the stories.
Oh. Well, I already tried.
Would NASA lie? Unbelievable, dude.
Why would NASA lie to you?
Just come up with some.
You say you were not going to use NASA? You said you weren't going to use NASA.
Dude, there's proof, and then there's you asking a bunch of bullshit, and you're gonna slowly realize
let me
that
state my
you've got
intention for you.
nothing, and it's
Okay, hold on.
It's just you're gonna
Let me
learn.
state my intention.
You'll learn slowly.
I'm done. I changed my mind. I don't want to try to prove it anymore because it's not getting anywhere. And I just want to ask you, what is the reason why you don't believe the Earth is a globe?
That's right. We don't believe. We know it's not because we've gone out and measured it, done laser transitions, done testing of light, and all sorts of other observations. And some of the guys have actually done experiments.
Do you have a?
You
can
only
get a
believe
picture
it.
of the flat
Belief.
Earth?
Acceptance without verification.
Yeah, dude. Go to the ocean. Go to the freaking ocean, dude. A person who's 5 or 6 feet tall should be seeing a hump at 3 miles. Roughly 3
check it out.
miles.
So
you
let's
should
say
see a freaking hump You should see people hanging out at the hump all day long. You don't. You can see for freaking 10 miles some days, 20 miles some days.
But then how would
So
a
you're
bug?
seeing because the water's flat, dude. There's no
Okay,
hump.
Okay,
Anybody who's
so
ever been
look
to the beach knows this. So
Tell
you
that
gotta
to
just
the
open your
guy.
eyes.
Okay.
You know,
Tell that to the
take
guy
a look
who's
around. You realize you got nothing.
Tell that to the guy that exists very small and he lives on a basketball. How's he going to prove the basketballs around basketball?
So now we've
no.
got to
Bring the
explain
guy
to
in
you
here. Bring the
how this
tiny guy that lives on
imaginary
a
ABC,
basketball.
hold up. We've now got to explain to you how your imaginary small person on a basketball proves it's round. This is not our burden. That's your burden. That's your story.
Well, I was told I need to just go to the ocean and look at the horizon or something. But
That's right. If you go to the horizon, fuck me, Dad. Even I'm having fun. If you go to the ocean and do your own observations, especially where you've got conditions where you have a known marker or known demarcation, 5 miles, 10 miles, who cares what the demarcation is? You know what your personal height is. You can then come back home, sit down on your computer and go, right, if the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3959 miles, I should not be able to witness anything beyond a very specific distance, worked out by the square root of your observation height times 1.22. If you want to be super lazy, you can jump on and check out an Earth curve calculator, and there's a whole lineup of them. I use a basic one that does something GitHub, which does metric and imperial, because I get a few people from the US. As you can tell by my accent, I'm probably not from the US. So I use a metric imperial one because you can just click the button and it auto switches. It's really handy. Anyways, you can jump on, use an Earth curve calculator, and go, right, I just saw such and such an island, which is supposed to be 20 miles away from where I am, or 10 miles away, or 8 miles away, whatever the number is, and you punch it into the calculator. I am 5'5" tall. My observation was 10 miles away, and all of a sudden it brings up how tall the object should be and where the horizon should be. So your horizon is the line, the furthest point at which one can see where the sky appears to meet the ground or water if you're looking out over ocean. That geometric, that physical position blocks anything behind it. So anything behind that horizon is behind the curvature. So therefore it would have to be taller to be seen. And that's what that calculator shows. Where the horizon should be, as in distance from you, and the elevation of your object. So that's how tall it would have to be in order to be seen from behind that horizon. So when you start seeing items that are supposed to be 100 feet below the horizon and they're popping up, you should start asking questions. When you start seeing items that are 10 miles away and the horizon's only supposed to be 3 miles away, you should start asking questions. Instead of just accepting all the bullshit that you've been force-fed at school or jammed down your neck from NASA or whatever other dumb shit source you're getting it from, doesn't worry me. Start asking questions.
Yeah. So here's one for you. So imagine if you had a ruler or a measuring tape and you just extend it to the sky all the way up there, and then you wait for the sun to rise. When it hits midday, do you think the measuring tape would need to go up more, or would it need to just stay still when the sun passes by? Would it hit the sun or no?
And this has got to do about what?
Well, if you observe when the sun, rises and sets, doesn't it look like it goes in a curve, like an arc?
Well, to me, it just looks like the sun's passing over my head.
Right, but doesn't it rise? Like you can watch the sun rise into the sky, and then it goes over, and it
Well, that
sets.
just
in the
depends
west.
on the weather conditions. Sometimes it looks like it's doing a massive arc. Other times it looks like it's following a dead straight line across the sky, or based on weather conditions.
What is
And since you're watching the sun go across the sky, why would you think that we spin? When you just told us what you saw, why would you just be like, "Oh, well, we're obviously moving. I just watched the sun go across the sky during the day. Oh, or we're moving."
Okay,
You never
but
felt
does the
yourself
sun go
move.
up? Can you see, like, is it a square? The line isn't a square if it goes up and then it stops right hard angle and it goes straight across?
Dude, if you've seen enough videos, you can watch the sun just kind of fade out. It goes far enough to where we don't see it anymore. That's it.
So you're saying is where it comes up in the morning, hits the apex over your head at lunchtime, and then seems to go back down again. That it just
Yeah, it doesn't seem to make any, like, hard angles. It seems to be very, like, smooth.
That'd just be perspective, because where
Well, I
you
mean,
are is the center point of where it's traveling to and from.
But
and what's really interesting is me being on the eastern side of Australia. If I put someone in the middle and someone on the western side of Australia, they would all witness the same thing: the sun appearing to peak directly above their head and then taper away as it goes away.
So you can't really trust that, huh?
What do you mean you can't trust it? That's what you see.
Yeah, but what if it tells me that the Earth is a globe?
It doesn't tell you anything.
Why not?
You've just assumed that because you've been indoctrinated as a kid. That's all.
So no matter
because of your
what,
indoctrination levels, the only conclusion is it must be a globe. Sun does X, therefore globe. That's it.
So
That's it. That's your mindset.
Why are they?
You
why are
haven't
they
got the
indoctrinating us?
capabilities of understanding that sometimes multiple factors can cause the same effect.
Okay, then why are they indoctrinating us?
Good question. Maybe something very simple. If your logic doesn't allow you to think for yourself and you're happy to swallow blue pills your whole life, then you'll continue to be a well-controlled sheeple and no one has to worry about you. We can put the footy on TV, we can throw bread at you, and you'll be a good little slave for the rest of your life. Who knows? Maybe just someone likes lying.
But like, why would they need to lie? For what purpose?
Why?
Why would they lie?
Why do people lie? People lie for all sorts of twisted and messed up reasons. Some people get off on it. Some people are trying to hide something. Some people use
I'm
it
asking
to
specifically in
enforce
this
their
context.
positions of power.
But
people
why?
lie for all sorts of reasons. Here's a question for you: why do people lie?
No. I was being very specific.
Short answer is all we could do is speculate. We couldn't know.
Wait a minute, but why are you dodging? But I'm just curious. You're telling me they're indoctrinating.
Yeah, I'm curious too. Can you tell me? I'm curious too.
Well, I'm being told that I'm being indoctrinated, and I want to know why.
Yeah, no, the Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat and motionless. And if people are telling you that it is not that, then they're either wrong or they are lying. Now, why they would lie is a speculation. You'd have to go ask them, are they going to admit they're lying? No, obviously not. So your guess is as good as mine. For the most part, bro, people just believe it. Most people just believe it. Just like you. Just go along with it. Tradition. You know? Oh, these guys, they're experts. Yeah, who are they? Who are they?
Seems
Who
like
are
he
they?
left.
Oh, he's gone.
Yep. That's amazing.
Nice. I'm a believer. I could hurt if I tried.
Imagine
now there
if
is
you
no
drilled a hole
space.
through the earth and you
And I'm a
started
believer.
falling, and you just you'd get to the middle and you would do this, dude. What the fuck? How is that? How is that proving anything? Oh my god!
But
I have a good one. Imagine if you lived on a giant. Imagine if you were just a little ant on a giant basketball, right? And you lost control of. You couldn't use your hands or legs, right? And you decided to start making coffee for a living. You know what I mean?
You've got to understand the
Imagine if you
indoctrination
lost the
levels.
control of your legs and you started roasting coffee on a little fucking ball, and you were an ant, little ant world, and you made fucking coffee. You're this little ant barista with fucking broken legs. Oh god, fucking flatter day.
You
What's
need to
up, dude?
understand the indoctrination levels of these guys. They are so blue pilled that there is no other answer. We see X, therefore globe. We see Y, therefore globe. We do Z, therefore globe. Everything is the cause of all of these things is globe. They are that indoctrinated. They cannot conceive in any way, shape, and or form that there could be any answer other than globe.
What about the horizon appears horizontal, therefore globe?
Exactly. Everything. The cause of everything is the globe. The blue pill level of this is insane. And it is really interesting to actually stop and just listen to them. And when someone says not globe, just wait for the meltdown. You can hear the cogs some of them just stop and teeth are getting chipped off. Some of them start spinning backwards and make a whirring sound. Just if you get the opportunity, just start listening to how blue-pilled these guys are. It is phenomenal. We've got to try some red pill something. I don't know how we're going to give it to them, but
the propagation of electromagnetic fields over flat Earth, therefore globe.
Therefore globe.
I think you might have to sneak it into the meatloaf or something.
Oh man. Crazy. Anyways, I'm going to go and watch myself a movie before the clown car comes in and I end up yelling and banning somebody. But anyways, guys, have yourselves a great night for those that are on my happy little continent, one of the flattest.
Stay safe, brother.
And for those that are just coming into daylight, you have yourselves a great day, and I'll probably catch you tomorrow night. So, peace, guys. Have a good one.
Ciao, man.
Cheers, Matrix.
It is interesting. I must admit that the comebacks and the defences always seem to be one. I'm going to say fictional, but maybe there's a better word than fictional. But some other thing that they haven't seen, haven't experienced, haven't verified is yes, but the molten magnetic core. And you're like, oh, and how was your holiday to the molten magnetic core? You've never seen a molten magnetic core. No one's seen. Or not even the scientists have claimed to have seen a molten magnetic core. You've seen little cartoons of one. Yeah, but the dark matter. And okay, and when did we measure the ionosphere, the Van Allen radiation pattern? And they're just listing all these things that in their mind exist as proven, immutable proofs and rebuttals. And they haven't seen any of it. They
shut up.
They may as well be listing Paddington, right? Oh, but Paddington Bear,
Your
because in their
mommy-
mind,
Your
it's the
mommy
same
said
thing.
Paddington. Homo.
Intelligent input. Anything else?
Hmm? I think I made my point.
Okay.
Well, then you regale us with something more interesting. Go. Go ahead.
What would you like to hear, you fucking homo?
The floor is yours.
Nothing. Let's go back to goats. This guy's a complete.
That's what I thought, idiot.
Well, Chris, when in the presence of a superior intellect, it's good manners to, let
Dude,
them.
yeah, you're
let them
inferior
educate us.
to my intellect, idiot. What do you want? Do you want?
Naturally, it seems
There you
pretty
go.
evident.
Go away. Go ahead, goats. Whatever you're going on.
It's funny because what's his name? Banhammer. I always forget. Everyone changes their name so much, but he was saying, "I'm going to get out of here before the clown car rocks in," and then 2 minutes later, the
Yeah,
bestest
just like
and
that.
brightest swing on through. Yeah, do find it interesting. Because even somebody who thinks this topic is brain dead, right? Even somebody who thinks this topic is ridiculous, and anybody considering it is a moron. You'd still then surely have to be able to differentiate between the things they believe versus no. Like let's just use a molten magnetic core as an example. That's something they believe, but in their minds, it's not a belief. They don't believe there's a molten magnetic core. They're like, no, but there is. We know there is. We know for a fact there is. And then they'll bounce from that to some other theoretical, unproven, unverified, undocumented thing that, again, in their mind exists as a complete and total, irrefutable truth. Rather than just saying, well, actually, if I'm being honest, I don't know, right? I don't know these things are true. I believe they're true. But it's never that. Same with dinosaurs. The amount of people who will fall over themselves queuing up to see who can scream the word retard the loudest at the guy who's like, hey, maybe I'm not completely sold. Do you know what I mean? Not even going as far to say they 100% never existed. Just somebody saying, hey, I'm not completely sold. Can we have a conversation? People are queuing up to shout, yeah, this idiot! Queuing up to laugh at him the loudest. But they've never even seen, obviously no one's seen a dinosaur, but they haven't even seen a dinosaur bone. The closest these people have seen are replica displays in museums. But they're so confident that you're the idiot.
You heard that guy before. He's like when Van Hammer said, oh no, was it Van Hammer or Chris? Somebody said to him, like, they don't use the scientific method, right? And he's like, what? He was like shocked. I can't wait for the day when we get someone that comes in here that's new, hasn't talked to us before, and says, oh yeah, I know, yeah, I heard Michio Kaku say that. Like nobody in his field uses the scientific method. Yeah, I know that they're not, it's just all guesswork and stuff. Like, I'll fall over. I will fucking fall over. Because if they're paying that much attention, they should fucking know that he says that. And they should also know that he's right, that they're not applying the scientific method.
I think somebody who's got to that level of reading before ever entertaining this specific topic, I have to imagine it's probably not for them a giant leap to consider, maybe not even necessarily these guys in this random Discord are right, but just to at least consider maybe the current consensus isn't right, or maybe at least there's a problem with the current model. Maybe it's not quite accurate, and then I think from there that the rest follows quite naturally and probably quite quickly. But they don't get presented as theories. They don't get presented as estimations. It gets presented as irrefutable, unquestionable fact, solid fact. Like everything else in the world is up for debate except this. This is the one thing we can absolutely know. Every other topic in the world, we can take down to brain in a jar, but not this. No. This is the one thing we absolutely know.
One of the best proofs, I think, for the globe is on 9/11. I don't think 3 buildings would have fallen from 2 planes if it wasn't a globe. You mean because of the angle of the plane and the debris falling off the buildings? I think that's the best proof for the globe.
It couldn't have happened on a flat Earth. There's no way.
No, it couldn't have. No.
Well,
2
were
buildings,
those towers? Were those towers parallel?
No, they were incongruent.
He's right what he's saying though, because only on a globe could 2 buildings catch fire, and then a third building that was a healthy distance away from the buildings that were on fire suddenly collapse into itself at free fall speed despite not being on fire. Because the Coriolis effect.
From certain places in New Jersey, they're saying from certain spots in New Jersey, one of the buildings fell below the horizon because it's a globe.
Yeah, we know for sure now that the Coriolis effect, carried over the fire from one building to the other.
See, this guy gets it.
Burned down.
That's how WTC7 felt. That's how WTC7 felt. The Coriolis effect.
And gravity too.
Yeah, gravity. I don't know what part gravity played in this, but I know it was involved.
Yeah. Have you guys seen it? You ever seen a picture of the?
But
have
hang
you guys
on.
seen the picture of the plane that supposedly hit the world or the Empire State Building, like back in like the 20s or 30s?
Not familiar.
Let's see if I post it.
Let me guess, it just sort of crumpled against the wall and slid down.
I'll post a picture of it.
Like a bird flying into a window.
Right.
I know, yeah.
Just
Some guy in his office is like, huh? What was that?
yeah.
Turns around, looks out the window, there's nothing there, and he just goes back to work.
Furiously mashing at his typewriter, as he was. Then only when he leaves for the day, he goes, oh, bloody hell, there's a fucking plane on the pavement outside the front entrance to the office.
Yeah, looks up, yeah. What?
Although, we do now know that when planes hit buildings, as per the plane that hit the Pentagon, the plane will disintegrate in its entirety, right? It will just straight up. No. It will, I'll take that back. It won't disintegrate. It will straight up evaporate, right? Just no trace at all, apart from the passports, obviously, because we all know that jet fuel does melt steel beams. Stop wearing so much tinfoil on your head, doesn't suit you. But it doesn't melt passport.
We'll see. There goes the Coriolis then. If they found the passport at the World Trade Center, like debris, then Coriolis is out for the other building. I'm sorry, because that passport would have drifted.
That's where gravity comes in. because the curvature of space-time, it directs the fire away from the paper of the passport, because the passport is obviously lighter than the plane, so it has a different terminal velocity. And the thing is, we're clearly taking the piss here, right? But this isn't a million miles away from how people got. They just use random scientific-y sounding words. And people are, oh, well, this all sounds pretty legit to me. No further questions, Your Honor. Appreciate we are doing a somewhat cartoonish version of it. But the point remains. Oh, it's off topic, and people can feel free to say, steady on, Mr. Goats, back to it. But it reminds me of the whole conversation going around with, let's call it geoengineering, because there's another word for it beginning with C, and that kind of just triggers people's defenses, right? But I can point to the sky, which was a clear blue sky an hour ago, and I can say to my wife, so what do we think this is? What's going on here? And the sky looks like one big giant noughts and crosses board, right? It looks like a giant fucking chessboard, like somebody's been marking out the sky with squares, with crisscross patterns all over it, completely covered with, I don't know what, to be honest. And I can say to my wife, well, what do you think this is? Nothing. So what do you mean, nothing? I'm pointing to it. It's right there. We're looking at it together. People can physically see it with their eyes, and still not even just doubt it. It's completely discard it. It's completely like the programming kicks in, and they're like, nope, nothing to see here. Which I suppose is the natural evolution of people being able to look at the sun move and declare that the sun is in fact still. They can look at the earth, be still, and declare that it is in fact moving. They can watch the stars rotate in the night sky and declare that they are in fact still, but then simultaneously hold that they are both still and moving at hundreds of millions of miles an hour in distant, faraway galaxies. It is straight up the realm of doublethink. I feel like it's almost a meme at this point, to quote Orwell, and maybe one book in particular that he wrote, but there's a reason it comes up so often. There's a reason people defer back to his work and the arguments he was trying to put forward, because they were so spot on.
Breakfast Club checking in.
Yeah.
Mike's what's up, man?
I'm around still. I'm just eating the chicken I've cooked. Not going to eat itself. Do you know what I mean?
we still banned?
What?
Are we still banned?
Well, you're talking, so no.
Not me personally. FED.
No, FED is not banned.
So Nathan can do a show there today?
Oh, not in this channel. Yeah, he can do it anywhere he wants, like his own user-defined channel. Yeah, I thought we worked that out. Didn't you guys get with Righteous Force, who's going to do like a cross-platform contact with the server mods?
I don't know.
This was all worked. Yeah, dude, this was all worked out. Like, geez, like a month ago, maybe. Like, maybe longer than that. I mean, sure. This is like so old. It's got whiskers. You like this issue?
So wait a second. This transpired after Nathan got permabanned.
Yeah, it was all within the week. It was all hashed out and worked out. Probably within like a day or two.
Nah, because a couple weeks after that, we were having a discussion. 11 out of 13 of you guys voted for a permanent ban.
From this channel.
Yeah.
Yeah, not this. You're not. This doesn't affect the server. You can broadcast on politics all you want. You just have to do it under your own banner, not our banner. Like, stand on your own toes, your own feet. Like, you do what you want to do without us. Like, it was kind of like a no thank you. Like, it kind of passed like a hard line there. Just like many of us are banned on FED, for various reasons. Like you know, Neil, I'm banned on FED for witchcraft.
Who banned you on FED? We never banned you.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but that's not Nathan's platform. Nathan uses that. It's not Nathan's server.
Well, yeah, the same
and Righteous
thing
is an idiot.
Yeah, I get that, but he's kind of like the guy who runs that server. So when you got so when you got a server where Nathan broadcasts from, and a lot of us can't access that service because we've broken some sort of subjective rules that aren't even posted. Like, you don't even know what the rules are. Yeah, but I had talked to Nathan directly. I said, there's 3 ways we could do this. Number 1, you can set up an event, like with the server mods. Number 2, you can make your own guest channel. Number 3, you can make a temporary guest channel with join to create.
That explains it. You gave Nathan work to do. Forget it. That ain't getting done.
Yeah, that's what Steve had said too. It's like, hey, like I think, because I said that my plan was, once you've got enough shows under your belt and it's really good and it's going well and it's not, we can look again, and rehash it and relook at stuff. We were trying to set up a new show called Freaky Fridays, where we had basically a conspiracy theorist come in and talk about how they don't like flat earthers, but here's their other conspiracy theory. But they don't want to do it. They only want to blurt in the middle of other conversations.
Well, that was basically for us coming to politics, because the ratings he had from viewers with the politics when we were there, they were down tremendously. But it was good for us because we got a chance, because you have fundy retards in there. And we like seeing Nathan smash them. So it was more for us.
Yeah, it was good. It was a good thing. I enjoyed it too. But times change, and not everything works out the way you want it to.
Yeah, he said. Oh, I almost said it.
Yeah, yeah. Don't say it.
I still want to know who the 11 were.
For what? 11 to what?
11 out of 13 of you freaking mods voted to permaban Nathan.
Oh yeah, I mean it was a anonymous poll, but I was one of the 11. It had nothing to do. It had nothing to do with Nathan. It's like anyone who came in here and blurted the N-word. That's we can't do that, dude. That's like our
Yeah, but that was different. He didn't. Hold on.
Wait,
know that's not what he did.
N-bombs?
You know that's not what he did. He didn't come out and blurt the N-word. Somebody else did.
Yeah, and then I got them and I muted them and I banned them from the channel, and then like right after that, Nathan said it, and I'm like, well, what the fuck, like what am I supposed to do now?
Take charge of it, like Nathan took charge of it. But these are a bunch of pussies over there anyway.
Yeah, it's a different vibe over here. You can't use racial disparaging remarks at all. Like
He's left. He's left.
Oh, okay.
Wait, he left?
Yeah, it's like right when we tried to get close to a solution, it's like, dude, on your server, I got banned for witchcraft. I didn't blurt no N-word. I just got accused of witchcraft and got banned.
Well, this is beyond that. Like, does Neil and do not the others understand that there are dozens and dozens of people listening who are just itching for one reason to take us down, and they will embellish a situation in order to further that end. We have to tread very carefully. This is not a free speech platform. We have to walk on eggshells.
It's the Itchy and Scratchy Show, starring Itchy and Scratchy. Hey, just for the record, I wanted to say out of the 11 people that voted for Nathan to be banned, I was 9 of the 11. Just for the record.
I mean,
and you know what? It wasn't for him to be banned. I mean, it was a moderation action to demonstrate that we are willing to do what it takes to ensure that this environment is not going to upset certain very vocal people. I mean, yes, it's unfortunate that we don't have free speech and we have to take a defensive position on this. But it's kind of like the question of whether or not you want to go to jail. Can you do more work for your community on this side of the bars or that side of the bars?
Plus, it's better to just be a more inclusive channel. You know what I mean? And that wasn't inclusive, what he said.
Right. The behavior itself was definitely, regardless of the word, the attitude and behavior was not something we want associated with us. So, I mean, he understands that now. I think it's very clear, and I think Nathan was very honest and charitable when he said that he gets the political situation we're dealing with, and that's what this is about. It is about politics. I hate to say it, and we are playing that game to help further our mission and our agenda of getting the word out and spreading it as far as possible. We are in Babylon. We're behind enemy lines. We have to do as the Babylonians do.
I can't believe all this came to a head when I wasn't even here for it, because I caught heat for it a few times, to be honest. One or two bands for raising it as well. That if the aim, like you're talking there, right? Spread it far and wide. It's about getting it out. It's about helping people to understand. No. This is what we're trying to put forward. And while the Friday afternoons had good traffic, just in terms of pure numbers, I truly believe that anybody on the fence, anybody curious, anybody hearing it for the first time, they tune in here on a Friday and they hear that, they'd have been of the opinion that this is just a freak show thing. It's for autists who haven't been taking the Ritalin recently to just scream at each other. And they'd have thought, right, I'm not looking at that ever again. I mean, that's just me personally, right? I'm just one guy, but it wasn't.
Well said, my friend. Yep.
It wasn't. Oh, there's no such thing as bad publicity. Yeah, I used to think that's true, but Friday afternoons proved there is, without doubt, such a thing as bad publicity. And I get it. You play to your gallery, right? If he's got all these people chucking money at him when he shouts retard at people, and then they're dishing out super chats because that's what they want to see, right? That's their Tell them, Nathan. Here's another 50p to get your headlights fixed or whatever it was you needed money for. Like that. That's fine, but the mission, the style, the aims were very much at odds with what I understand you guys to be trying to do here.
Yeah, if you listen to Neil, right, he was saying that they're basically in this for their own entertainment value. And that's not our mission. We're in this for the audience. So if you could imagine, and I like your point raised by Go, it's like if you got 50 new people who are tuning in for the first time, are they tuning in and are they going, yeah, get him, Nathan? They don't even know who he is. So how many of those 50 newcomers are going to tune in next time to hear that? And how many of them are going to, how many are going to say, this guy's a clown? Got it.
Okay, if that would have been my introduction to the topic. And I know you're supposed to separate the medium from the and I get that, right? But first impressions matter. We can't just discount one of the very core tenets of how the human brain works. First impressions matter in every aspect of life, and thankfully, my first introduction to I think it might have been Eric Dubay. I think Eric Dubay might have been the very first person I heard talk about this. And to be fair, I did still switch off. It didn't hook me in. I didn't hear this kind of flat, monotone guy just like monologuing about how the Earth is flat because if you look at the Suez Canal. Do you know what I mean? But I didn't come away thinking, "Wow, what an absolute!" Almost like the Alex Jones style. Like it just doesn't. That whole Alex Jones, the frog skate. It's It's entertainment. It's entertainment for some people, but it's not.
Yeah, how many of these listeners that are in this for their own entertainment value on that side would be willing to share these streams, their streams, with their best friends and their close family members? I would say very few. We need to make shareable content, and you're right. First impressions matter throughout all aspects of life. So yeah, let's make and focus on content that we can share, that we'd be proud of, sharing with our kids, our parents, our friends, our coworkers.
Let's take as an example Indio, right? Well, I'll just use Indio as an example because he's not here, and it's a bit less awkward if you're gassing somebody up who's not here, because then it doesn't seem like glazing. But let's imagine a professor of physics at an esteemed university swings on through when Indio's doing one of his segments. The reality is he's not going to get to the end of that segment and go, Jesus Christ, it's flat. But what he will get from the end of that segment is, okay, like these guys they're doing research, like they're really digging. Like this isn't some clown show, is it? Like these guys are serious, and they're going to leave with one or two. No, I never thought about that actually.
Yep, we want people of immense influence and even authority. As much as we kind of consider ourselves anarchists and rebels, we want those people to come in, like you said. Yep, and they need to hear that we are serious, as you said. And we need to be more like Indio. I am Indio. We are Indio.
yeah. I'm Spartacus. But prime example, right? Matthew Learns swings by here sometimes, and I'm only using them as an example because he's a man of academia, right? He's
am Pegasus.
Circles. Yeah. I don't doubt that after some of the conversations he's had in here, this is just my complete and total imagination here, by the way, just speculating, that if this topic has come up again in his regular life, he might well have dropped in a little. Oh, well, there's. I can see why they're asking the questions. Do you know what I mean? Just like, rather than just outright, haha, yes, the refuge of retards, haha, scoffing. It's like, well, actually, I can see why they're asking questions. Do you know what I mean? Like, not necessarily like defending the topic, but suggesting that, maybe there are questions still to be answered. Maybe our current cosmology isn't as concrete as we thought it was.
Yeah, I mean, I think most of our moderation team, if not all, I would hope all of it, is here to open minds and do it without speculation and fantasy ideation. I think this is the right attitude. But we're trying to cultivate that, opening people's minds. Let's have a discussion. We're not here to smash people who have bad thinking. We're not here to, to draw people out and bonk them on the head and parade them like a tarred and feathered ape in front of the audience. Sometimes you can do that. Like, I think some of the known clowns that come in are stalkers, the anti-FE crowd. They can be made examples of, sure. But what bothers me is a newcomer comes in who seems very pleasant. And regardless of whether you think they're being genuine or not, you can have a functionally pleasant conversation with them, whether they're genuine or not. And that makes for good content that we can share with our friends and family.
I think it comes down to that whole idea of like it matters or it doesn't. And for me, if even 20% of, let's say, the implications of the topic, if even 20% of the implications surrounding the topic are true, then it does matter. If even 10% of those implications are true, then there is I don't want to say duty or a call, maybe one step down from that to talk about this, right? Like if it matters, if even 10% of it matters, then we do need to be talking about it. In my view, anyway. Like, and in a way where maybe there is a possibility that people, even if nothing else, they're like, oh, I do have a soul. There is meaning to my life. I'm not just the great-great-grandchild of a space chimp with crippling anxiety. Maybe I am a bit more, and could be a bit more, and maybe there is a purpose to this madness, even if it's just that. Before we get into the shape, never get into the shape. Even if it's just that, like that to me, is a worthwhile message.
I couldn't agree more. That's how I got hooked into this. I mean, when I was going through the denial phase, I was rationalizing everything, and I'm like, you know what? I finally had that moment where I said, even if 10, 15%, whatever of this is true, it's worth my time to look at. It's worth my attention. Like you called it a call. We see that in like academic white papers that deal with speculative topics. They say that we think that this is a call for the postdoctoral community to re-examine their fundamental beliefs on this subject. And we think we have that quality content that we can say to a postdoc audience of skeptics, inquirers, you could say, that we have enough content here for you guys to warrant a second look at the way you conceive of the universe. That's all we need. That small opening is enough.
Fully agree. A dam can only hold so much water, right? And then it will overspill. And I'm a glass half full kind of guy in my real life, so I do tend to lean towards the optimistic interpretation of what might be. But you imagine that pressure building, right? 100 people, 1,000 people, 1,000,000 people, 5 million people just building of these, well-read people who've done the research, saying, "Hey, like this isn't as stupid, this isn't as crazy and out there as maybe we first thought it was." And they don't even necessarily need to argue, as you pointed out. They don't even necessarily need to be arguing for A or B. All they really need to be pushing for is, let's just take a second look. What we've decided on and settled upon, we believe there's enough here to suggest, it might not be accurate. We don't even need to necessarily have people sold on, let's throw it all away, it's rubbish. Just sold on the idea that a second look is warranted. That's all it takes, in my mind. And prominent enough figures, of course, and I do hate the appeal to, like you said, appeal to celebrity, appeal to authority. But imagine, a somewhat prominent figure of the scientific community goes, right, okay, I'll have a look. But then the day after is on board. And then all of a sudden now, a second person in the community who previously might have even thought this had merit, but keeps quiet. And they're like, hey, well, if Bob's spoken up, right, I'm a bit less scared about speaking up myself. And then one becomes 100 within a week.
Bingo. Yeah, all the rebel, like anarchist, quasi-anarchist mentality, the archetype of flat earthers, right? They need to mature and grow up for the most part. They need to realize that we can capitalize and leverage influencers, people that have that built-in credibility, built-in influence, authority, and respect with a wide audience that pays attention to them. And I'm not talking about MMA fighters with brain damage. Okay? No. I'm not talking about celebrities that play basketball or can sing songs well. I'm sorry, that's not how you get in. That's not what we want. It's they do have great reach, but and they may have people with credible education listening to them as fans, but that doesn't mean that those fans are going to think, suddenly Taylor Swift is talking about flat earth, I better look into this. Like, nobody with serious credentials would think that, but you get more of the brain dead fans who would. We want the serious intellectuals to look into this. The people who guide things like national policy for countries, national strategy, the kind of people that lead department chairs at academic institutions. Yes, we want them. Stop making fun of these people, flat earthers. Stop it. Grow up. And that's one of my biggest pet peeves with our own community is that rebel quasi-anarchist mentality that's like, yeah, smash the institution. All you suits, all you tweed jacket wearing academics are idiots. You still believe in the globe. Ugh. Like, no, guys, knock it off.
I'm with you on that. Like, that's not it. Like, they're not it. Like, I'm going to make a cartoonish example just to illustrate the point. Please don't be offended if anyone listening is thinking, holy shit, is this guy in my house? But you have to imagine some guy, maybe like 28 years old, still lives in his mum's basement, right? Eating Cheetos and fucking cannabis gummies every day. Never worked a day in his life, got about 3 teeth. And he would genuinely believe that because he's like bought into flat Earth, not because he's done any of his own long distance observations, not because he owns a telescope or a camera, but just because it's some kind of anti-authority, fuck the system, and he's all in on it, even though he himself has never done any of his own research, any of his own investigations or experiments. He's just in on it because, right? So he's sat in his mum's basement, stoned out of his mind, genuinely believing, right, he is smarter than a man who builds bridges for a living. He's smarter than he's smarter than a structural engineer who's built entire cities, because the guy in his mum's basement knows it's not a ball, and the guy who builds cities for a living still thinks it's a ball. Like that to me is just, yeah, that's a that's the.
Yeah,
that's
you
the
just
extra.
described the half of the flat Earth panel at any given moment right there. So, and you're also not wrong.
I just listen because I think to myself, I'm not gonna in those moments, right? And then that's the kind of panel. I just think to myself, wow, you truly believe what you're saying, don't you? And Jesus Christ, like,
yeah,
there's the lack of self kind of reflection required to be that guy. Yeah, I wish I was capable of lying to myself to such an extent, to be honest.
Well, you know,
Probably sleep
these are the
better.
kinds of people that McToon and Simon Dan and Mick West and others make fun of. And Professor Dave, you just described half of our community, it seems, at any given moment, that rightfully deserve the ridicule that Professor Dave and McToon delivers. You know, sorry for shaming a bunch of us out there, but I mean, for the love of God, please.
We didn't name any names, so it's okay. And to be fair, I have no specific names in mind. It's just more the archetype, right? It's more the
right.
And I say the caricature. It's not a caricature. It absolutely exists. But that type for me, oh you fucking globetard! Oh, look at this retard! Oh, and like the guy could be a heart surgeon. Do you know what I mean? Like the guy could literally be a heart surgeon.
Yeah, exactly.
You fucking crayon eating globetard, and he's like what? Like licks windows for a living part time, and he genuinely thinks he's more intelligent than a heart surgeon.
Wait,
like,
sorry.
Listen to yourself.
Sorry to interject. Goats, what was the archetype? I missed half of that. Heard some laughter. I have to chime in. What was that about?
So I'm talking about the type of person who would believe, I will use heart surgeon as an example, you know, like a full-time stoner, still lives at home, age 31, never had a job, and they would genuinely in their heart believe they are more intelligent than a heart surgeon who still believes in the globe, purely because they themselves don't believe in the globe. But not even necessarily because they've done their own experiments, their own observations, their own tests. They just got really high, watched a YouTube video about flat Earth, and now they're like, yeah, this fucking retard heart surgeon. And truly in their hearts believe they are more intelligent than him.
Okay.
Yep, we hear that all the time in this own room.
Really, eh? I don't think I've come across that.
I hope you're joking.
Well, I mean, I actually don't know because I don't know the background of people. Right? I've heard Globers come in that sound like what you're talking about, but they're explicit. They're like, "Oh, I think it's a globe," you know. But I don't think I've heard of any like dumb or like really low class arguments from anyone particular. As far as I can remember, maybe I've heard it and just went in one ear or the other, but. You know, I don't see that. I don't hear that very often. But I'm sure it exists. I'm just not.
How many times do you hear people say, "Oh, what? You guys are just dumb globers because you believe in the globe"? Oh, you know, we often get people who carry themselves with a certain amount of class that you know reflects a higher level of education, higher level of intellectual background, right? It's obvious they're here, and whether or not they're disingenuous, right, is not the point. If they're being polite and constructive, whether or not you believe that they're here with good intent. If you're going to launch some of these flat Earth retards on our team at them to start attacking them and calling them a stupid idiot and stuff like that.
Yeah. I guess.
Right, this happens every day.
I've heard that. Yeah, I just didn't equate it to like, oh, this guy's still at home in his basement, because I don't know, because they know some arguments that might be a little bit sloppy in the delivery, but I've seen them around enough that I'm like, okay, he's probably been welcomed to some degree because he's got some background to it within it, not just like a one-off. Oh, I saw a video, I'm gonna go join a group, I wouldn't have thought that from what I've heard.
Well, it's worth paying attention to the conversation at a meta level. And by that, I mean, like, to use a fancy word, cognitive linguistic value.
Yeah. Yeah.
So how? Yep. So you know what I mean. The words that people use reflects how they think, and how they think comes out in the words that they use. It's a self-feedback loop, a mechanism, and you can tell the clarity of one's thinking by the kind of words that they use in a given application. And so when you have somebody that comes in on our side that's using a lot of urban slang, right? And they're trying to discuss complex topics with extreme nuance that require some lexical terms and definitions that don't come out of standard dictionaries, but out of special lexica for that particular field. And they butcher the crap out of it. And they do it in a way that just seethes with vitriol against another person who may be polite, but is perceived to be slightly disingenuous. That is a bad look for us.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, like I said, I just wouldn't have thought like, oh, basement dweller, you know. That's all.
It is a caricature. I mean, I did say it's a caricature, of course, but it's just more when you take it to its logical extreme, right? You know, you've got the professional window licker who thinks they're more expensive. Probably also true, but more intelligent than a heart surgeon, simply because the heart surgeon hasn't yet considered whether or not his view of cosmology is incorrect, versus the man who and the example of this, I know he gets bashed quite a lot, but he makes it so easy. You know, imagine like the bong bro type of flat earther, like your Gerrans, just hitting bongs all day, laughing at NASA bloopers.
Contrast that with what we want.
Good money. Yeah.
What we were saying before is there's this archetype that Raised by Goats is bringing up. And it tends to be kind of the rabble-rouser, piss and vinegar, quasi-anarchist who wants to smash the institutions, probably because they were not afforded excellent opportunities in life, and they blame it on these institutions, right? That is a real archetype that's very popular in our ranks. And the last thing we need is for people like that to turn off those that do have credible education and exist in positions of influence and authority. I hate to say it. Who are the people that are responsible for crafting national strategy, national policy on a wide range of topics, from self-defense to economics to science and technology research? Who are those people? I want them in here, and I want them to feel comfortable.
Yeah, they're not exactly what you would label as goofballs, you know?
Yeah.
Talk to them.
I don't want some random MMA bro with brain damage who may have a large following on Twitter. I don't want Miley Cyrus. I don't want those people. I don't want the celebrity mentality. Because even though the people that do craft national policy and strategy may enjoy watching those MMA fights or listening to their music, the second they see these people start talking about flat Earth or something, they'll be like, wow, my favorite singer's a retard. Or wow, that MMA fighter definitely has brain damage. So, I don't want that. I don't think we want that. I don't think the moderator team necessarily wants to bring that kind of thing in. Yes, it can be useful in its own right, but if we're trying to make a difference and impact this world, we need to make content that's shareable that can go straight to the top. We need to leverage and capitalize on those people and not turn them away, as many of us in our community have done.
For sure. I think, it's a matter of time and I guess it's a matter of timing, you know, like for example, if you have a highfalutin, big word, multisyllabic word, type person speaking to your everyday Joe Blow, like on TikTok, the TikTok flat earth guys, if you have people like Indio trying to speak to them, it might go in one ear and out the other. So in that case, if you're trying to, reach a lot of people who don't necessarily have that capacity, you kind of need one caricature type, doing that. And then for the rest, it's got a little bit, be a little bit more classy. I get that. So it's a matter of timing, time and place.
And this discussion, for your context, came on the heels of Neil from FED coming in here and asking about why Nathan is still banned and We just want to go in and smash Globers and show the world how stupid they are because we get entertainment out of it. And that's not our way. That's not our mission. Yeah.
I got that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will admit, though, you know, those few Fridays I woke up and heard him in here. They were good, you know, good mornings with a little bit of, you know, with my coffee. I'm like, oh shit, here we go. Those were definitely fun, but it can be taken too far. That's for sure.
Because of the way my brain works, because this thought has popped into my head, I can't not share it. But I can't get past this idea of people like, smash the system. But it's like, who's going to pay your welfare if we do that? Right? Who's going to pay your benefits if we break the system? And I'm only saying that because I myself, just in real life, know loads of people who, you know, on the UK equivalent of welfare, who are like, yeah, we need to fucking rip it all up and that. It's all fucking broken, that much. And so that's fine. Who's going to pay your benefits? Right? If the system,
a really healthy middle class is incapable of hiring people and creating jobs.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I get that sentiment, you know, and in my youth, I was a little bit more angry towards things, especially when it comes to finance. That was my kind of breakthrough into the world of like, oh shit, things are not as, you know, they're portrayed. You know, like when you get into fractional reserve banking and how fucked up that is, everything's leveraged, you know, debt, credit, nothing's really real. That was frustrating, you know. I was a little bit more inclined to be like, oh shit, you know. But you recognize at some point it's got to be a gradual, right? Like it can't be, things in general can't just be so sudden as you may, you know, want to, like on an emotional level. You're so frustrated, oh, just get it over with, you know. It's not logistically feasible. There's got to be some graduated, you know, approach to it. Right.
So yeah, I went through the same kind of journey, right? You know, you're a guy in your 20s, and then there's this moment of it's all a lie, and then you know you think you're like some kind of little one man rebellion, and yeah, it's a journey, definitely.
Yeah,
I just feel like, generally speaking, the guy, you know, if you're like stood outside in the high street, burn it down, start again.
No, yeah, of course.
You're not winning hearts and minds, are you? People aren't going to see that and go, right, he's got a point there. We need to, you know, we need to address things. We need to change things. We need to, you know, there's a better way. Because the guy who's advocating for a better way can't just be screaming at people on the high street, can he? Like, you're not winning people over that way.
Of course not. I mean, not only does it not look good, I mean, like, it's not very practical. You're letting your emotions take over. You're not thinking. You're not strategizing. You're not making any, you know, step-by-step, you know, moves in a general direction that would, over time, achieve what you're kind of idealizing in a way. That's not smart at all. It's very, like, and very caveman-like, you know, to use that term.
No, I feel it. So it's worth pointing out as well, I don't come at this from the viewpoint of somebody who is satisfied with the current system. I believe the current system is inherently broken in a way that perhaps can't even be fixed. But I come at this from the kind of point of view of, I do believe genuinely that we have enough resources within this world, that we have the capability exists within this world to create I don't want to say utopia, but something pretty damn close. Let's face it, the resources are there, the technology's there. You know, things could be infinitely better for everyone. But it's not I don't believe it's something one person can do in one lifetime. I think it's more of a, you know, like you say, a gradual shift.
Yeah. You gotta think long term. You know, do things that down the line, like if you anticipate, okay, I'm going to do this thing, or approach this thing and, make moves or whatever that are going to benefit my grandkids and be content with that, it might be a little bit more, healthy in your moves, because they won't be so drastic. They'll have time to percolate and ripple around and, gain momentum, that's palatable. And all the while you're using what utility you do have at your disposal within the context that you find yourself in, because there's advantages to how things are now in a certain way. So leverage that, don't be stupid about it, recognize the pitfalls and stay away from them, but, garner, the upside that does exist to your advantage. You have to think, like these, these Occupy Wall Street type guys, they had the right idea back in 2008 and all that stuff, but it got overhauled, didn't go anywhere because you just had a bunch of angry people. They didn't do anything except, express their emotion. Same thing.
You got a cheesy phrase alert here. Do forgive me. You got to plant trees you'll never know the shade of, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
We won't necessarily experience it ourselves, but if you can be part of that shift in momentum, that means 70, 80, 90 years from now, that wave has become something.
Yep.
That affects meaningful change. Then.
Yeah.
You've done what you can do, right?
Yeah, I concur, Matt. Absolutely. Anyway, didn't want to derail the conversation too much. I was just curious about that before.
No,
I get it. Thank you.
Vito dropping spitting truth bombs in the side chat. I mean, it reminds me of diamonds, because diamonds are not rare per se. There's loads of them, but the value is artificially inflated because the supply is kept artificially limited. I was using that as a bit of a kind of metaphor for the whole thing. Really, if you can make something appear scarce, like there's not enough of it, then everything that happens after makes sense, but only through the lens of there not being enough.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are familiar with the whole De Beers debacle.
Yeah. And it holds true for so many other areas as well. I mean, I'm right. This isn't my theory or idea here, by the way, but there's a lot of things that I used to think were gospel that I'm now re-examining or open to hearing alternate theories on. And somebody was putting forward the other day things like oil, for example. We're led to believe that oil there is a limited amount of dinosaur juice under the earth, effectively, and that it will eventually all run out. Viewed through that lens, everything makes sense right now, right? In terms of net zero, makes complete and total sense if we're going to run out of dinosaur juice. Wars that are happening over oil, well, yeah, of course, there's only so many dinosaur bones left. But they were putting forward the argument that the oil production is basically almost like a natural byproduct of the earth itself. It's almost like the way trees create sap, right? You can't run out of sap. Trees secrete sap. And again, not my theory, not my arguments, but it's been put forward. It is the exact same thing with oil. It is a natural secretion of the earth rather than a finite amount of dinosaur juice.
Yeah, I've heard that one. What's the term? I don't know if it's abiotic. That oil is abiotic, like the property of it or something. I don't know. I forget. But it had the term bio in it to, attribute to that as, along those lines of what you're talking about. Forget the term.
Yeah, I'd have to look into it, to be honest. It's something that I've only recently kind of stumbled across as an idea, because, like I said, it's this topic. I very often refer to it as the glue, because there's so many other theories, so many other topics, so many other areas of consideration that all of a sudden now, once you start looking into this, there's the thread, right, that ties through to all these other things that you used to think were, separate ideas.
Hmm. I get it.
And far be it from me to lower the tone. However, it is on point. I just always think of the Always Sunny, Charlie Day with the conspiracy meme and the red drawings all over the. It's hard not to sound like that. It's hard not to sound and look like that, though, when you're talking about these things.
Yeah. So yeah, I just to go back quickly there. Yeah, that is the right term. If you look up abiotic oil production, it's kind of like it's a working theory. It says here the theory of abiotic oil production suggests that oil is formed through inorganic processes deep within the Earth's core or lower mantle, rather than from the decay of organic matter. Yeah, that's it.
The thing is, as well, they would never in a million years allow this to be, even if 5,000 scientists tomorrow are saying, no, this is it. We've studied this, we've proven it. Can you imagine how many industries would collapse?
Yeah.
Can you imagine how many wars there would be before this was allowed to become a knowledge or kind of mainstream accepted?
Yeah. I mean, oil would go down to like $5 a barrel or something. 95% drop. I don't know, like whatever. You pick a number then. I get it. That guy.
Interesting though, because I do feel like more and more people, it's just the average person, is being exposed to the topic in some way, or it seems to be like popping up in public consciousness as a point of discussion, even if they've just heard it somewhere, outright discounted it. They seem to be hearing people talk about it, which I would say like 10 years ago just wasn't a thing. I don't believe the average person 10 years ago was hearing this as a conversation being had. I mean, this just as an example. I'm sorry if anyone's heard me say this before. I've only said this once before though, so hopefully I'm not repeating myself to too many people. I was at the beach with the wife, and her father-in-law was there as well. He came along for the day, and me being me, I've got my P900, right? I'm at the shoreline. I'm zooming in on oil rigs. Sorry, wind turbines, not oil rigs. But there's like a little platform. Obviously, these wind turbines connect to something, right? It's like the thing gathering the electricity these turbines is creating, and it does look a little bit like an oil rig. So I'm taking pictures of this. I'm trying to zoom in on it and trying to get it into focus. I've got my calculator on my phone at the same time, like doing sums, right? Doing calculations. And my father-in-law sees me. He's, "Oh, what are you doing?" And my wife says, like kind of a bit tongue in cheek, "Oh, don't worry about him. It's like a flat Earth thing." Saying it as like a bit of a, don't mind my weirdo husband. It's no secret she married a weirdo. It's been out for a while. But my father-in-law didn't say, "Oh God," and then like walk away all concerned. He was like, "Oh yeah, I've heard about this." And my wife's like, "Wait, what?" He's like, "Yeah, because it's all to do with how far away you can see things, isn't it?" Because if you can see things that are too far away, and he didn't know the exact maths, right? But you wouldn't, like 10 years ago, I never would have imagined in a million years I could be at the beach with a P900. Not that I was into this 10 years ago. Be taking pictures of wind turbines, doing calculations, and that your father-in-law or any other Joe Random, for that matter, would go, "Oh yeah, I've heard about this." You know, distance to the horizon, geometric horizon at set distances. Oh yeah, I've seen this on YouTube.
Yeah, I've heard you tell this story. It's a good one.
Well, I was more shocked than the wife. I'll be honest. He's not somebody I would have imagined had even given this so much as 5 seconds of his time. But yeah, apparently so.
I think personally that term, the geometric horizon, was created just for the globe recently with the idea of the globe. Before that, you had just that word, which is the horizon, which isn't a curvature, which is an obstruction, physical obstruction, that doesn't mean the same exact definition of the horizon, which is the limit of your vision because of perspective and atmospheric conditions. Even that word is inaccurate, atmospheric conditions, weather conditions. There is nothing such as a geometric horizon. There is just one thing, which is the horizon, where the sky meets the surface of water. It's not where the sky meets the top of mountains that will be an obstruction again. Or the top of a hill, when you see the top of the hill meeting the sky, that's not a horizon. That's again a hill. The top of the hill, a physical obstruction. So that term, physical horizon, doesn't mean anything. Like the term spherical triangle. Doesn't mean anything. You can't call it blah blah blah. It's not a triangle.
How is it that they actually work that out? A spherical triangle? Like, don't they have to actually project it out onto a flat plane before they do any sort of maths on it? Like in the first place? Never understood that.
You can demonstrate this in 2 dimensions with a unit circle from trigonometry.
So Amish,
you got a circle with a point of origin in the middle, and you extend like a horizontal line going through it as a diameter. And you draw angles off of these, which can be representing sine and cosine relationships. And you have arc cosine and arc sine, right? Which you can use to actually measure the arc lengths of the circle width by using angles. And this is done all the time. Like if you use a map and a compass and you want to get your azimuthal heading, you're doing the same thing as that.
Yeah, but the angles are inward, right? They're not in relation to each point on the surface. Is what I mean. So when they say, oh, this spherical triangle has this angle from this point to this other one, they're talking about an angle on the surface, not necessarily to the inward, or not inwardly to the origin per se, or are they?
Yeah, I don't understand if they have a specific rule for those spherical triangles, because my question yesterday was, if I draw a circle on the surface of a ball and I put 3 points A, B, C on that circle with the distance between each other, so can I consider that circle being a spherical triangle? So is a spherical triangle can a spherical triangle be a circle like that? Just 3 curving lines intersecting in 3 points?
No.
I mean, those angles are an approximation. They're not actual discrete angles.
Yeah, we know that. It's not even an angle. You have to like translate or transform those curved line into tangents or straight lines and form a real triangle. At that moment, you can have those the angle.
Well, in that case, wouldn't they be secant lines, basically? I mean, assuming the points that you have are on the perimeter, right? You draw a circle, you take, 3 points, plot them on the extremity of the circle, and then you join them with straight lines internally, so they kind of cut through the circle, right? Is that what you're describing?
No, without drawing those straight lines, because for them, for a glober, you can put yourself on the flesh of a glober. So for a glober, that triangle, that stupid triangle, what they call a spherical triangle, which is not a triangle. So that curving surface with 3 lines, those 3 curved lines that are intersecting with each other, they call it spherical triangle. They don't transform it to straight lines. So if you have a circle and you don't draw straight lines, you just keep that circle and put 3 dots. Like that, what they call the spherical triangles, 3 curved lines intersecting in 3 points. So you draw the circle, you draw 3 points in that circle. So it's the same thing as what they call a spherical triangle. 3 curved lines intersecting 3 points. So you don't have to create straight lines. So that circle will be considered a spherical triangle for a glober.
Or, maybe a circular triangle, because it's 2-dimensional. I get the point. Yeah. Because I can't help but remember this argument where they say, take a point